going. We should be live. Live! We should be live!
Yay!
And now let me do the thing where I OCD check and make sure that all of my levels are still working, because sometimes they don't.
I don't know what that means.
Just making sure that I can, like, see the readout of, like, oh, look, yes, I am getting sound. I'm talking, and it's making sound.
Oh,
Hi,
gosh.
guys.
There have been so many podcasts I've listened to, they're like, this forgot to record, so it's gonna sound distant.
Oh, yeah, that happens all the time. There's one time where I did a video with my friend Maddie, and we... This stopped recording 5 minutes into the video, and we did not notice until we were done covering the entire movie.
Oh, no.
So I gave it to Spencer because he's a better editor than I am, and he, like, put it through all these systems, and, like, actually, it sounds pretty decent, considering that you cannot, it's literally just that embedded microphone that he's working off of.
No.
Hey, Jay.
Hi, Jay.
This is Gabe. If you've
Hi.
never seen Gabe, Gabe has done 2 videos now on my channel. We have recorded a bunch of other videos that that the world has not seen yet.
The Simple Life series is gonna be so great.
It's gonna be so much. Yeah, and also the...
Or he's like, cool Punisher t-shirt. So I'm like, yes, my dad told me to wear it. Thanks for this t-shirt, Dad.
Hey, Katie. Hi. So yes, this is Gabe. If you haven't been introduced to Gabe, Gabe is great. We love Gabe.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So Gabe and I the other day were... Hey, Salt Mountain.
Hi, Salt Mountain.
I haven't seen Salt Mountain in a while. Hi. It's... Oh my god, it's Modelland.
Modelland.
Hi, Natty.
Hi, Natty.
Hi, Gabe.
Hi.
I was not expecting this, so I'm excited. Yeah, so we're gonna... The reason we're streaming earlier than I usually stream is because... Well, it's a couple of reasons. It's one, because this book is 565 pages. So, you know, we're just gonna be streaming until we don't feel like streaming. We'll stream until it's like, oh, we should go eat dinner, and then be like, we'll be like, do we want to read more of this book, or do we not have it in us?
I'm not. All right, we. Oh God, just eat our feelings with this. I don't know.
Eat our feelings, yeah. So I read this book before. It was an experience. Yes, that's what I have been here. Oh my god, the chat is already going on. Hi, Ellery. It's such a garbage fire. You're gonna be so amused.
Don't give away too much, or we have to read this for ourselves and suffer at our own pace.
Andrew Shelley says, "Oh wow, you're live at a good time for me. It's not after midnight here." Sorry, Andrew. I stream at night usually. I'm a little like vampire and I function at night. It's time.
It's time to duel. Yu-Gi-Oh reference.
I am already so amused by the amount of people that are just like, oh my god, Modelland. This is fantastic. So for those who might not know, do you want to tell them about Modelland? How does one describe Modelland?
Oh gosh, it's the brainchild of Tyra Banks and just Intoxibellas and Modelland, and only one can be. Should I read like the interior this part?
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay. No one gets in without being asked, and with their untamable hair, large forehead, and gawky body, Tookie De La Crème. Yes, that's right, Tookie De La Crème isn't expecting an invitation. Modelland, the exclusive, mysterious place on top of the mountain, never dares to make an appearance in her dreams. But someone has plans for Tookie. Before she can blink, her mismatched eyes... Oh, I also don't... I put emphasis on the wrong syllable, so I'm like, this is where it should... Sorry.
I do that all the time.
Tookie finds herself in the very place every girl in the world obsesses about, and 3 unlikely girls have joined her. Only 7 extraordinary young women become Intoxibellas each year. Famous, worshipped, magical. What happens to those who don't make it? Well, no one really speaks about that. Some things are better left unsaid. Thrown into a world where she doesn't seem to belong, Tookie glimpses a future that could be hers if she survives the beastly catwalk corridor and terrifying thigh-high boot camp. Or could it? Dark rumors like silken threads swirl around the question of why Tookie and her new friends were selected, and the shadows around Modelland hide sinister secrets. Are you ready? Modelland is waiting for you.
Oh my god, this is gonna be the worst book ever. I'm so excited.
And apparently it was ghostwritten. So it's just like,
yeah.
Tyra Banks probably threw her ideas out, and this is how it turned out.
Milo says, I've been trying to get Avery to read this for ages. Well, yeah, because Gabe was over. We were filming a video about America's Next Top Model, and then afterwards we were all talking about it, and we were like, oh my god, we need to read Modelland. And then I looked it up, and it was on Thrift Books for $4, and I was like, we have to read Modelland.
We have to. And oh yeah, the
Fun fact, she tried to make it an IRL theme park, but COVID happened.
there were a lot of things she tried to do IRL, but it never really happened. And
can we watch the trailer from ANTM?
Oh, from Cycle 17. Yes. Oh, when she stuck her finger in Tyson Beckford's mouth.
Let's see if we can. It'll.
Yeah, she literally stuck her finger in Tyson Beckford's mouth, and it's like, I'm Tookie. And that's when Laura was digging through the garbage. Angeli was running down here. Allison had like a blood orange in her hand. It was.
Salt Mountain says, "Did you know Modelland has a song?" I did not know, and from the look in Gabe's eyes, he didn't know.
I didn't realize it had a song. I just remember the dramatic music from the trailer, and all the contestants had masks, and they like took them off, and the way they won the cycle was that the girl removing her mask was shown. I don't know. I just so everyone knows, I'm a huge fan of America's Next Top Model, so I'm like, this is fascinating. But then the Oliver Twixt interviews happen, so it's just like, oh. Oh, these girls are traumatized. So I'm just imagining, lots of trauma from this book.
I just realized while I was searching for this, I could put this over here because we have a second. You can keep talking to them while I'm searching for stuff in the background.
Yeah. This is a fantastic book. You guys are gonna love this. Yes, we are.
We are going to love it. Not for the reasons that we're supposed to love it, I don't think, but we're going to love it. Book.
Oh, Tyra made the song herself. We need to listen to it. We can is there a lot of like booty tooch? Or I remember in All Stars when the models had to create music videos of themselves, and they all had to incorporate Pot Leadum into it. And Allison made a song dedicated to her father, and she has to be like Pot, while dressed in fake feathers and whatnot, being like, yes, fierce. And Allison's like, oh, this is a very serious thing. Whoopsies, but it's fine.
Okay, so I don't think this is the book trailer that we're looking for, but this is a book trailer that I found.
Oh, yay.
Let me share this with the class. I'm still trying to find. Oh, that's it. I'm not used to the 2-monitor system yet. I'm still trying to find the clip from America's Next Top Model. I assume.
The opening is on Tyra Banks' channel, maybe, and yes, Milo, yeah, the ANT was so traumatic. I remember the Oliver Twixt interviews where a lot of the contestants are like, oh yeah, I still am in therapy for this, and it's just like,
oh god.
Yeah, there's no sense of aftercare. And I remember on the British Invasion season, Alicia won a challenge where she won a 3-night stay at a Hilton hotel, but then she goes to the hotel with her mom, and just to get there, it took a lot of money, but apparently they only had her down for 2 nights at the hotel instead of 3, and they couldn't afford a 3rd night, and all their their entire trip was like revolving around this 3-night stay. So she like broke down, and finally we'll give you the free.
Yeah, Natty, we actually did a whole video on that episode where the girl's friend died, and then they made him.
Yes.
That's the video that we were recording the day that we were like, we gotta read Modelland.
Yes. It's just like, yeah, I was just like, oh, here's this traumatic episode, Avery. This will be your first introduction to this show.
Don't lie, darling. It's okay. You're obsessed with being chosen. Everyone, you lust to go to this land, to become an Intoxibella, one of the only famous people in the world, but very few ever give the chance.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. No.
Amazing.
September 13th, 11.
Yep, 2011.
Rumor is she still wants to write that second book.
Yep. Where she...
Modelland by Tyra Banks. That's actually the clip from that chat wanted, but that was the first one that I saw, and I was like, we have to do this now.
Oh, it's giving Catwoman vibes. The one with Halle Berry. I remember that when I was younger.
Yeah. Good times.
Graphic design is my passion vibes, yes.
Graphic design is my passion vibes for sure.
Or as Adrian says, fashion, or in her Chicago accent, but they still kept making her try to say passion.
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 Oh. Am I looking for a specific top model clip? Is that what I'm doing? Book.
Oh, side note, earlier I saw that I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. I remember Oliver Twix did an interview with Tiffany, and she's just like, yeah, that happened. And then I remember in cycle 3 in the semifinals, there was a person who poured beer on Tiffany's hair. And a lot of the other girls, or a lot of the other cycle 3 contestants during their interview were like, yeah, she had a lot of self-restraint in that situation. And they're like, I would have thrown hands or something like that. And Tiffany held her composure, but she was still like kicked out.
I just was looking for it, and there's this 3-hour video that somebody made called Too Stupid to Hate, and it's Modelland.
Oh no. Imagine being able to talk about something for 3 hours straight.
Modelland essence. As we're like...
we're about to talk about it further, but we're reading it too.
We are reading it. It's going to be a lot of us reading it.
I would go insane for a Modelland sequel. Well, if this is popular enough and Tyra Banks contacts us, maybe she'll make a sequel. Patient, as Clark Gable says it, patient. I don't know why, but it's just a funny thing to say.
Have you seen the Marley's Angels drawing that Andrew Shelley did? Did I show you that?
I did not.
Oh shoot, I forgot to show you.
Oh no.
Oh no, hang on.
Here, I'm gonna read some of the comments. If we look up top model Cyclone 17 Modelland trailer, you'll probably find it. Oh, yeah. Or we'll just watch the whole episode and just skip to the end of the episode. No.
So Andrew Shelley did this for us because we played this on live stream.
I look so good. Oh, Andrew and his bell pepper.
Andrew and the bell pepper is great.
Oh, I love that.
Isn't that great?
That is so cool.
Yeah, that is so cool.
I look so fancy.
Yes. See, the camera can see if I do one of these. It's just so fun. I love it so much. It's one of my favorite things. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yes. And all of our names are at the top.
Oh, yay. I feel so special. I'm so happy to be here. That's me at the beginning of a reality show competition, but then like, but not here, but in a reality TV show, I'd just be like, ugh. The producers will be like, yes, he's going insane. Oh, side note, speaking of the Punisher shirt, I have to, thanks for the Punisher shirt, Dad, and I also have to do, in the name of the moon, I will punish you.
In the name of the moon, you will punish her? Punish? There's a pun. There's a pun in there.
Punish shirt?
Yeah, punish shirt.
Because Avery's doing a series about Sailor, well, you all know this. You're all her fans. So you know she's doing her Sailor Moon series, so that's where that came from.
Ocean Edition part. Oh my god, is it this?
Yes.
Okay.
I think this is it.
Oh boy.
She found the trailer, everyone.
I was like, oh boy. Okay.
I'm Tookie.
It took me a second. Surprisingly, I don't think they want us to see this as much as they once did.
Sorry about not reading all the comments.
It's gonna be a lot today.
Reading Modelland took me months, not gonna lie. Oh.
Ooh.
We'll do our best.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
Oh no, it's good. Tyson Beckford.
Everybody looks so pretty.
Oh yeah. Angeli, Allison, Laura, Lisa.
Oh my god, this must have been not fun at all to film.
Probably a hot day. They have to run up with all that fabric.
Yep. Oh my god.
Are they running in heels?
Wearing heels and they're cutting to... I can't see their feet. I hope they're not making them run in the heels. Okay, they're barefoot in that shot. Not better because they're on the rocks, but
Allison's amazing. I'm an Allison stan. I think she got married a year or so ago. Good for her. Lisa's the most hated contestant. Poor her. Laura's amazing. Fan favorite. Allison's really pretty. She has beautiful eyes. Angela actually won the cycle, but then they disqualified her afterwards. They even filmed a finale. Oh yeah, that's a big controversy too. Sorry.
no, you're good. I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yep. See.
Oh no.
See.
I hate that. I hate that.
I'm Tookie. I'm Lisa. I'm Tookie.
Not the whipped cream, help!
I'm Tookie. I'm Tyra. And I'm Tookie.
Oh, we're still going.
Yeah, we're still going.
Okay. I love how I know absolutely nothing about what this book is about from this trailer.
Yeah. Oh, and I think this is the reveal that Lisa won the competition.
Okay.
Yay!
So,
Not the whipped cream. Help!
All right. Oh my god.
What is she, a cannibal? Alexa, please play Cannibal by Kesha.
Oh, I wonder how many Alexas just went off.
Oh, sorry about that. Ew, Milo, no. Oh, that scene was in the book. Ooh.
Ooh,
Why would they shoot that? Because Tyra Banks wants Tyson Beckford to stick his thumb in her mouth. That's why.
Ellery says, it's been years and this video gives me the absolute most secondhand anxiety. It's true. Okay, I'm gonna look up, I need to look up the song really quick and then we can start reading.
Oh, and I can explain how in cycle 17, Angelia apparently won the whole thing, and they filmed the finale with her winning because there are like pictures of the judges and their judging outfits. But after the show, it was revealed that there was a profession that she had that she probably did disclose, but there was a profession she had that I think at the last moment the producers are like, oh, we don't want to be associated with that, so let's just
That's
back away from that. And then they refilmed it actually during the filming of cycle 18, and they brought Lisa and Allison back in, and they crowned Lisa the winner. So Allison technically made the finals 3 times.
Oh my god.
Because Allison was top 2 cycle 12. I really wanted her to win, but looking back, Tiana was more consistent.
Maddie
But
says, wow, they sucked.
What?
Maddie just says, wow, they suck. I assume the producers for.
Oh yeah, for what they did, Angela. I'm like, oh, are you talking about me? I'm sorry.
No, not you, Gabe. No one could dislike Gabe.
Oh, they made a joke in Two Broke Girls about how awkward it was.
Oh, that's funny. I did not know that. I've never watched Two Broke Girls.
I just saw a clip recently where it was just like, oh my, $76. That's a lot of money. Here, use these coupons. What are coupons? Ew. Okay, now it's $12. Did you know coupons really help? And it's just like, oh.
Modelland made me hate whipped cream.
How can you hate whipped cream?
I mean.
Well, I mean, so we're about to find out apparently.
Daddy says,
Yeah.
I would never, in regards to not liking you.
Oh, thank you.
Heading to work now. If you're still streaming in 5 hours, I'll be back. We might be.
Have fun at work.
Have fun.
I
Good
hope
luck.
it goes fast.
Good luck. Have fun. Don't die.
Drive safe. Make good choices if you're driving. That's what I tell my parents. She would. Well, you know it looks like Tyra was on. Well, I know the Romantics, Wordsworth Coleridge, Byron Shelley Keats, they took drugs when they were writing, but apparently their stuff turned out better, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe one day in 100 years, Modelland will be seen as a book ahead of its time.
Is it gonna be like the Rocky Horror Picture Show where it's like a cult following?
Well, see, the thing about the Rocky Horror Picture Show is there were people at the time, like, it was always loved. It was just some people just didn't get it. But maybe this will be like the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I remember people saying how Cats is gonna be like that, but it's just like, but no. No, Modelland over Cats.
BTW, I hope you're ready for the lyrics. Oh god.
Oh gosh.
Oh
Oh,
god.
oh, Modelland counts as camp. Yeah. Oh, at the Kim Kardashian doesn't understand camp, but Tyra Banks understands camp with her Modelland. As I'm poking the eye, because there was a Met Gala where it was like it's campy, but no one understood the assignment, and Kim Kardashian's like, oh, Mugler dress with the draws where it looks like I'm coming out, and it's like that's not camp, Kim Kardashian. This is camp.
I'm realizing that this is literally based off of. I know it's literally supposed to be like Tyra's eye. I'm just now picking that up from watching the book trailer now.
Oh yeah.
Like it hit me. I'm scared. I can't.
What is happening? It's just like, oh, auto tune, crank it up to 10.
I can't even hear what the lyrics are. You can really tell this song is handmade.
Can you survive Modelland?
What is the beat on this song? Every time I think I've latched onto the beat, it changes a little bit.
Oh gosh. It's my passion.
Oh, I can't.
Can you survive Modelland?
Sounds like something I would have made in GarageBand at like 13. I'm like, guys, it's so edgy.
You don't understand me.
We're still going.
Oh my god.
Well, I'm concerned. I'm very concerned.
Oh no. Can you survive Modelland? Modelland. Can you survive in this wasteland? Running, running. Can you see? I sound better.
You do sound better. I also
can't
can
sing.
actually tell what you're saying. I couldn't. There was so much autotune I couldn't
Oh
tell.
gosh, oh gosh, people criticize singers for autotune. I apologize to those singers.
Lay off the coke.
Oh no.
Oh no. Today is gonna be so much fun.
You guys don't know what camp means either. Hey, I know about Lee Bowery. I've watched every episode of RuPaul's Drag Race. I know a little bit. I know like a smidgen. Milo.
Camp is not always intentional, but it's always great. That's my philosophy.
Yeah.
All right, we have so many snacks and drinks. I'm just like I brought up like so many candies and chips, and I was like, Gabe, here's a water and a tea.
Yes,
we're going in today.
Avery's a good host, just so everybody knows. Water. Oh, that reminds me of in Cycle 1 how they had to do the reading where it's like, hey, come here. Water. Dihydrogen monoxide. Drink too much, you die. Drink too little, you also die. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Sorry. Unalive. My bad. Ooh.
It's okay. You're good.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We're not gonna get kicked off. For
I'm
that.
sorry.
You're good. We have dealt with much worse. Tail Dark and Grim. There was literally. It starts with in the second chapter there are two kids that get by their parents, but then their heads get put back on their bodies.
Oh.
And they're fine. So.
Oh, it's the opposite of the one where the woman has a ribbon around her neck and pulls it off at the end.
Anton, enclosed water, me. It's all good. If anything were to spill, I think Modelland would absorb the blow, and honestly,
the water would probably like run out of the books. It was like, not Modelland.
Somebody said it sounds. Salt Mountain said Tyra sounds like she's whispering loudly. It does sound like they took like an ASMR video, cranked it up, and auto-tuned it.
Oh gosh. It's gonna be a long one.
It's gonna be a lot.
Darth Sidious. Has everyone here learned about the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? That's what she.
in regards to Darth Sidious saying it's going to be a long one.
I'm really slow when it comes to jokes sometimes, so I'm just like, oh.
I do that too. I relate to that. Darth Sidious also said, you better prepare yourself. The book is much worse than this song.
Oh no. Well, I got into the song near the end. It's like Modelland.
Darth Sidious says it's not a story the Jedi would tell you.
Oh, I understand that reference.
I understand that. Oi, Anton, come on.
The tragedy of Tookie De La Crème.
That's her name. That's the name
Tookie
that they gave
De La...
her. All right, we can put this.
Oh, we have to do the dramatic, like, I'm Gabe, I'm Tookie. Right. Oh
gosh. Whoa. That was quite a lot that just happened.
Side note, if we just get too tired of reading this, I could just spout off top model facts for the show. Goodbye, Avery. I will be praying for you. Thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, Patrick. It's gonna be a lot. I know yesterday I jokingly said something about wait, I forgot about that.
Oh.
Everyone got tased. Sounds like a budget.
Budget. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Tookie De La Crème. Sounds like Ben De La Crème's untalented drag sister. I don't know.
Warnings, there is some. Oh, thank you. I needed to add that. I put content warnings in the thing, but we didn't know all of the content warnings. We were just trying to remember them. I put the ED warning. I need to put the SH warning.
Oh, whoops. I don't want to spoil. I forgot the camera was up there, so I'm like, oh, don't want to spoil the book for everyone.
It's fine.
There's someone in there like, how dare you? I saw a spoiler.
How could you?
Tookie's mom's name is something else.
Tookie. Oh boy, I'm so excited. Yeah, I'm just gonna edit.
Modelland. Tyra Banks. Delacourt. Sounds very French. To Mom and Daddy, thank you for being absolutely positively nothing like Mr. and Mrs. De La Crème. Oh. Oh, I misread that. I thought she was saying like, oh, you're great, but nothing, or it's like you're better than them, but I didn't realize by that much better than them.
Oh.
Sorry, I stumble over my words a lot, so I'm like, words.
Oh, I do too. It's fun. You get used to it. It's just like, eh.
Oh, side note, is this where I'm like, please subscribe to my channel.
Oh yeah, guys, check out Gabe's channel.
I'm posting Jurassic Park content on there now, but there's some anime stuff there, and nothing about America's Next Top Model, but maybe eventually, because there's so much America's Next Top Model content creators out there, like Oliver Twixt, who has done interviewed with over 100 of the contestants of the show, and they last for hours at a time.
It's official. I have posted that we are reading Modelland on Goodreads.
Oh gosh, I wonder if the comments are like, may your deity be with you.
Deity of choice.
may Thor be with you.
We have like a Loki shrine up there, so.
Oh.
I think Loki would love this though. I think he would love the chaos.
My sister loves Loki.
I love Loki so much. My boy.
I got my sister a Funko Pop for Hanukkah.
Nice. Do you want to add the content warnings in text to the video itself in OBS? Yeah, that might be a good idea. Let's see.
Oh, there's also body dysmorphia and parental abuse.
All right. Oh my God, there's everything in this book. Oh God. Oh geez. Okay.
May Athena help us all. Yes.
May Athena help. Yes.
Side note: I've been reading a lot of Lore Olympus, so I'm like, I know.
Stuff one would be like SHED, body dysmorphia. Yeah. Let me figure this out.
Oh, body dysmorphia. Fun times.
Fun times. Check. Is this it? I think.
No wisdom was put in. I wonder. Tyra Banks was probably telling her ghostwriter like, "Hey, I have this idea, and it's kind of like first draft, but didn't reread it. She's just like, as long as these are in, it's fine." But oh, there's also some. Oh,
interesting.
how and I feel, and Tookie's a teenager, isn't
Oh
she?
no. Oh dear.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh gosh.
This is like worse than California Diaries, where it's just like the 13-year-old is dating a 17-year-old, and we're all like,
I bet there are some people who are like a 13-year-old dating a 17-year-old, but then are like Romeo and Juliet are the best love story ever, and it's like it's supposed to make fun of stuff like that.
yeah.
I'm just going on so many tangents.
Read the jacket. We did. Do you want to reread the jacket for anybody just coming in?
I'll reread the Sorry, Darth Sidious. I'll reread the jacket. No one gets in without being asked, and with her untamable hair, large forehead, and gawky body, Tookie De La Crème isn't expecting an invitation. Modelland, the exclusive, mysterious place on top of the mountain, never dares to make an appearance in her dreams. But someone has plans for Tookie. Before she can blink her mismatched eyes, Tookie finds herself in the very place every girl in the world obsesses about, and 3 unlikely girls have joined her. Only 7 extraordinary young women become Intoxibellas each year. Famous, worship, magical. What happens to those who don't make it? Well, no one really speaks of that. Some things are better left unsaid. Thrown into a world where she doesn't seem to belong, Tookie glimpses a future that could be hers if she survives the beastly catwalk corridor and terrifying thigh-high boot camp. Or could it? Dark rumors like silken threads swirl around the question of why Tookie and her new friends were selected, and the shadows around Modelland hide sinister secrets. Are you ready? Modelland is waiting. Cue the intro to America's Next Top Model. You want to be on top? Doom, 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 doom.
Oh my
doom.
god.
Oh, there are so many openings.
Did they do like a different one every cycle?
They did it every 3, I believe. 1 through 3 has the same. 4 through 6 is the same. 7 through 9 has the same. 10 through, I think 12 or 13. I think 12 to 13 or 11 to 10 to 13. Then 14 to 16. Then 17 and 18. 19 to 22. No, 19 to 20 or 19. Oh no. 2019. What happened was I believe they usually film the openings after the second elimination, but plot twist, a girl quits the competition the second week. So I think they had to like rush make a opening. So none of the girls' names are featured. You just see brief flashes of all of them except for the girl who quit. And it's pretty much just Tyra just like posing.
Just Tyra. Wait, I'm trying to figure out how to make it smaller.
Gratuitously.
I don't need. Wait. Tyra describing her teen self-insert like she's a hideous gremlin gratuitous.
Oh gosh. I remember she's talking about, oh, I was gangly. I had a big forehead, but the big forehead is what made me. But and then there's the controversy where she made Danielle close the gap in between her teeth, but in a later cycle, she made a girl widen the gap in her teeth because she's like, a gap in your tooth isn't marketable. And I can understand, hey, she needs to Danielle needs to have a neutral accent, but they kept poking fun at her Southern accent that they told her 2 days ago she needs to change. And it's just like, well.
Oh my god, the amount of abuse. Underage. I don't even know how to put that.
Like NSFW.
Underage. The country names killed me.
Oh gosh, the country name.
The country names. And my friend. Shh, don't spoil the. Oh wait.
Oh, Darth is spoiling the fun. Well, isn't that what Darths do? Well, I mean, no, that's not what they do, Darth. I apologize. Darths just want to have fun. And yes, Natty C. I was like, WTF. I was all the time. That was pretty. Watching it back, I'm like, what the heck? I remember one time my sister and I were watching it, and that was my dad's reaction to watching an excerpt from the show. Just, what is happening? But luckily for me, the first cycle I started on, I think, was cycle 11, and that introduces Isis King, and it was a very educational moment. But then the producers never stepped in when the girls were being transphobic. So that's we can watch one of those episodes where the girls were saying inappropriate things about Isis King, the icon Isis King.
Oh no.
Living her life, living her best life, Isis King.
There's literally so many content warnings. I'm putting it on screen, but like I can't fit it.
Can you have it to where it like scrolls by every few seconds?
I need to animate it for this.
Oh god. Oh, so many warnings.
Oh my god.
Remember that one girl that's like, I can't do this. Yeah, or with then in the casting week, she like walks in, she was wearing the green shirt and the skirt, and she's like, I can't do this anymore. And at the time, people were like, why would she do that? This is a great opportunity. But now people are like, yes, queen.
Yeah, not
And-
always what it's cracked up to
Yeah,
be.
she was the smartest girl of the whole show. I think that was also. Side note, Chef Rachel from the Below Deck series, she was one of the semi-finalists to get on the show in cycle 4, I think, but she didn't make it. And Tyra commented about her weight.
Oh, that's harder to read. I'm trying to get a font that's decently easy to read.
The screen is going to be all content warnings. You're not going to see Avery's gorgeous face and hair with all these content warnings.
Gabe's glorious hair.
It's like curling. They're a cow. Look at me. Tyra would read me to filth. And I'm sure she would read my posture because there are a lot of times we're like, have better posture.
I mean, no, I didn't want the font. I wanted to select the color because the color is unreadable. I cannot read the color.
If you want to give me the content warning text, I can animate it moving across the screen in After Effects and send you the MOV with alpha.
I think we're okay. I think this gets the point across as long as I can make it somewhat readable. It's my nose is running. I have allergies today. I'm so sorry. Don't look at me.
Look at her. Look at that beauty.
Thank you.
Model. The closest thing. Oh, toddlers and tiaras. Oh yeah, people with their worries in life, but they're like okay with toddlers and tiaras, and it's just like, oh. Or I just know of Honey Boo Boo. That's the only thing. And Eureka's portrayal of her in Snatch Game in season 10. But oh gosh, Tara.
I have so much to learn from you.
I know. Drag Race, America's Next Top Model, Jurassic Park. Those are the things that I know best. I know it's just like, oh, he likes Jurassic Park and America. Oh, what a wide variety.
That's a good couple of things to like, though.
Exactly. Oh, and if you wanna see various quote unquote goofs of Jurassic Park, then head over to my channel with fun finds in Jurassic Park, where I look at the goofs on IMDb and figure out if they're true or not. So, like when Joffrey falls off the top of the gate at the beginning of the movie, you can see a camera. Or when you see the stunt double fall, I should say, you can see a hand pop out from the corner of the screen so the stunt actor doesn't fall into the camera.
Oh, that's funny.
So there's stuff like that. Life, oh, Jeff Goldblum, life finds a way. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
That's one big pile of crap. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Oh no. Like the Markiplier meme that's like, this is not good either, but this is the main concern. It's like Modelland, and then it's like America's Next Top Model.
Oh yeah.
This is not good either. I hate this, but this is also whatever.
Oh, Little Miss Sun. I remember watching that book when I was, watching that movie when I was younger, and Steve Carell was there, and he wasn't funny, but he was really good in it. And
I love Steve Carell and his ability to be really serious, but also very funny.
yeah, I liked his portrayal in Little Miss Sunshine, even though it was really sad, but he acted it really well. Oh no, it felt really bad for the brother who he's like, I'm not talking until I can go into the Air Force, and it's like, oh, he's colorblind, or spoilers for Little Miss Sunshine.
How could you?
Sorry. And the brother, or the Steve Carell's character was like, oh, if you're colorblind, you can't get into the Air Force. And the guy had a breakdown, and Steve Carell talked to him and was like, oh, this is nice. But yeah,
Poor
Little Miss
Spencer
Sunshine.
would be like offended for all the other colorblind people out there.
Sorry to all the colorblind people out there.
Well, fun fact, my dad's a pilot, so he was just like, hey, so apparently it's a thing where, like, if you are ADHD and you're taking Adderall for it, you cannot fly a plane. But if you go off of your ADHD meds, then they let you fly a plane. And I'm like, that, as somebody with ADHD, that feels like a very bad idea.
Oh gosh, that reminds me of a controversy that happened on Below Deck Med. Does anyone here watch Below Deck Mediterranean? I'm talking about the Hannah versus Captain Sandy and Malia fight, because Malia went through Hannah's belongings without permission and took out her Xanax, because Hannah takes Xanax because she has anxiety. And there was even a point where she had an anxiety attack while charter guests were coming on, so she had to stay in her room, and like Captain Sandy saw what her panic attacks, my apologies, saw her panic attacks, and Malia was like, here's a picture of Hannah's Xanax, and Hannah didn't log it, and they're like, oh, I can't trust you have drugs on board. And it's like, but the Xanax is to make you go from anxious to like level-headed. It's not some but it was a very frustrating moment.
I love how,
or she didn't steal it, she just took it out of her purse and took a picture along with a lighter and her passport. But yeah, and she sent it to the captain. The captain's like, oh, I don't trust you with this medication because you didn't log it. Even though I'm sure it could have been like, hey, sorry. And Hannah admitted that she didn't log it and that she made a mistake in that aspect. And then they were like, where's your prescription for this? And Hannah was like, I don't want to show you or something. And she had the prescription, and it was a whole mess. And, you know, Malia's off the show or left the show for a reason. She probably didn't want to have to deal with that. And Captain Sandy is not very nice. I mean, good for her for being a captain and all that. That's very difficult to be in that position, but to try to bring someone down in that way. Like Tyra Banks brings down these models and calls them fat.
all right, there we go. Now we can see it.
I feel like I'm talking too much.
No, you were just giving us the backstory, and I was trying to figure out how to make it the most readable. So I was just like, "That's cool."
Oh, that works.
Thank you for keeping the stream going. I was just trying to figure out how to make this block of text so readable.
And or it's just like, so no one can say, oh, I didn't see the warning, because the warning is like right over here.
I was trying to make it readable.
I can read it, and I'm blind-ish.
I know my glasses, my prescription in this is my bad eye, so like that's the one that's actually like, oh, that's a thick lens. And this was basically glass. So my brother's like, you could do a monocle. I'm like, I'm not gonna bring back the monocle.
Oh, side note, there's an ANTM Wii game. Is it like pick your outfits, walk the runway, and all that fun stuff?
We'll have to track it down and emulate it.
Oh gosh.
It's so bad that it's good. Okay, I think we're set. I think Milo says, no, you're interesting. You are very interesting.
Oh, thank you. You should absolutely bring back the monocle.
Oh my god. It feels like a me thing, but I don't know that I could pull it off. Anxiety meds literally take the edge off and make me feel like I'm not crazy. Yeah.
Oh, and she didn't have a bottle. She had like a box, like a cardboard box. And I think literally the prescription was on the back of it. But I think Hannah knew what they were doing and knew what Captain Sana was trying to do. So she's like, you know what, I'm leaving. And so she took off her mic and called like her boyfriend or something, and she left. And oh gosh, and then Sandy and Malia did this whole thing where Malia's like, oh, I'm having or I was having an allergic reaction while we were docking. I didn't even take a Benadryl. And I'm like, isn't that also dangerous if you're having an allergic reaction and also docking? But that's okay. But taking medication, it's just...
Yes. One review said it had more made-up words than a bad translation of Dr. Seuss.
Oh gosh, I feel like now we have to maybe like last minute questions about America's Next Top Model, then we can...
Well, what I'm going to do is, do you want to read the first chapter?
I'll read the first chapter.
Okay, yeah. So we'll take turns reading chapters, and then I'm going to, while you're reading, be silently answering questions in chat.
Okay.
I don't know anything about America's Next Top Model, so I can't answer those questions, but I could chit chat.
Oh, okay. I don't know the best way to, or when I answer questions, I don't know how to do that or I don't have Wi-Fi on my phone.
I can put you on the Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay. Do it. We can do that later. I can. Okay.
That is that's very low text. Like the text starts very low on the page. I was like,
there should have been a picture here of Tyra Banks. This is the missed opportunity right here.
Or at least like something that says like 1, or like a big 1 that's like, this is chapter 1.
But no, Tyra's trying to be edgy.
Be heading out, but maybe. Thanks, Anton.
Thanks, Anton.
Come back later with 0 context. The best way. Definitely the best way, I think.
Oh, gosh.
That's super low. Ew.
Oh, gosh. Okay. I apologize in advance for my bad reading.
You're going to do great.
Thanks. You want to be there. You know you do. Don't lie, darling. It's okay. I know what you're thinking when you look up at the splendorous place atop the mountain. I know it fills you, spurs you on, fuels your dreams. You're obsessed with being chosen. Everyone is. The land you thirst for has loomed at the top of the mountain in Metopia for as long as you can remember, but for most of the year it's covered in fog. Its color changing with each passing day as if it's a gargantuan mood ring. You begin your morning staring at the fog, longing for the fateful evening when it will turn a golden yellow and then finally, like a push-up brassiere, lift. Oh, how you long for that moment with bated fresh breath, I hope. For it signifies that the luminescent eye will soon blaze in the sky, bathing the whole world in gold, touching every one of its inhabitants, including you. But darling, it is no ordinary golden light. Once it tickles you, you are suddenly transported. You hear the softest of sighs or faintest of giggles in your ear, even if you're standing alone. The once stale air around you becomes both sweet and tart, making your nose tingle and sending a charge of excitement through your brain. The finest silk, the softest velveteen, or the supplest suede will brush your skin. But whatever you thought was touching you is nowhere to be seen. Basking in the light, it's such a naughty tease, like getting a single lick of the most delicious butter pecan gelato you've ever tasted. It inflames your obsession, increasing your desire 100-fold. You lust to go to this land and become one of the only famous people in the world. You ache to be a 7-7. But very few ever get the chance. Nevertheless, you and every young girl in the world vie for an opportunity on the day of discovery, which is grander than every global holiday combined, making the delirium even more intense. The land sends 7 talismans called smizes into the world. What an arcane word! Who thought of such a thing? These smizes, which boost your odds of being chosen by 91%, are propelled through the world's waterways. Naturally, the week before the day of discovery, bathing, showering, pool use, and even sewer diving increase, threatening a drought. Chance meetings erupt into fisticuffs on occasion. Every girl wants to find a smize, darling. But not nearly as much as you do. You ignore the slim odds and disregard the warnings you've heard since birth, like how it's easier to grow 3 inches in a month than it is to score a spot in the newest class. You turn a deaf ear to the cautionary tales whispered in your hometown throughout Metopia, in dingy alleys and side streets of pitter-patter, during shift changes in Shivera, and on assembly lines of Peppertown factories, like the rumor that the school often takes inhumane and irreversible disciplinary action, or that the certain disposable civilian girls are brought to the land to be tortured and then killed, used as human sacrifices for ungodly experiments and animalistic rituals. It's obvious why they torture them, the gossip mongers whisper. Those in the land bathe in civilian blood to maintain their breathtaking beauty. Goodness, great shoes, a literal bloodbath, darling. That crimson elixir must leave a nasty ring round the tub. And then there's the reality of the pilgrim plague, a form of sadness meets madness that compels unselected hopefuls to embark dadless on an unauthorized pilgrimage to the lands. It's a signet that comes with a quickness and afflicts the most determined and desperate. And the trek through the dangerous, diabolical divide also ends in dismembering death. Ouch!
Oh.
As the day of discovery dawns, however, you and every young girl around the world tune out the horrifying negatives and concentrate on the glitzy, gaudy, dream come true positive. You dredge up every ounce of self-confidence from deep within. This is my year, you say to yourself, and so does every other girl. They'll choose me for sure. Every girl feels that same way, except one, Tookie De La Crème.
Not Tookie. Not my girl.
One! There's the one!
All right.
Tookie.
Do you want?
I'll keep going.
Yeah, read because you didn't get an actual chapter. I'll
Yeah,
take over it too.
Okay.
Unless you want me to read it.
No, it's okay. It's just I'm getting in the mood. My voice sounds deep. I like that. Finally.
Keep going. I'm going to just show you the camera for a second.
Okay. 1. Tookie. Spelled T space O space O-K-E.
Oh, there's spaces.
Yeah, it's literally T space O space O-K-E, but it's pronounced Tookie. apparently. Have you ever seen her?
Those faces are silent.
The girl, yeah. The girl whose face not even the meanest person you know would describe as yuck, but who you never in a million, no, a trillion years describe as alluring either. The girl whose eyes are 3 centimeters too far apart and a mouth 4 centimeters too wide. Not that you'd break out a ruler, but when you look at her, it's enough to make you say that something is definitely off. Come on now, you've seen her. She's the girl whose hair has multiple personality disorder and can't decide if it's to be quasi-curly, silky straight, frantic frizzy, or wet and wavy, or maybe a power to the people fro. I probably shouldn't have said that like that. The girl whose body is a contradiction in itself, a slightly hunched back for years of poor posture,
I did the same thing.
as we both straighten up. One must presume feet the size of snowshoes and stick figure arms and legs, so fragile you think you hear them screaming, "Feed me an entire grilled cow now." The girl with the humongous punch bowl sized head, with a forehead that goes on and on and on, making her look like the weight of making her look like the weight of her cranium will topple her over and break into 1,000 pieces. And not only is her clothing painfully mismatched, so are her eyes, darling. You heard me right. She has one green eye and one brown eye. Have you ever seen Tookie De La Crème? I bet you have. Maybe you've even met her. You just don't remember her. No one ever does. For as unusual looking as she is, Tookie was a forget-a-girl, one of the most forgettable girls in the entire world. But maybe not for long. Our tale begins on a Thursday afternoon, the most ordinary of ordinary afternoons, a few days shy of the most unordinary day of the year. Tookie De La Crème was splayed on her back of the hallway floor of her school, the Bangle, Bauble, and Bead Institute, B3 as it was commonly called. Her large, mismatched eyes didn't blink as she stared at the stained ceiling. Her gangly legs shot out at odd angles, as though she'd fallen from a 6-story building. Her enormous feet pointed straight up as internal clock counted down the time in perfect cadence. T-minus 60 minutes and 49 seconds. 48? 47? As Tookie waited, she lifted her head, her face, she lifted to her face a cold canister of whipped cream, inserting the nozzle straight in her mouth. She pressed the trigger that delivered the airy sweetness directly onto her tongue. A bit of cream accidentally dropped from her mouth and dripped from her chin to her neck. With each squirt, more and more of the cream fell on her snug-fitting hand-me-up blue blouse, which was once her younger sister's. Another squirt landed in her hair. She then licked her tiny baby fingers from thumb to pinky and prepared for the next squirt. How was Tookie able to lie in the middle of her school's hallway during class time enjoying whipped cream from a can and not get herself into trouble? Well, Tookie was the Institute's best skipper. No one, not even the most cunning teachers, noticed she was gone when she skipped out of class way before most of her lessons ended. T-minus 4 minutes, 33 seconds, 32, 31. As Tookie stretched her legs, the backs of her calves touched the bitingly cold marble, making her shiver. Most people would have found it uncomfortable, but Tookie was happy. She felt something. At least she was still alive and breathing. Sometimes Tookie was so used to being a forget-a-girl that she thought she really was invisible. T-minus 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. A loud but familiar clanging made Tookie jump. The school's bell was actually an old-time buzzer that had long ago signaled factory shift changes. In days gone by, before the Institute had taken over the building, B3 had produced 3 things: bangles, baubles, and beads. Once the bell stopped, a familiar rumbling made Tookie cringe. An oily belch followed, sending a thick cloud of greenish smoke through the vents. A stench filled the air. It smelled like a mix of gasoline, mold, melted plastic, and methane gas emanating from the bowels of the building. Excruciatingly loud school bells were the only relics left over from B3 that had been from when B3 had been a factory. The administration had done very little in the way of renovation to convert the safety code deficient building into a proper institute of learning. The school let out belches and eruptions all day and leaked fumes from every crevice. Groaning, the students emerged from their classrooms. Ugh, Ariella Bertona wailed, fanning the odors from her face. Nasty, Tatiana Sharon said, pressing a sachet of dried flowers to her nose. The B4 Institute tooted again, Jason Milano chortled, trotting out the school's oldest, tiredest, but aptest joke. Everyone called the school B4 Bilf, Barf, Belches, and Butt Bombs. More doors flung open and the sound of footsteps thundering through the halls. Tookie quickly closed her eyes. She then peeked to see just how far the approaching mob was from her prone body. 9 feet away, she estimated. The conversations of passerbys began to wash over. Tookie felt like a fly on the wall. Zarpessa said she's spending 50,000 on her prep, said an annoyed female voice over Tookie's head. Hag. What do you think she'll look like? She will look will be for the T-Dot this year, a girl with a forehead tattoo whined. I hope my tatted face will be in. Don't hold your breath, Inky, a male voice answered. Another voice floated over from the other side of the corridor. If they don't choose me, I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life. I'll die if I end up working in a belt buckle factory like my mom. I've been crying for a month straight. I hope my eyes aren't going to stay all puffy like this. Many of the conversations had to do with the big event that was taking place in 2 days, the Day of Discovery, which most people shortened to T-Dod. It was the grandest of holidays, and B3 was even letting its students have Friday off this week to prepare, an absolute rarity. Not that Tookie really cared. Where you think the rest of them will be this year? A girl with a nasal voice asked. I heard the girl found one in a pot of boiling sweet potatoes and burned her hand real bad trying to get it. Tookie shifted on the floor. Now they were talking about smizes. Girls had been searching for the magical charms for days, fighting at water spigots, sloshing through sewers, splashing in Peppertown Pool, which everyone knew kids peed in. I found the pipe where the gunk water from Shivera Hospital dumps out, a hopeful girl whispered. No one's going to be looking for smizes there. As more people passed, as more girls chatted about T-Dot, Tookie began to feel lonelier and lonelier. It was yet another day when no one, not a single person, looked down on the floor and cried, oh, check out this girl down here. All the students rushed past Tookie like water in a stream flowing around a rock. Rubber sneakers almost crushed her fingers. Heavy boots nearly bumped her shins. A piece of paper fluttered out of someone's notebook and landed close to Tookie's left hand. The paper's owner, a dark-haired girl, bent down to snatch it, not even noticing that Tookie was there. Irrelevant, expendable, forgettable. All Tookie wanted was for someone to notice her. Anyone. Just a simple kick in the ribs, or a sneaker sole that squished her hand, or a textbook that slipped from a student's grip and fell on her large forehead. She wasn't picky. Spin, thud, spin, thud, spin, 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 thud. Tookie looked up at a spinning dervish approaching, taking in her long, thick, curly, wheat blonde hair, her silver dollar-sized aqua eyes, and her perfectly symmetrical face. It was as if Tookie's wish had come true, sort of. For here was her sister, Miracle, someone who did notice her, except, well, Tookie didn't really want her to. Spawning Tookie sprawled on the floor, Miracle began to sing, You are not my D-nay-nay.
I'm sorry, the confused look was accurate.
You are not my D-nay-nay. She gave one spin for each word, picking the hem of her making the hem of her blue dress flutter. It was a dress Tookie guessed that would pass to her as a hand-me-up in a matter of days. Tookie rolled her eyes at her sister's mispronunciation of DNA. Beyond her looks and fancy flight of footwork, she was the most disturbing to Tookie about the Miracle, what was most disturbing to Tookie about the Miracle, as Tookie's mother called her, was not that she was Tookie's younger sister. The most disturbing fact was that Miracle was distinctly, indisputably, flat out dense. As dumb as a lobotomized turkey, and turkeys were said to raise their head to the sky during rainstorms and drown themselves. Oh, Tookie tried to give her sister benefit of the doubt. Miracle had memorized every intricate dance step of the 22 verses of the Shivera Shuffle. Hi,
Perry.
DNA. After all, and at least she understood the concept of DNA, even if she got the pronunciation wrong. But in all honesty, Miracle wasn't the brightest tube of lipstick in the makeup caddy. Luckily, Miracle pirouetted out of sight almost immediately. Problem gone. For now. Tookie sighed and reached for a small, thick yellow book wedged under her lower back. It wasn't just any regular book, but the color of a taxi cab that had been freshly painted and spit polished. And it wasn't just any regular book, but a collection of letters Tookie had written to people she'd encountered throughout her life. Not that she would ever dare send them. She called this book T-Mail Jail. Tookie found it ironic that the book's initials TMJ also stood for an ailment that impaired a person's ability to open their mouth. The front cover displayed Tookie's first name, handwritten in beautiful calligraphy. The spine of T-Mail Jail read, "Don't keep out." The back cover urged, "Invade my privacy, please." Oh, don't keep out. Sorry, my bad. I read that wrong. "Don't keep out." The back cover urged, "Invade my privacy, please." If one were inclined to follow these instructions, the inside cover changed, "I dare you to turn the page." But no one dared, or miraculously cared. As the crowd continued to move around her, Tookie opened T-Mail Jail on a blank page. She closed her eyes, selected one of the dozens of colored pens tucked into the pocket of the book back cover, and held it in front of her face. Blue, in her color code, was for the English language. Boring, Tookie thought. Tookie uncapped the pen, held the journal in the air over her head, and began to write to her only friend in the world. She had been missing for over 6 weeks now, and Tookie feared she'd never see her again. "Dear Lizzie, it's day 39 of my great SPLD campaign, and everyone is still ignoring me." SPLD stood for Silent Protest of Lying Down. Tookie pronounced it spilled as an oblivious classmate almost whacked Tookie's head with a rusty fencing epee. Tookie licked the tip of her pen, gripped it in her right hand, and continued to write. She wasn't a natural right-hander, but her mother had slapped her wrist so many times for writing with her left that Tookie had begrudgingly made the switch. "It hurts. And it hurts that you can't be here, and I can't tell you this for real. It hurts, too, that you disappear for weeks. I have no idea where you've gone. Girl, you're my only friend. Can't you at least tell me where you've been? Anyway, everyone is caught up in the day of discovery happening this weekend, but even if they weren't caught up in all the hoopla of the coming event, then they still wouldn't see me. Perhaps I don't want them to notice me. I mean, this is spilled number 39. Why not go for the world record? 40 days of lying on the cold hallway floor waiting for someone to speak to me, but no one saying a word. 40 days of being invisible. Lizzie, there must be an association that honors achievements like this. I can hear my acceptance speech now. I'd like to thank the Spilled Academy. There is nothing more beautiful than a forget-a girl being recognized by her own forget-a peers. And let's not forget my dear family. On second thought, let's. Miss you, girl. Hopefully I'll see you today. Tookie. Over the I in her name, Tookie added a tiny FG for forget-a girl. But before closing T-Mail Jail, she thumbed through its previous entries, admiring the rainbow of colors. Every color presented a different language. Flamingo pink for Guardian, Cabernet grape for Très Jolie, Mandarin or for Beijingle, and Skyscraper gray for Calorian, the language spoken in the distant lands of Sans Calor. Tookie had a knack for quickly picking up foreign languages and wrote whole letter entries in them. By the age of 11, Tookie knew 28 languages. Now at 15, she spoke nearly every world tongue. The nagging truth, though, was that this incredible linguistic gift of Tookie seems wasted. It was almost a cruel cosmic trick. Why give the ability to a girl with whom no one wanted to speak? The thundering crowd and the bangle bobble and beat institution always started to thin. Tookie nervously smoothed out her shorts, closed her T-Mail Jail, and straightened her body out of its position suggestive of traumatic injury. And then she heard the bow-legged footsteps she'd been waiting for. Step, pause, step, pause, step coming her way. There was only one person in B3 who had spoken to Tookie besides Miracle. Class President Theophilus Lovelace's. The very step, pause figure quickly approaching. It had been 1 year ago, almost to the day, but Tookie hadn't forgotten it. In truth, it was why she invented the act of spilding in the first place. There were many letters in T-Mail Jail written to Theophilus, all expressing unrequited admiration and affection. Tookie longed to slip one in his locker, but she knew she never would. A year ago, Tookie had taken a real spill, tumbling down the narrow spiral staircase in the cafeteria. All she clearly remembered about that moment was one foot touching the first step, and then both enormous feet flying into the air. She was falling, and then there was the floor. Boom. Tookie had landed so hard, the world had gone black for a few minutes. Spots began to appear before her eyes. Bodies swept past her, but no, not one person tried to help. Tookie was just laying there while the day continued as usual for everyone else at the Bengal Bauble and Beat Institute. But then a figure in pinstripe jacket had appeared. Tookie's vision was still blurry, but she could make out a small round button on the figure's lapel. Vote for love. Are you okay? Theophilus Lovelace stood above Tookie like a royal guardsman coming to the aid of his queen. The pin on his lapel was one of the good luck charms he passed out to B3 students in hopes of getting reelected every school year. He never given one to Tookie, though. The noises in the cafeteria ceased to exist. Tookie was groggy from her fall. Her ears rang to the point of leaving her deaf, and her mouth felt like it had been anesthetized. But that didn't stop her from noticing his imperfectly perfect features: sun-kissed, tightly curled hair, a left cheekbone that was sharper and more defined than the right, and a sympathetic golden brown eyes, the exact color of 2 salted caramels, Tookie's favorite candy. He wore a camel-colored suit of the finest fabric, an indication of his family's prestige. They were the wealthiest family in all Metopia, and yet he didn't carry himself with an air of privilege or self-righteousness. In fact, he chose to attend B3 over a private school in his own neighborhood because he wanted to be among the regular people. And now he was smiling at Tookie kindly and generously, as though they were equals. Yes, she had wanted to tell him, I'm better than okay, but her mouth wouldn't work. Theophilus tilted his head to the side, his lip curling over a slightly chipped tooth. That was quite a spill, and then amazingly he had reached down and taken her hand. Tookie's tongue was frozen solid. She had imagined that what she must look like to him, like a rag doll without most of its stuffing, and the trace lines of drool on both her cheeks. Disgusting. After a few moments of Tookie lying there, she just staring, Theophilus stepped back, an apologetic look on his face. Okay, sorry. And then he had turned around and left. They hadn't talked since. Now Theophilus was fast approaching. T-minus 10, 9, 8. Albert Talbert, the most disheveled student in B3, walked alongside him, his unlaced shoes flapping around against the hard, shiny floor. T-minus 3 seconds. 2. Maybe Theophilus would see her today, splayed out in the spilled. Maybe he would do as he did last year, standing above her, extending his hand, asking, Are you okay? And then Tookie would stare into his salted caramel eyes and tell him exactly how she felt. Theophilus crossed in front of Albert and stumbled over Albert's shoelaces as if they were a tripwire. His body pitched forward. Tookie reached up her arms to catch him. Unfortunately, Theophilus caught hold of an open locker and steadied himself. Something plopped onto Tookie's chest. She did a half sit-up to peer at it. Vote for love. Theophilus's button. Tookie stared at the button for a long time. Finally, she tentatively reached for it, thrilled to touch something that had been so close to Theophilus's skin. Tookie's hand was 2 centimeters from reaching for the vote for love. Then whoosh! A filled hockey stick grazed her abdomen and sent her button flying across the hall. Tookie sat up fast, panicked. Their love was rolling right up to Manny Manuel's locker. It's mine. Tookie lurched to her feet and charged through the stomping crowd, nearly knocking Manny over. She scanned the floor for the button. Where is it? Where is it? She then spied it. There, near the pair of hairy legs. The legs belonged to Abigail Good, who wore her super thick, long, wavy black hair with pride, even from her armpits. Abigail took a step forward, and her sharp heel squished the vote for love button, which shot out from under her shoe. Tookie cried out in pain as if the button were her own tender skin. Love careened down the stairs. Tookie bolted at top speed down the steps, taking 2, then 3 at a time. Follow the love, Tookie. Follow the love. A shiny black boot kicked the button and sent it sailing through the stale cafeteria air right into a trash can. Tookie pursued it like a lion after a zebra. She wanted that button. It felt like the only thing anyone had ever given her in life. Not that Theophilus had actually given it to her. But Tookie wasn't one to quibble over semantics. She reached the trash can, took a deep breath, and plunged her hands into it. She felt slimy banana peels, congealed macaroni and cheese, crusty heels of bread, and sticky soda cans. Finally, her fingers curled around the button, and she pulled it out with glee. The poor thing was badly damaged, dented, and slimy from the voyage. In fact, it no longer said vote for love. Instead, the V and O and E of the first word were gone. The F and R of the second were totally erased, and the last word, the L, was knocked into non-existence, and the V was scratched so badly it resembled a K, but the E remained intact. Tookie almost threw the button back into the trash before her eyes focused again, and she saw it now spelled out its own version of her. Tookie, T space O space O-K-E. Me? She gasped, and then she looked up. To her astonishment, Theophilus stood at her side, staring at her gunked up hands above the trash can. He was quite short, only coming up to Tookie's chin, and there was a whisper of bemused smile on his lips. You find what you're looking for? It was astounding, amazing, the second sentence Theophilus had ever said to her. Tookie stared at the button in her hand. Maybe she could show it to Theophilus. Look how your slogan changed to my name, she could say. Don't you think it's a sign too? Theophilus? Tookie's head and Theophilus' head swiveled to the left. Zarpessa Zariana strolled into the hallway with long, single-textured, bone-straight auburn hair, flawless skin that didn't need an ounce of concealer, eyelashes that required not a stroke of mascara, and a tall, lean body kissed with subtle curves. She made every head in the B3 hall whip in her direction, and just like that, Tookie's heart dropped to her hand-me-up shoes, which were 2 sizes too small. Zarpessa was Theophilus' girlfriend. They'd been an item for the past 3 years. There you are, Zarpessa trailed, swinging her golden rod-cued dream bag, this year's $5,000 it purse in her hand. She glided towards Theophilus with the grace of a swan and held up a massive poster written in gold glitter pen. Zarpessa Zariona presents Theophilus Lovelaces for president. Again! This is made with real gold dust, Zarpessa boasted. My father had some to spare, and our mayor's sister's psychoanalyst neighbor's BFF told me this poster was written with precious metals like this definitely will get you reelected. Theophilus turned his attention from Tookie and looked at Zarpessa. Oh, great, Czar. He unconsciously reached to the area of his chest where his vote for love button used to be. The empty spot made him pause for a moment, flustered, but then he kissed Zarpessa gently on the lips. It was hard for Tookie not to stare. Oh, how she wanted to be her lips Theophilus was kissing right now. She had imagined it so many times. She and Theophilus alone together in the dry Peppertown forest, their lips moving closer, 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 and finally touching to give Tookie her first and only kiss. Zarpessa would be forgotten. Tookie would be remembered. The happy couple walked away arm in arm, leaving Tookie alone by the stinking trash can. She slipped a button into her pocket of her shorts, the fabric so tight she could feel Tookie digging into her hip. All sorts of emotions flooded through her. Hope, then disappointment, then embarrassment, then shame. Even if Theophilus had spoken to her, it wouldn't have meant he wanted to know her. It would take a miracle. No, not Tookie's sister, but a real miracle for Theophilus to notice her in the way she wanted. And for Tookie De La Crème, miracles were impossible to come by. So ends chapter 1.
Oh my god.
I am a terrible reader.
No, that was great. I was like, somebody said, why buy it for $1 million on Audible? We could just listen to the stream. And I responded, especially with Gabe's great reading.
Thank you. Oh, and Tyra didn't go to Harvard. She took like one class for like a few weeks and had a printed certificate. She like went to one class.
Natty wants you to know that you are making the most out of a terrible situation.
Thank you. I mean, it's really fun to read.
It's the book itself. It's sort of like, do you guys remember when we did the Cheetah Girls? We read the first Cheetah Girls book, and like the lingo, there's a lot of like early 2000s lingo.
Oh gosh.
And at one point I was just like, I'm struggling, and everybody was like, it's not you. It's just
it's the book. Oh gosh. Yeah, they're just sometimes.
Oh my god. I have so many questions. I feel like I need to take notes so that like at the end of the chapter I can like remember my questions, because each one gets replaced by a different question. There's so many questions.
Oh.
I just have all the questions in the world.
She's a forget-a girl who ditches class.
She's not like the other girls.
Oh god, yeah. She fell down the stairs and only one person has ever talked to her. Theophilus. That was chapter 1. That gives you a sense of what you are getting into. It started at a 12 and it will get much higher. Hi, new person.
Hello to everybody new and returning.
We appreciate you being here.
If you're just coming in, because I saw a bunch of people come in during that chapter. We're reading Modelland by Tyra Banks. This is Tyra Banks' infamous fantasy novel, sci-fi fantasy novel. with
Yes.
models.
Yeah, Intoxibellas, as she
Um,
calls them.
hang on.
Isn't it sci-fi, fantasy, reality? Ooh. Beauty is in the smize of the beholder.
I'm texting you the Wi-Fi password so that you can engage while
Thank
I'm
you.
reading. And I'm definitely not stalling because I have no idea how I'm gonna do this.
You can do it.
You can do it. This is more of a word salad than Star Trek Corona was, and that one was hard to follow for me. This one, Natty said, I feel like I understand what's happening, but at the same time I don't because of the way that it's worded with the run-on sentences and the big words.
God.
Like, yeah.
Well, that might be me ignoring the punctuation, but from what I understand, she's very forgettable. There's the day of something, the day of chosen, the day of deciding, and then there's like a little trinket called the smize where it increases your chances of being chosen, and only 7 people are chosen to go to Modelland, and everyone has to prepare, and it's a big deal. And Theophilus is the only one who has ever interacted with Tookie besides her sister, but her sister is kind of not very smart, but is very talented. So it's probably very frustrating. And her sister's beautiful and has aqua eyes and can't even say DNA right.
Oh, I like how it's like, oh my god, she has mismatched eyes, as if like that it's not the coolest thing. Like,
yeah, heterochromia is very fascinating.
it's so cool. My dad has it where he has his eyes are brown like mine, but half of this eye is dark brown like mine, and half of it is like a light brown.
Oh.
I've never seen anybody else with it. And it's very cool. And I just love how she's like, oh my god, I'm so ugly because of this thing. Yeah.
My mismatch. Yeah, Tyra's beauty standards are very weird. It's like, you have a gap tooth. That's not pretty. And it's just like, but people have told Tyra, like, because of your big forehead, that's why, because you stand out from other people.
I said to somebody in chat, I would almost feel bad for her obvious like hatred of her own like features if it wasn't for the fact that she body shames everybody else and perpetuates the cycle.
Yeah.
Tarfield Owl came in and said, how's the book? And Natty C said, Owl help, but at the same time run. I'm assuming from the blood on the wall, it's not a good book. It's a lot. It's a lot. Word salad gets worse when the strange words really get going. That isn't the strange word.
Oh gosh, the places that she was talking about. Oh, and girls really want to be Intoxibellas so bad that they're willing to go. They're like, oh, the sewage plant at the hospital hasn't been checked yet because they show up in water, and that's when water use increases. And
I don't like the term. What was it? Butt bombs. I didn't care for that.
Oh yeah, like the 4 Bs. Like, yeah, I was just like, you make up all the words, but butt bomb stays.
Tookie lives in a heterophobic world. It's so hard having different colored eyes.
Oh, I remember watching a video where it's showing like this heterosexual couple, and it's just like, oh, you're together? Okay. And it was very funny to watch.
Convenience store entertainment. Hi, Tilly. That's convenience store entertainment's name, Tilly.
Oh, hi.
Tilly said, all this talk about salad makes me want a salad with fish in it, sushi salad. Any salad is better than this is a particularly bad salad.
Oh gosh, I'm Theophilus.
Bye, David.
Bye, David. I'm just gonna be saying Theophilus like that from now on because I'm just like, what are these words? The name and lordy, Zarpessa, Zarpe, and like her, I think her last name is like French, so it's spelled like EA, or the last part of her name is EAUX, but I think that the X is silent.
The X is silent
because I have an acquaintance from high school who her name is Margot, but it's spelled MARGAUEX, but it's pronounced Margot. So that's how I'm assuming, because Tyra loves France and French stuff, that's how it's pronounced.
Darth Sidious wants to know, what do you think of the names Theophilus? Is that how it? Theophilus?
Has it been Theophilus this whole time?
Theophilus and Lordy, what was it?
Oh, it's
Zarpesa?
Or Theophilus. Oh, it's Theophilus. But I like Theophilus.
That just sounds like Theophilus. That just sounds like you're saying feel awful to me, and I'm just like, oh.
Or it sounds like she saw Greek names and was like, let's change this up.
Yeah, Salt Mountain says, yeah, it's Darino, and then Milo says Eaux is French O.
Yeah. Theophilus. It's Theophilus. Yeah. Thank you. But I like Theophilus, Milo. Can I say Theophilus, please? Theophilus sounds like a disease.
Oh God. Do you want me to wait for you to get on Wi-Fi so that you can interact with them? I'm not rushing you. I'm just letting you know why I'm not getting into chapter 2 yet.
It's my fault, everyone.
No, it's not
Sorry.
your fault. I just didn't want to like start with you being like, wait, but now I can't talk to people.
I'm silently sitting here.
You could. It would just look like all the amazing knowledge that you're dropping in chat is me, and I don't want to take credit for her knowledge. This book is a disease. You know, this so far is very fun.
I'm enjoying this as right now, but I feel like we're about to get into our home life soon.
Yep.
And I'm gonna pronounce it Theophilus, not Theophilus. Oh, I read the wrong thing. My bad. Oh, okay. Whoops, I didn't click the thing.
You're good.
I'm delaying the inevitable. Can you believe that? That was a Jurassic Park 3 reference. Or the U.S. Embassy, that's our U.S. Embassy, said we should accept the inevitable. Can you believe that?
Salt Mountain says also, I think Metopia is supposed to be Me-topia, like entirely.
Oh, Me-topia.
Of course it is.
Sorry.
Well, you see, Gabe's brain was reading it like it was a word.
Metopia. It's like how Megamind reads Metro City as Metrocity. That's kind of where my brain went. This is like it's Tyra Land. The horror starts sometime, and even when it's horrifying, but like it's so dumb and over the top. Me, because it's supposed to be like a hyper. Oh, it's all about me.
Tyra Banks, who I believe is into or has a company that was accused of being multi-level marketing.
Oh yeah.
Wants to talk about consumerism.
Oh yeah, I remember someone was talking about how the people who were selling her makeup were like struggling to make ends meet, and they had to bring back them trying to sell the stuff was really difficult, and I don't know. So where am I looking for the?
Oh, if you go into your.
Found it.
Okay.
And comments.
If you just go to live chat, yeah. That's what I was doing. I was just chilling. Also, it gives you a chance. Everybody go follow Gabe's profile back to his page.
Yes, please. I'm looking for live chat.
Oh, they just changed it on mobile.
Sorry, everyone. I'm keeping Avery from reading.
No, you are good. I'm stalling because I'm frightened.
I could always read chapter 2 if you want.
No. I'll read it. I don't want to make you read. I'm excited to read it. I just I get easily distracted, and then my brain is just like, how am I gonna say all these words? Where is the live chat?
Hi, Cameron, Jim.
Hi, Cameron. It's a lot today.
Oh yeah, she had a makeup pyramid scheme. Yep. Thank you, Milo. For I'm just like, I don't know. And Milo's like, yes.
And she marketed it all. This is an amazing opportunity for struggling mothers. Oh yeah, that's what it was. I remember watching an Illuminati video on like all of the borderline financial crimes of Tyra Banks. So I'm like,
gosh.
I don't want to get in legal trouble and talk about what I don't know, but from what I've heard, allegedly, it's very much a multi-marketing scam.
Yeah, and I remember, or she has her ice cream, and she changed it from Smice cream to something else, and apparently she had a store open up in. I don't want to say, or was it Dubai? I can't remember, but if it was in Dubai, I'm like, oh, that's very affluent and opulent there. Opulent. You own everything.
And this makes me now the song by what is her name? You know the song Excess. It's very like it has a very like modern Cheetah Girls sound where it's just like luxury and opulence, like that like, It's a really good song. I'm blanking on the artist's name. She's very good. Something Sawayama. Rina Sawayama, thank you. We love Rina Sawayama in this household. But when I hear the word opulence, that word gets in my head.
I was referencing Drag Race season 11. There was an acting challenge, and one of the contestants, she had to say opulence, you and everything, but she had an accent, and so her pronunciation was a little bit off. So it was like opulence, you own everything. But then she kept saying earn everything, and it was interesting to watch.
I'm just genuinely trying to find chat.
We can't
I'm not
find
an
chat on
Apple
my
user.
phone.
I'm an old person.
No. Here, maybe if I turn it sideways.
Maybe. There should just be a live chat button. She apparently read the book for like 30 minutes to kids who didn't speak English, and she thought that meant the book would do well and if it held their attention. Huh. What an odd way to test out the validity of your book. For Halloween this year, since Night of the Living Dead is public domain, we could stream it for Halloween stream. Ooh, nice. And then we could cut it down into a video and get double the watch time. No,
yay! Money.
Tyra Banks subjecting children. Yeah, I know that this is like a YA novel, but probably like depending on how young children entails, probably not best for kids. Probably not good for any of us, honestly. Was that first chapter 30? Oh no, that's chapter 3. I'm like, did you read 34 pages? I'm so sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. Yeah, but I can't. Or maybe if I go to Safari.
Oh, you bookmarked it. I was like trying to figure out where I was, and I was
sorry.
just like, oh, I should have looked. It's a bookmark. There's also bookmarks somewhere under all the snacks if you want to use the regular bookmark too.
Oh, we can use Project Hope.
Project Hope sticker. This is not
a. Or please sponsor us. Or I don't. Or we can.
Project Hope. We raise money for. It's a charity. They sent us a box of care package after we did our fundraiser.
I take it back. Sour Punch straws. Please sponsor this video.
Do you know how many of these I've eaten on stream? I'm addicted to these.
Do you know how many of these I've eaten off of stream? They're so good.
They are really good. I don't even really like Twizzlers, but these are just like Sour Patch Kids in the shape of Twizzlers, and I love it.
Yeah, I had to cut down on like the gummy candies that I usually eat because I'm getting older and it hurts my stomach.
Oh.
And I'm just like, ugh.
This book is weird because there's some bizarre gore, but the writing is extremely juvenile. Yeah, I'm picking up on that.
Oh gosh.
All right, let's just do it. Let's get into chapter 2.
I unfortunately will not be able to say anything in chat. Sorry, everyone.
Oh, that's so bizarre.
Maybe I could write something down and then respond to it. Or I can like reach over here.
You can use this and it'll say that it's me, but everybody will see that it is Gabe.
Yeah.
And everybody will be like, how is she commenting and reading? How does she do it?
She's amazing.
I don't think anybody can. There's no like illustrations, so I don't think anybody will mind if in this one I just hold it like this.
They'll just see my hand.
We can go to big camera. No, I'll just let's see. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, I guess I can do this. But then you're not gonna be able to reach it.
Oh no,
we'll just leave it. We'll read it. I think it's fine. Chapter 2, Exodus. Like the second book in the Bible? Is this
Oh.
If I for one split second I was like, did she name every chapter after a chapter of the Bible? And I was like, that's genuinely gonna be funny.
Oh gosh.
Okay. Oh, the smell, the dreadful smell. Poor Tookie, covered in the wretched decay of other people's refuse. How I wish I could hand her a pair of loofah mitts or offer her a scald. Is this author commentary? Oh, how I wish I could hand her a pair of loofah mitts or offer her a scalding bath with the essential oils of eucalyptus, bergamot, and Lang Lang, with 3 boxes of baking soda, a gallon of laundry detergent, 12 capfuls of all-purpose bleach, 2 squirts of antibacterial hand soap, and a dash of ammonia. Oh, darling, I can feel the burn now. But you know what they say, no pain, no removal of funk stain. Screech, as Tookie was exiting her class of the day, her last class of the day, a course called Autology, which stressed that students must look inside themselves to determine what kind of factory work best suited them. The speaker over her head bleated out 5 seconds of screeching feedback. Tension, angle, audible. Wait. Tension, angle, audible, and ed students. I think this is supposed to be like a French accent, but I don't know how to do that. Principal Robbie Cosby boomed over the horrendous PA system. We have temporarily shut off all water due to the heightened misuse because of the smize craze. So if you have to use the S room, you must hold it in until you are off school premises. Perfect, Tookie thought, looking at her hands, still mucky from her date with the trash can. She walked down the bank of battered lockers, rusty and chipped, some with doors nearly off their hinges, and all with students' names written on strips of paper, and finally arrived at a space without a locker. At this crevice in the wall was a small door split across the middle. As Tookie pushed down hard on the bottom half of the door, both halves retracted, one into the floor and the other into the ceiling, revealing a dangling rope. She pulled the rope to raise a hidden shelf. It was a dumbwaiter, another relic from when B3 had cranked out baubles, bangles, and beads. Factory workers had used it to pass items like jewelers' tools, food, and garbage between the floors of the building. Today, this old relic was Tookie De La Crème's locker. Ugh. On the first day of high school at B3, all of the lockers had been taken. Left to fend for herself, Tookie improvised with dumbwaiter. The student council wasn't just like, here, you can share a locker with someone.
No, just a dumbwaiter.
But she didn't mind it at all. Beside the usual piles of textbooks and novels, Tookie had installed a miniature, fully stocked cooler. Of course she had. She opened the cooler, pulled out a box of wipes, and cleaned the grime from the trash bin off of her hands as best she could. Then she considered her snacking options. Tookie was always hungry, so she liked to have an arsenal of food at hand. There were buttermilk biscuits, plastic containers of sausage gravy, vanilla sandwich cookies, every condiment from spicy ketchup to Dijon mustard to mesquite honey and chipotle barbecue sauces, her favorites. She pretty much liked all food except chocolate. Okay. Almost lost my place because of how out of left field that was.
How dare she?
She'd once gorged at a chocolate festival. Her mother had dragged her into the district of Ladorno, home of some of the finest chocolatiers in the world. She'd eaten so much she'd gotten sick on the drive home, but her mother hadn't shown her any sympathy. When Tookie had demanded they pull over so she could throw up, so she had thrown up in the car. For punishment, her mother had grounded her. Literally, Tookie had been forced to sit and sleep on the floor for 1 month solid. Finally, Tookie selected a canister of strawberry-flavored whipped cream. Oh, God.
Oh.
And a spurt of cold, delicious whipped cream, whipped berry yumminess onto her tongue. Then she grabbed the books she needed for her homework, slammed the dumbwaiter shut, and continued toward the double-door exit. Most of her classmates were still burbling excitedly about T-Dot. Kylie, a bronze-skinned girl wearing a bamboo earring size of her head, read aloud from the Peppertown Press. The mayor of Metopia, the Honorable Devin Rump, the sixth, Devin Rump the sixth, he's the sixth, predicts the biggest turnout ever. Spectators who have traveled to Metopia from all over the world are paying record prices for prime spots. Rump has launched an aggressive campaign to arrest scalpers who are selling tickets to VIP sections. I'm making it my personal mission, he declared Mayor Rump, to protect every young girl's inalienable right. Not every young girl's inalienable right, Tookie thought as she pushed through the school's double doors. A huge sign across the street confronted her. Welcome to Peppertown, Accessories Mecca. Metopia was split into 4 quadrants, each with its own weather system. There was frigid Shivera, tempestuous Pitter-Patter, lovely Dorondo, I said that completely wrong, Ladorno, only the elite lived there, and it was where T-Dot was always held, and finally, sweltering Peppertown, as hot as, you guessed it, a Scotch bonnet. That was where Tookie had lived, where B3 stood. Oh yes, because the children who are supposedly reading this book they know what a Scotch bonnet is.
Uh-huh.
Each quadrant butted up against the others like the seams of a garment, and oh, what a shock it was to travel from one quadrant into the next. The thing was, because of Metopia's expansive range on environments and wealth of natural resources, the city's politicians realized that a great many things could be produced there, and a great deal of money made. The city grew into the global center of the fashion and beauty industry. The majority of Metopia's residents worked on inhumane fashion or beauty factory assembly lines. In fact, the majority of B3 students who weren't selected for the grand land on the mountain, land is capitalized, and that's the only thing in that whole sentence that was capitalized, would end up doing the same. There were always job openings. The welcome to Peppertown signs were on the corner of every block of the quadrant. The quadrant council had thought the signs would be cheerful beacons for tourists, not that tourists ever visited. Accessories weren't the only thing associated with Peppertown, though the thing most people associated Peppertown with was whoosh. As second, Tookie stepped out of B3's double doors. Her eyes squinted, almost closed from the searing sun. The heat wafted at her like someone had just switched on the world's largest, strongest turbine-powered heater. Students covered their faces as though they'd stepped into a dust storm. Sunglasses immediately rose to the eyes, and hats clapped atop heads. When her eyes had adjusted, Tookie saw Abigail Good yelling and marching by, wielding to the heavens a picket sign that read, "Down with razors," and as usual, Tookie's hair exploded into expando mode. Each individual follicle swelling and swelling until pop! Her multiple personality hair was about 6 times its original size. Groaning, Tookie reached into her bag, groping for a bottle of, I don't know why we had to use the word groping there, Chivomal gel, the only gel that kind of worked on her hair. The sun's wrath determined Peppertown's landscape as well. The leaves on the trees were crisp and brown, no birds nestled in nooks on branches, no butterflies fluttered by. Even the tiniest insect scuttled past on the sidewalk. Not even the tiniest insect scuttled past on the sidewalk. Sorry, the run-on sentences are killing me. And you didn't dare touch the sidewalk in Peppertown. It would burn your fingerprints off. Only a few people trudged deadly down the broiling streets that day. A fair-skinned, eggplant-shaped woman stepped out of a toe ring factory. Before she could clap a sun hat on her head, her skin had turned an angry red. A man in a bowler hat weakly and uselessly fanned his face with a copy of the Peppertown Press, wet ink staining his sweaty palms. The headline on the front page said, "Baron still on the run." It was a story that had ravaged Metopia for several years now. Apparently, a famous wealthy baroness had run a Yonzi scheme of sorts. Yonzi scheme. Investing people's money unwisely and bankrupting them all. Instead of making good on her payments, she had gathered her family and fled. Dominique and Monique, 2 girls with large très jolies braids coiled around their heads, bent over a fire hydrant watching Water spray from the spout. 2 smizes have been found already. Dominique squealed. Only 2, which leaves 5 still out there somewhere. If a smize comes out now, we'll cut it in half and we can both wear a T-dot. Wear it to T-dot. Monique squealed happily. Our chances will improve by 45.45%. Not bad. Look, a girl at the bottom of B3 steps pointed at the sky. Everyone, where was I?
Everyone's looking up in the sky.
Everyone looked up. Some of the fog at the very top of the mountain had parted, revealing the top tips of what they all knew was a bright eye shining in the sky. Ooh, everyone cried. The Grand Mountain poked between Peppertown's wilted trees, even though Tookie couldn't see them from here. She knew that camera crews were camped out at the mountain's base, anxiously waiting for the golden fog to vanish and scouts to start shuttling girls up to the peak. Is this it? Dominique shrieked. Is it happening? Not yet, Zarpesa said, who was standing at the curb. She said knowingly, My leg waxer's father's sister told me this fog peekaboo is just to get us all excited so we'll buy more souvenirs on T-dot.
Wow.
Then, as if following Zarpesa's command, the hole in the fog closed, obscuring the mysterious mountain once more. The pandemonium quickly turned to reverent silence. Tookie's heart slowed its pace. Hey, Zar, need a ride home? Lorelei, one of Zarpesa's friends, asked. I'd love to see the gorgeous mansions you live in. Thanks, but no thanks. Zarpesa twirled her hair. See, my therapist's yoga's teacher's meditation guru's son-in-law told me that my walk to and from school is, well, it's my time to be by myself, especially in prep for the big day. Maybe another time? And then she turned and marched off down a sweltering side street. Tookie sighed and turned too. She had to walk home as well, but not because some meditation guru told her it was her alone time. As she trudged along the charbroiled sidewalk, she kept a running count of the cracks and the overlapping messages paint stamped onto a concrete street corner. Faded stamps read, Where is CIL? Newer ones painted on top of that said, Where the hell is CIL? The message puzzled Tookie. They referenced to, or maybe it's CIL, I'm not sure how you're supposed to say that, whose name was pronounced CL. Oh, thank you, narrator. Where the hell is CL? The most magnificent seven ever to grace the earth. A 777, a majestic woman with a caramel-colored skin and the most intoxicating eyes. For a long time, CL's visage was everywhere and monopolized every fashion campaign and runway in every major style capital of the world, until only a few months ago, when her images had abruptly disappeared from billboards, magazine ads, and the sides of buses worldwide. A special news bulletin had announced that CL was no longer accepting work and wouldn't be the face of her own CL by Junk perfume, the best-selling fragrance in the world. Of course, we all know this. But there was no explanation. Tookie walked on past the long lines of accessory factories. Workers rushed in and out, their heads down, their faces permanently creased into frowns. Several children stood on the sidewalk, their eyes hollow, their hair cut short, their bodies swimming in workers' uniforms. These were the factory dependents. Children, sometimes even if younger than Tookie, whose parents could no longer or chose not to care for them. Greedy industry overlords took them in, housed them in slums, and paid them nothing. Servants for life. Whenever Tookie saw them, she felt a rush of pity and dread. Then she approached a sunglasses factory whose facade was made for long sheets of glass. Her image swam into the reflection, and she winced. She still had that 6 head. And it's the slightly too small, weak chin and the multiple personality disorder hair. and the woolly caterpillar eyebrows. Her eyes still spread wide like an antelope's. One the color of dirt, the other of snot. Yep, same old Tookie, different day. Because that's what people think when they see green-eyed people. It's like, ew, how gross, your eyes look like snot.
And your eyes are the color of dirt. Ew.
A few blocks later, Tookie turned... I know, it's a brown-eyed person. I'm like, Tyra Banks. A few blocks later, Tookie turned down an alley between two factories and waited in front of an old oak tree. No matter how hot it was or how tired and dejected she felt, Tookie walked down the narrow corridor and stopped at this tree every single day. It was the special place, the place her friend Lizzie called home. It wasn't a home in a normal sense. The day Tookie met Lizzie, the nervous red-haired girl had been fleeing an invisible assailant and had dragged Tookie up to this very tree with her. Nestled in the top branches was a tree cottage of sorts with piles and piles of clothes inside nurses' uniforms and firemen's boots and mechanics' jumpsuits. Bags of scones and jugs of water sat in the corner. A twin mattress, who knew how Lizzie had dragged it up there, sat in the middle, shaded by heavy branches. This was where Lizzie lived, alone. Now as Tookie approached the tree, she thought she saw a branch rustle. She hadn't seen Lizzie in almost 6 weeks, which was a little strange. Sure, Lizzie kept an erratic schedule, not going to school, disappearing at night, but 6 weeks was an awfully long absence. Tookie was worried about her. Then Tookie spotted a shock of red hair. A figure peered down from a high branch. "Lizzie!" Tookie cried out. Her heart lifted. The girl darted down the makeshift ladder that hung from the tree cottage, grabbed Tookie's hand, and pulled her upward. When they reached the top, the girls extended their palms out, pointing to the sky with both hands, sniffed each armpit, and then curtsied. This was their silent expression of their secret greeting. "What's up, hot queen? Is anyone with you?" Lizzie whispered, her left hand twitching. Tookie snorted. "Is anyone ever? You know you're always safe with Forget-A-Girl. I hate it when you say that. Stop it, Tookie." "She is all of us. I hate it when you say that. Stop it." Tookie shrugged. "Just stating the truth." Lizzie sighed. "Well, I remember you as clear as this day is hot, so shut up." Then she peeked down at the ground. There was an unhinged, terrified look in her eyes. "We're not being followed, Lizzie," Tookie insisted. "I swear. There's no one with me or near me." Lizzie exhaled a long-held breath and flung her arms around Tookie, squeezing hard. "I've missed you so much." "Me too," Tookie said, feeling both grateful Lizzie was back and frustrated that she'd been gone in the first place. She pulled away and stared at her friend. Lizzie's skin was oddly smooth. Nothing like its normal acne-prone, pockmarked, sunburned state, and she wore a blue hospital gown tied at the back and a pair of doctor's scrub pants that bagged at the ankles. Shivera County Hospital was stitched on the gown. That always happened when Lizzie returned after a long period away. "So tell me everything," Lizzie flopped down on her mattress. "What have I missed?" Tookie shyly reached into her pocket, her shorts, which were now quite sweaty from the humid walk, and pulled out the button. "Tookie found this today." Lizzie stared at it carefully. "Is it one of his?" Tookie nodded. She'd told Lizzie about Theophilus? How did we decide to say it?
Or I say Theophilus, but I think it's Theophilus.
Theophilus countless times before, describing him in great detail down to his vote for love pin. "And he spoke to me, too," she filled in, Lizzie, except for the part about how Zarpesa had swooped in and ruined everything. Lizzie ran her fingers over the dented metal. "Look at how the letters have worn off to spell your name. It's a sign." Tookie loved that Lizzie got her so quickly. No one else did. But then she appeared. "Zarpesa?" Lizzie guessed. "Yup," Tookie groaned. "That girl has everything. Gorgeousness, money, Theophilus. Every time Zarpesa touches me, Every time Zarpesa touches my Theophilus, it digs at my heart." A conflicted look crossed Lizzie's face and then she smiled. "Actually, your heart's not the only thing Zarpesa's digging." What? What are you talking about? Tookie prodded. Lizzie raised her eyebrows. Come on, I'll show you. She grabbed Tookie's hand, and the girls climbed down the ladder. Lizzie pulled Tookie along a series of streets until they arrived at I think that's supposed to be pronounced Juan Jorge's, the only fancy restaurant in Peppertown which catered to the Quadrant's politicians. What are we doing here? Tookie whispered. Shh, Lizzie whispered. She led Tookie to a dumpster at the back of the restaurant. Dumpster's capitalized, I don't know why. Its lid gaped open, the lock broken. Tookie looked at Lizzie. Lizzie, are you hungry? Do you need food? Lizzie usually dumpster dove, even though Tookie tried to provide her with as much food as she could. But Lizzie shook her head. Look, a group of shabby people stood around the dumpster. Some of them wore masks. The tallest man wore a gas mask. A shorter woman wore a tribal mask. And what looked like a girl Tookie's age had on a tattered comedy tragedy mask. The girl carried a familiar yellow dream bag in the crook of her elbow. Tookie frowned. The woman in the tribal mask pushed in front of the rest and grabbed handfuls of untouched fish fillets, half-drained bottles of wine, and loaves of day-old Très Jolie bread. Czar, baby, I'm so sorry. You don't deserve this. Take the sea bass. It's still warm. Czar, Tookie whispered. Lizzie nodded, feverishly, trying not to twitch. The woman pulled more items out of the dumpster. Czar, baby, here's some sparkling apple cider that's still cold. Take it, honey, please. The girl in the masquerade mask dropped the bottle into her dream bag. The same gold glitter that adorned Theophilus's presidential posters dotted her fingers. Could it really be Zarpesa under there? B3 Zarpesa? The stunning, wealthy girlfriend of Theophilus Lovelaces? That's his last name. I forgot. Or maybe we hadn't covered it yet. I can't remember. Tookie turned to Lizzie. But Zarpesa is an heir to the Zariano peanut empire. I just saw an ad for their peanut oil in the paper. Lizzie shrugged. I guess they lost their fortune. Just then, the masked girl's head shot up. The dark eye holes in the mask aimed straight at Tookie and Lizzie. They both ducked, but not quite in time. Zarpesa's shoulders stiffened. The cider bottle fell out of her dream bag, shattered on the ground. Run, Lizzie cried. They bolted away from the restaurant and sprinted through the sweltering Peppertown streets. Once they were safely out of range, Tookie stopped and bent over, out of breath. Do you think she saw us? I don't know, Lizzie answered. I can't believe it, Tookie shook her head. How long do you think she's been digging through trash? I think it's been years, Lizzie said. She just made the mistake of crossing over into my territory, and at the used clothes dump super early this morning. I got into a tussle with her over a killer dress. It was deep yellow, and it was made with this crazy shimmery fabric. Man, I could have snuck into some serious black tie blowouts in that thing. But Miss Zarpesa, she won the tug of war. I guess she wanted it more, so I threw some matching yellow shoes at her. She shamelessly butt scooped them right up and didn't even utter a thank you. Just looking at Gabe's face.
What?
I don't know. I thought I read it wrong. It's not. Wow, Tookie whispered. She's living one big fat lie. One big fat homeless lie. And suddenly, mid-sentence, Lizzie's expression changed, clouding and contorting into a look Tookie knew all too well. Something else had overtaken Lizzie's mind. Her body twitched, the muscles in her face stretched and contracted. She glared blankly into Tookie's eyes. Tell them to stop, Lizzie pleaded in a strange, garbled voice. They always say it won't hurt, but it does. Oh, God. Lizzie, come back. Oh, God, we're almost done with this chapter. Lizzie, come back, Tookie urged, grabbing Lizzie by her shoulders, shaking her. I can't take it when they hurt me, but when they hurt Robin, I feel it more. Robin again? Lizzie, who is Robin? Lizzie casually rolled up her sleeves, and Tookie's gaze fell to her friend's bare arm. The inflamed red marks marred the crook of her elbow. Right at the center, a burn scar traversed her bicep. A larger patch of seared skin bubbled on the inside of her wrists. The burn looked fresh. Tookie winced. Then Lizzie began to search the ground. Lizzie, don't, Tookie said, knowing what was coming next. Lizzie ignored Tookie and continued her search, finally locating a sharp rock. Oh boy, oh boy. This is a trigger warning. I can see it coming. She placed it up and then brought its jagged edge down on her inner arm, near her wrist. Blood flowed from the fresh slice in her skin. Tookie grabbed her arm. Stop it! Why do you do that? Lizzie lowered her eyes. Her face was a ballet of twitching and wincing. Because it hurts so much, and I feel better when I do it, she said desperately. Tears came to Tookie's eyes. She felt helpless seeing her best friend so tormented. Lizzie, what hurts so much? You can tell me, Tookie begged. This is taking a dark turn all of a sudden. I can handle it, and you know I'm not going anywhere, even ever. You know, you can trust me. Does it have something to do with that place? She pointed to the embroidery of Lizzie's gown. Shiraz County Hospital. It's called Shiraz because it's cold, isn't it? It just hit me, and now I'm mad. She both wanted to know the answer and feared it. It's better you don't know, Lizzie whispered. Tookie took a step back. The melancholia ward, she thought. That had been where Lizzie had gone. That was surely where she always went. Officials probably repeatedly hunted down the paranoid orphan girl and dragged her off the infamous mental ward in Shiraz County Hospital, since she was too unstable to work in a factory. People in Metopia whispered that the staff at Melancholia ignored the atrocities that went on between the patients. Some said it was worse than Shiraz prison, which housed Metopia's deadliest criminals. There was never any way Tookie could look for Lizzie in Melancholia either. The Shiraz hospital kept no records, as though it didn't exist. During the 5 years they'd been friends, Lizzie had taught Tookie many things. Not to be afraid to spelunk into the hidden Peppertown caves, which offered a stunning view of the discovered Peppertown platinum mine. How to sneak into the ritzy, no tourists allowed areas of Ladorno, I can't say it right, without getting caught. It's all about attitude, Lizzie had said, donning a hand-me-up dress from Tookie's closet. And what with Tookie's strange SPLDs and writing but never sending letters habit, and Lizzie's screams and paranoia, it was like they were the only two happily crazed screwballs in a sea of sanity. Think about where I disappeared to, Tookie, Lizzie whispered, pulling the gown's sleeves back over her arms. A wistful look floated across her face. Think about Exodus instead, sleeping on the beach every night. That's the name of the chapter. Tookie smiled weakly. And swimming wherever we want to. Lizzie poked Tookie's thigh. The whipped cream factory we could build for you right on the shore. So we'd be in the dreaded factory business, huh? Tookie said playfully. Grow what we know. We'll build a grilled cheese dipped in strawberry jelly factory for you. Grilled cheese dipped in strawberry jelly was Lizzie's absolute favorite food. Ugh. Tookie snuck Lizzie sandwiches whenever she got the chance. And we'd own the factories, not just work in them. Seize the means of production! That was my commentary, just continuing. Lizzie added, our workers would be part owners too, and we'd treat them with respect, not like the workers are treated here. And Theophilus will be our mayor, Tookie swooned, and we'll give our leftover lunches to Zarpeza as she waited outside every night in the cold ocean air for our staff scraps, Lizzie said with a devilish grin. And there'd be no sharp objects anywhere near our factories, Tookie said strongly. But it's a factory. God. Forcing Lizzie to look into her eyes. Right? Lizzie locked eyes with Tookie, then looked down and rubbed her arm. Right, she said. Okay, so when? Tookie looked off into the distance, and her mind flashed with the memories of what she and Lizzie had talked about so many times. Leaving Metopia together, forever. Who knew where they'd go? Who knew how they'd get there? But they'd figure it out. They'd be two forget-a-girl peas in a pod. They called it their Exodus plan. Their secret code for it was X-0-2, which I believe is what Elon Musk wants to name his next child. Moving on. Do you remember that where he named his kid like a serial number?
Oh yeah, wasn't it like Kevin or something? It turned out people deciphered it into Kevin.
They call him Axel or Ash, but it's spelled weird. It's literally like a jumble of letters. Tookie would write this symbol on the front door of her home when it was time to go. I don't know, Lizzie. I don't think I'm ready. Tookie had never been out of Metopia. How could she live in a tree and scavenge for food like Lizzie did? Of course you're ready, Lizzie said. You're stronger than you think. Tookie looked away. She didn't really believe that. Then Lizzie scanned the alleyway, probably looking for pursuers again. It was empty. Tookie touched Lizzie's shoulder. Lizzie, if I go away with you, will you tell me the truth about what happened to you? Her gaze fell to Lizzie's arm, the hospital sleeve now concealing the burns. She thought about how she both wanted and didn't want to know the dark secret of Lizzie's. We already talked about this. Lizzie's lips parted. She blinked silently for a moment, thinking, running her fingers slowly along her forearm. No, they'll kill you if I tell you. You have to trust me. Then she shuddered and wheeled around. I have to go. They're getting close. But I just got here, Lizzie, and you've been gone for so long. Don't go yet, Tookie pleaded. Where are you going? Do you need water, more clothes? I can steal some blankets from my house. Is it stealing if it's from your house?
Maybe she doesn't think she's part of the family.
Maybe.
So her parents would think it was stealing.
Okay. You know how she gets rid of stuff that's hardly been used. I'll be okay. I don't know who she is. I assume her mother. I'll be okay. I'll wait for you to be ready, Tookie. And I know you will be soon. Exodus. Think about it. For real this time. I love you, Tookie. Giving Tookie a hurried wave, Lizzie quickly ran down the hot Peppertown sidewalk. Tookie's eyes tracked Lizzie as far as she could see. Her last view of her troubled friend was of Lizzie stooping to pick up something from the ground. Tookie shut her eyes, devastated, when she realized what it was. Another sharp rock. So that was chapter 2. I have some thoughts. I don't know what your standout highlights were, but
just casual child labor.
Just casual child labor. Just casual. What am I missing in chat?
Well, Darth Sidious might have spoiled something in the future for us.
That's fine. I'm so overloaded with information that my brain was not ready for that I don't think I can actually be spoiled at this point.
Oh, and Milo said what Elon Musk's son's name is, the XAE-12.
Ah, I got you.
It gets a lot gorier.
Oh, God.
And this is supposed to be for kids.
This feels like, you know, those videos on YouTube that are like, I had an AI read 1,000 YA novels and then had it spit one back out. This kind of feels like that happened, you know?
Oh, gosh.
Where was I?
Oh, for teens. Teens can take gore. They're resilient.
Oh, I already forgot that the setup with the comments. So I was like, when did I send that comment?
Oh,
I'll look at I can look at your phone as you read the next chapter and figure it out. Because obviously you should be able to get to the comments. I just don't know why I can't figure it out. Hey, Chris.
Oh, yeah, I said hi to Chris. I said hi to Chris while you were.
There it is. Take a shot. Tookie casually just knows how to do that. The fact that this is the only part of the book that takes place in this school, rendering all of this pretty much useless.
Oh no.
Here's a list of Tyra's favorite foods. We need to send her chocolate candies as a thank you for the great book.
Yep.
Goody. More whipped cream. Whipped cream flashbacks. Ah yes, Devin Rump the 6th. IDK how it's spelled. You were right, I think. It's not worth remembering. It's like Zootopia, but worse. I thought of that too. It's Metopia.
But they don't have a catchy song at the beginning because Shakira had that "Try Everything" song.
Peppertown Blazing. No, we have the Modelland song.
Oh gosh, run it or I forgot.
Peppertown because it's hot. Good God, I hate this
book.
This is so great. I hate it. I forgot about Abigail. Oh God. Oh yeah, I remember her. Oh gosh, you can really feel how judgmental Tyra is whenever she showed up. Tyra really thinks highly of herself. These smizes are like the Willy Wonka golden ticket. Okay, that makes sense. One eye, it's Saren. I'm on break at work, Avery, so I'm only gonna be here. Hi, Chris. I hope you're still in chat. When you see me, say hi. If not, I said it in spirit. It's pronounced CL. CL kills me. Yeah, it's CI tilde L. Is how it's written.
Tilde.
Or I don't know if that's technically a tilde if it's not over the letter. I'm not a linguistics expert, but you know what I mean.
But apparently Tyra is.
Well, the self-insert character speaks every language. She just has like the all father all speak, I guess.
Yep. Tyra knows how to say like two phrases.
Sorry, I cut you off.
No, you're good.
I forgot how many times she says multiple personality disorder. Yeah, it feels like a bad way to describe your hair.
Yeah,
like multiple personality disorder.
I just wanted to be like, yeah, maybe one of the things where it's just like that. Yeah, it's just like, let's not call it that, so people will be running around like, I have multiple personality disorder hair. It's like, I don't think that's a good thing to do.
No, that feels off. It's the Keebler elf friend. She's a groundhog. She saw her shadow. That's why she's been gone for 6 weeks. Warning for everyone, this is the part of the second content warning. Yes. Big thank you for warning everybody, Milo. I'm glad that we have people in chat that can give everybody a heads up.
Yes.
I will just say, as somebody who has struggled with SH in the past, maybe Tookie's example of like, what are you doing? This is horrible. Not helpful. Probably not the best way to help your friend. Probably not gonna make her receive help and stop, you know?
Yeah, and just let her run off and, oh, she found another rock. And it's just like, oh.
Pesa hasn't done anything wrong. Zarpesa has done nothing, really.
She's just homeless and she's being judged for it by Tookie and Lizzie.
This is for young girls. This horror novel. Yeah, by the end of this book, I'm sure we'll love these paper-thin characters. Do you think she knows Baby Nut personally? God. Okay, this scene is crazy because, like, Tookie and Lizzie are looking down on Zarpesa for being homeless, and Lizzie is homeless. I was thinking that, too. Tookie has a thing against poor people. What does that even mean? Butt scoop. I don't know what butt scoop means.
Maybe
it just means, like, you, like, you know, where you, like, kind of, like, squat to the ground. Maybe it's, like, so low that your butt almost touches the ground. I don't know what butt scoop is. I don't like the term butt scoop.
I'm just imagining someone, like, using their, like, as a like, a broom or something, just, like, scooping. I don't know.
I've recently gotten over similar mental health stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry you can relate to that, Darth Sidious. It's just, it's not that I have anything, it's not that there's anything wrong with covering darker subjects in your work. You just gotta cover them correctly. And I don't think this is it. This isn't it.
All right, that just reminds me, apparently there was a movie and John Travolta played a character that was on the spectrum, and people were describing his character as someone who literally just typed in autism, took like the first few adjectives and just just wrote that as his character, and people were like, this isn't how that happens.
Milo says, I'm pretty sure Metopia is supposed to be like New York City with Ladorno being Manhattan, because in the USA modeling industry is based in New York City. That makes sense. Every time I hear Metopia, I think of Metopia. Yes, I think of Metopia, like from the Wii, with all the little Miis running around.
Oh, okay, that's what that meant.
I have theories about this book, Darth Sidious. It's probably not a healthy thing to have theories about this book. I felt like my brain started to recalibrate to like read the weird like way that this book is written, and I was like, oh no, altering my brain chemistry.
Quick, give me some John Steinbeck, give me some Shakespeare, give me some Edgar Allan Poe.
Can I ever say I was mentally healthy? Is anyone? Who among us? We've all got a little bit of mental illness I think. That's probably not true, but I like to think so.
I haven't been diagnosed with anything, so I'm like, I can't say anything.
I've been diagnosed with the anxiety and the depression and the OCD. So there's a part of me that's just like, doesn't everybody?
Oh, wait, isn't this just normal?
Do we ever know what happened to Lizzie? Nope. One of the things Tyra spares us of. We never find out what happened to Lizzie.
That's just the only time we hear of Lizzie.
There's 560 something pages.
We're not even to like the 500 pages left point. We're like, nope. we have 30 more pages before we get to the 500 more pages part.
All right, I will. Do you want me to look at your phone while you read the next chapter?
I don't. It's fine. I don't think.
Okay.
we'll be able to find it. So it's all good. I'll just be like,
Or you can borrow my phone too, so that you don't have to reach.
or it's fine as long as it doesn't bother you.
It doesn't bother me at all. I just felt bad that you were like,
No, I usually don't know what to comment, so I'm just like, you're right. Sorry, sorry for not creating any more witty banter on the chat, everybody. Chapter 3, data. Yeah, that's chapter 3. 3434 Pepper Lane, the home of Tookie De La Crème. Ah, the De La Crème residence, a splendiferous, luxurious palazzo of a dwelling with a marble facade, grand archways and columns, wrought iron balconies at its second floor bedrooms, and a fountain in the center of the yard, complete with a nude male statue with rippling musculature. Truly glorious, the creme of the De La Crèmes. We all wish we could abide in such a grand abode. But be careful what you wish for, darling.
oh, I think I figured it out because I just had trouble getting back to chat. I think I figured it out. It's just a weird layout. I'll show you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, continue.
But be careful what you wish for, darling. All that glitters is sometimes gold-plated. What's that? There in the corner of the fountain, near the koi pond and the bird bath made of bronze, that zigzagging line shaped like a witch's profile. Is that a crack? And there, next to the crack, that silvery mass crisscrossed on the stucco,
I think.
stucco. That can't possibly be duct tape. Watch your head. Did a chunk of slate just fall off the roof? Surely your smoky eyes deceived you. Surely these patterns of fissures in the foundation are just decorative elements. The De La Crèmes have nothing to hide. Or do they? Tookie walked up 7 stairs that led to her front door, tripping on the crooked 3rd step. Another piece of slate broke off from the roof and fell to the ground, nearly slicing her skull in two. Oh my god, she murmured.
My god.
She'd have to tell her parents about how the roof almost tried to kill her. After steadying herself, she stood with her fingers on the door handle, hesitating before she entered, wishing she didn't have to cross the threshold, but knowing she had nowhere else to go. This was her home. She opened the door and tripped again, first over a cardboard box that said Creamy De La Crème on the shipping label. When she shut the door, goosebumps immediately rose on her skin, and her sweaty locks nearly turned into coil-shaped icicles. Tookie's mother insisted that their home's thermostat be kept at almost sub-zero temperatures at all times to combat the blazing Peppertown heat. Peppertown.
Won't you take me to
Peppertown. Won't you think? Now I'm gonna have that in my head.
Sorry.
It's all good. Plus, she said people looked fresher when they were cold. Tookie then heard the banging pipes and the whoosh of water spewing through the taps. It sounded as though all the sinks, showers, and bathtubs were running simultaneously. Brown spot, her mother's voice rang out. Then a hollow clunk. Brown spot, her voice called again. Ah, another brown spot. Clunk. Tookie swept into the kitchen, which looked gleaming and new if one didn't peer very closely. The unused appliances shone. The pots and pans hanging over the island had price tags on them. The teapot was resting on a stovetop burner, tape covering the spout. A knife set still lived in its shrink-wrap packaging, but if one were to go around the room with a not very strong magnifying glass, it would soon become clear that duct tape, electrical tape, caulk, industrial strength glue, and other binding agents held the walls upright. I'm having a panic attack right now, Miss De La Crème exclaimed. Tookie's mother loomed over the kitchen counter, holding a bunch of bananas by her fingertips out of one hand, examining their skins while with a photographer's loupe, L-O-U-P-E. Lope?
I could be wrong. I'm guessing.
Her other arm held Bellissima, a lifelike baby doll dressed in a multi-layered butter yellow dress with a lace trim complete with a pacifier in the mouth. Bellissima was Miss De La Crème's favorite doll from her extensive collection. I thought this banana was spotless, but has one tiny brown speck. Yuck. She tossed the banana into the trash. Today, Miss De La Crème, or Creamy, as she insisted everyone call her, including her children, wore a perfectly tailored white one-piece suit with dramatically pointed shoulder pads and a cinched belt to accentuate her small waist. A badge hanging around her neck said Regional Manager, followed by the logo for Perfecta, the beauty department store for which she worked. It was a very good job for a Metopian, a million steps above working in a factory. She pulled her dark hair into a très jolie twist that was so severe it stretched her skin around her forehead and eyes, making her look startled. And though her body and soft, lineless, tan-skinned hands were remarkably well preserved. Her face was a different story. Thick makeup clumped heavily and permanent lines on and around her mouth. Deep crow's feet fanned out from the corners of her eyes all the way to her ears. Even her nose was covered in wrinkles. Tookie hoped that whatever her mother's affliction wasn't hereditary. And this one, too yellow, Miss De La Crème went on. I need green ones only. Her gaze fluttered to Tookie. For a moment, she looked through her daughter the same way everyone at school did. Then she blinked, bringing Tookie into focus. Ah, hello, dear. You haven't been picking bananas out of the garbage bin and putting them back in the on the counter, have you? Tookie blinked, her mind struggling to shift directions. No. Well, someone has. Then Miss De La Crème thrust a small jar of pickles at Tookie. Can those baby fingers of yours dig into the gherkin for me? I'm starving. Tookie wiggled her small, slim fingers. Her mother was always talking about how delicate and dexterous they were, perfect for sewing small stitches or digging items out of tight jars. Tookie eyed the lush fruit in the waste bin. Bananas weren't the only items in the trash pile. There were mouth-watering grapes, 2 perfectly ripe avocados, and 3 tomatoes whose skin had just turned from green to red. Then Tookie moved over to turn off the sink faucet, which was indeed gushing brownish water. Don't you dare! Miss De La Crème screamed, and Tookie froze. I'm keeping all the taps open until tea dawn. Water must be flowing continuously into the house, and when our smize comes, we must catch it. Tookie stepped away from the faucet. Every year on the eve of tea dawn, the world's reservoirs ran dry because everyone kept their taps open looking for a smize. The television was on behind them, and a reporter coincidentally was reporting on the hidden smizes. Now 4 smizes have been found. The man said, whoops. Now 4 smizes have been found, the man said excitedly. A gang of hooligan females spotted the device floating in a condemned swimming pool in Pitter-Patter today. They rushed the barbed wire fence and dove into the murky, stagnant, unfit for human contact water. An underwater riot broke out, severely injuring 3 girls. One is in critical condition at Shiraz Hospital. The screen showed the girls who battled for the smize in one. She was covered in pond scum and had a mix of black muck and blood all over her face and body, but she held a glittering golden glass-shaped object over her head and whooped with glee. Humph, Miss De La Crème said, folding her arms across her chest. That disgusting creature does not deserve a smize. Not like the miracle does. Then the news shifted to a different story. There is still no word on what happened to the world's most famous Intoxibella, CL, the anchor said. The official word is that she's gone on hiatus, but rumors have surfaced that something darker has happened to her. Abduction, an airborne terminal illness, a mental breakdown. Keep in mind, this is a woman who has been forthcoming about how her childhood was spent in a place without a single mirror. One can only assume how that might psychologically impact a person as they reach adulthood. But let's pray that our formidable 777 is soon on the mend. Miss De La Crème glowered at the picture of the effervescent CL that has popped into the screen. Ugh, she said, wrinkling her nose. Let's pray that she stays missing forever. Miss De La Crème suddenly started to applaud, and Tookie's stomach dropped. She knew what was to follow. Sure enough, Miracle spun into the house, followed by her best friend, Brian. Miracle and Brian bobbed in unison to music only the 2 of them could hear. They jumped and spread their feet out, arched their heads back, rolled up through their torsos, and pointed at Tookie and Miss De La Crème. Every limb on Miracle's body, every joint moving gracefully and fluidly, and with the utmost confidence. It was impossible for anyone, even Tookie, to take her eyes off her. Even though she was 13, Tookie was 15, she was more womanly than Tookie in every way. She'd even developed faster, getting her period earlier that year. Tookie still
know that, but all right.
Oh, there's more. Tookie still hadn't gotten hers yet.
Talking about, we shouldn't normalize talking about periods, but I just wonder what this has to do with anything else.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Tookie. With a couple more hip rolls and knee dips, Miracle and Brian slid to the floor with their arms spread out as Miracle exclaimed, "Da-ta!" Miss De La Crème applauded tepidly. Miracle baby, it's not da-ta, it's ta-da. And what have I told you? Every hallway is a runway, not a dance hall. What you need to be doing is practicing your walk. But I love dancing, Miracle pouted. Yes, honey, I know. But you have to love it better than becoming an but you don't love it better than becoming an Intoxibella, do you? Miss De La Crème shrieked. Miracle looked torn, like she didn't know how to answer. I think dance will help Miracle at T-Dod. Brian wrapped his arm around Miracle's shoulder, his voice both feathery and sharp. Right, doofus? It's true, creamy, Miracle whined, not noticing Brian's insults. She usually didn't. What I have to do first to prepare is to get my dancing to perfectionistness. That way I can pose the best of the rest in a vest and pass the test to be the guest and walk with zest unless they want me to walk from east to the west. And she launched into a tap number. Stop it! Stop it! Miss Dela Crème yelled. So my baby girl wants to be a professional dancer like her daddy, boomed the voice from the doorway. I thought your routine was fantastic. In the doorway stood Mr. De La Crème. He was much younger than Tookie's mother. A stained black unitard cut deeply into his flesh. His once powerful muscles sagged. He swept across the room, scooped Miracle up, and spun her around. He closed his left eye, which was made of glass, an unfortunate souvenir of an acrobatic performance gone awry many years ago when he was the incredible Chris Creme Crobat, and not just Christopher De La Crème. Are you excited, Pumpkin? Mr. De La Crème asked, Miracle sweeping past Tookie like he didn't even see her. Usually he didn't. Miracle lowered an eye. I guess, but I'm frightening too. Scared? Brian snorted. Honey, I didn't know your little old brain could be scared. And anyway, girl, they're gonna choose you for sure. My baby girl finally walking in the day of discovery, I keep using Miss De La Crème's voice for Mr. De La Crème. Sorry.
People are saying that they love love that you do voices, and they particularly love Mama De La Crème, Creamy De La Crème's voice.
Oh gosh. Thank you, everyone. My baby girl's finally walking in the day of discovery. Mr. De La Crème wiped an imaginary tear from his eye. Indeed, now 13 years old, Miracle was finally participating in the grand event. There wasn't an official minimum age for who could compete during the T-Dod, but no one younger than 13 had ever been chosen. Then Mr. De La Crème pulled a chair out from the kitchen island. Sit down, Miracle baby, rest your feet. Oh, Christopher, will you stop smothering her? Miss De La Crème said brusquely. Then she leaned down to brush a stray hair from Miracle's forehead. My, we need to get you to the salon so Perry can do something with those atrocious split ends. Mr. De La Crème shot his wife an icy glare. Woman, how stupid do you think I am? You just need to get her to that darn salon so you can do whatever you do with Perry while Miracle is under the dryer. I see how you look at him. Miss De La Crème thrust her nose in the air. How dare you insult me and accuse me of such filth? And who are you, Mr. One-Eyed ex-circus star who spends his night boozing? Mr. De La Crème roared back. At least I don't cheat on your old... Stop it! Miracle whined, and both her parents froze. Back to me, everyone. I'm the most important girl in the room, member. Her voice and face were so adorable that the tension was momentarily forgotten. Tookie popped another baby gherkin into her mouth, feeling as irrelevant as the bananas in the trash can. She spied the Peppertown Press and picked it up, a welcome distraction from being invisible in her own home. Give me that, Tookie. Oh, give me that, Tookie, her mother said, snatching it from her hands. I haven't read the paper yet, and you know I cannot stand touching it after anyone else has had their dirty hands on it. She thumbed through the pages. Ha! The police are moving in closer on the fugitive Baroness, she read in the article out loud. Authorities believe the Baroness may have fled to Terra Bossa Nova, although they have no firm proof. They are working with Bostonian local authorities to track down this evildoer, who has ruined the lives of tens of thousands and scarred the image of an annual Intoxistakes event. Yeah, image of the annual Intoxistakes event.
That happened to me too. It's like you think you misread it and you're like, nope, that's what they did. That's what they wrote.
Yes, Intoxistakes. How could anyone get that wrong? In which second-year students travel to Strip Town and gamblers bet on which girls will become Intoxibellas upon graduation. She looked up. I hope they find this shady wench. We lost much of our savings trusting her. Then she flipped to the next page. Oh, look, there's a sale on tea kettles. That woman, Mr. De La Crème said through clenched teeth. You still have a brand new unused kettle on the stove, and you don't even drink tea because you say the leaves are dried up and stale. Miss De La Crème stared at him. Tookie, make me some tea. Tookie flinched. But Creamy, you don't like... Duh, Miss De La Crème. Da-da-da, Miss De La Crème indicated nasally. Spit it out. Tookie glanced at the floor. For as long as she could remember, the sight and sound of her mother had caused her heart to flutter, her palms to sweat, and her tongue to stammer. Miss De La Crème dragged Tookie to every speech pathologist in Ladorno, but her mother, specific stammer, could not be cured. Miss De La Crème rolled her eyes, expanded. What did I say, Tookie? Make me some tea now. Tookie shrugged and took the tape off the tea kettle spout. She placed it under the gushing tap, filled it, and placed it on the stove. Suddenly, a tiny yellowish bubble spewed out from the running faucet. This wasn't unusual. Off-color water was a common sight in the De La Crème household because the home's broken water filter. Tookie scampered to the cabinet, snatched a mug, and dropped a bag of mint tea into it. Moments later, she ran back to the boiling kettle and relieved it of its howling. She poured the scalding water over the bag and handed the brew to her mother. She scowled at the cup. Miss De La Crème defiantly looked over at her husband, then brought the cup to her nose. Smelling is not enough, Creamy, Mr. De La Crème taunted. Drink it. Tookie turned back to the tap. The small yellow bubble began to expand, filling half the kitchen sink. Then it changed color from spicy red to soothing blue to emerald green, and finally a plethora of yellows. It was strangely beautiful. Tookie carefully picked up the bubble with her hands, and then, before her eyes, the bubble flattened itself and transformed into a cellophane-thin, golden cat's eye sunglasses without the frames. Oh! Miracle screamed, staring at Tookie. Look! Miss De La Crème noticed it too and dropped the teacup from her hand. It crashed to the floor. Is it? Could it be? Our ship has come, Mr. De La Crème explained. Tookie looked at her sister Miracle, to the true miracle that had taken shape in her hands. A smize. End of chapter 3.
Oh my god. That was the most amazing reading that could have ever been done of that chapter. That was beautiful. Everybody was like, somebody said, Gabe makes this amazing.
Thank you.
Yes. I don't know how you're doing it either, because I struggle, and I'm struggling with these words. Sorry, is it warm? Is it too warm in here?
I can just remove my my signature jacket. Tyra talked about signature pose and signature walk. This is my signature walk, and this is what's gonna make me famous. So, yeah, everything's fine. But yeah, I just I didn't realize certain characters were talking. I'm just like, no, gotta change that.
I do that all the time. I did not realize that the mother's name was Creamy until Milo pointed out. My brain like said, nope, that's not a thing. It just like threw that part out. I heard you say Creamy De La Crème, and my brain was just like, that's not a name.
She's yelling through the book like, how dare you get my name wrong? I'm sorry if I was too loud with Miss De La Crème's voice.
You're perfect.
Okay.
And keep doing what you're doing.
Because I could kind of hear it echoing, and I was like, oh no. That was great. Oh, thank you. Get ready for more insanity. The next chapter is the
I know, right? If this was Nancy Drew notebooks, we'll have to do that. We'll do that on my later this week. We'll read the Nancy Drew notebooks and be like, this is what normal children's books are supposed to be like.
Tyra must have been hungry.
Yeah, I don't know. Tyra was going through something, I think.
Yeah, these bananas are not the right color. Let's throw them away. Perfectly good food.
At page 46. My lucky number 46.
Yeah.
91% chance. I'm gripping onto any good luck we can get with this book. Chapter 4, 91% chance. Tookie's body tingled. She was holding a smize in her hands. Her, a forget-a-girl. The smize was made up of ornate eyeshadow-like flourishes in strokes of taxicab, Dijon, baby chic, banana, and lemonade yellow. Thinner than a sheet of paper, it was surprisingly heavy and seemed to hum ever so slightly as it rested on Tookie's palms. Miss De La Crème stalked up to Tookie. Mr. De La Crème was in perfect step behind his wife. Brian shoved Miracle forward and joined the smize parade, heading in Tookie's direction. Slowly, Tookie, dear, Miss De La Crème advised. Sorry, I can't do as good of a voice as Gabe. Hand it over. Tookie hesitated, then stretched out her arms, feeling a little sad to part with the beautiful membrane. Her arms wobbled. Careful, Mr. De La Crème roared. Don't want those scraggy twigs of yours dropping our future. Furniture. I did the Donald Trump thing. Furniture. and future. Tookie's mother's breath quickened and her wrinkled face started to turn blue. Mr. De La Crème parted his Mr. De La Crème patted his wife's arm. Calm down, Creamy. Everything's going to be Calm down, Creamy. Everything's gonna be okay.
Now available in Avery's merch store.
I really want to make merch for the merch store now that says "Calm down, Creamy. Everything's going to be okay." Everything will be okay.
Uh-huh.
My place again. Hang on. Everything's going to be okay. That's what he said. Excuse me, Mrs. De La Crème shot him a look. I cannot believe your flabby couch potato ass has the audacity to tell my hard-working firm one that everything will be okay. She just called her own butt firm, and that's disturbing. Mrs. De La Crème placed Felicima on the kitchen counter and scooped both hands into Tookie's palms. As the smize was pulled away from her, Tookie felt a pang. Her moment of being special in some way had vanished as quickly as it had arrived. Mrs. De La Crème brought the smize under an overhead light. Brian, Mr. De La Crème, and Miracle gathered around and stared. Tookie had to stand on a chair to get a partial view of it. Soon the smize began to shake. Waves of yellow of every shade popped out from all sides. Getting messages, don't want to dox anybody. Turn that over. I don't think you could see on the camera, but just, just to be safe.
Oh no, someone's address has been revealed.
Yeah, hey, I'm just randomly texting you my home address. You're not on stream or anything, right?
Oh no.
And stared. Tookie had to stand on the chair to get partial view of it. Soon the smize began to shake. Waves of yellow of every shade popped out from all sides. A miniature flag emblazoned with a smize then deployed from the middle of the object, fluttering in its own mild breeze. Words began to scroll through the air. Mrs. De La Crème began to read in a clear, haughty voice. Congratulations, De La Crèmes. De La Crèmes? It can see us? Mr. De La Crème wondered, worriedly. He began to flit around the room, removing duct tape from various holes and cracks and tidying as much as he could. We can't let them see the place like this. Mrs. De La Crème sucked her teeth and shook her head at her husband before continuing to read the words that floated in the air. You hold it in your tea-drenched hands, the 7th and last day of discovery. Smize. What girls everywhere dream of having. The wearer of the smize has a 91% chance of being discovered on the day of discovery. 91% chance. Ha! Mr. De La Crème boasted. My miracle will be batting 1,000. He hobbled around, throwing out the tea bag, crumpling the newspaper, and crawling on his knees to glue the broken granite tiles back together. If you don't stop, Mrs. De La Crème said, glaring at him, I'm going to poke out your other eye. Jesus. Which, we are elated to inform you, improves the De La Crème offspring's chances of fame and fortune. Perhaps you will be able to rid yourselves of this ramshackle asylum should your spawn reach the pinnacle of success. We're going to be rich, Brian yelled. We, Mrs. De La Crème eyed him suspiciously. Then she continued, Might I bring your attention to the myriad of golden colors on the smize? When choosing your attire for the day of discovery, pay close attention so that your ensemble complements and does not clash with this precious smize specimen. Many of the left behind 9% of smize holders during a previous days of discovery deviated from dashing dress design decisions. Dashing dress design decisions. You have been warned. Creamy, I have the perfect dress, Miracle yelped. Mrs. De La Crème read the rest of the Alright, let me try that again. Mrs. De La Crème read the last part of the air message. The air was messing up my brain. It was like, where does that go in the sentence? May your clothes click your hair shimmer, your face glimmer, and your stride glide. Bon chance de la crèmes, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see you at Modelland. A siren blared, and fine print with no spaces between the words scrolled almost faster than Mrs. De La Crème could read. Now for the rules. The wearer of the smize must only wear it in the day of Discovery Square. It must only be worn on a female. Do not inform others that you possess a smize. Although the smize comes from water, do not get it wet. Violation of these rules may cause serious side effects. Face aches, nausea, vomiting, blurry vision, visions of fashion police brutality.
Joan Rivers is rolling over in her grave.
Designer knockoffs knocking you upside the head, stinging bees in your hair bonnet, biting wolves in cheap clothing. In cheap clothing, not sheep's clothing, cheap clothing.
Oh, that makes it better.
The word disappeared, the colored ribbons on the flag retreated, and the smize let out what sounded like a contented sigh. I don't know. I don't remember what being contented is like after doing this.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. I'm having a lot of fun. Tookie turned and stared at Miracle, whose cheeks were pink with pleasure. It was really happening. Miracle was really going to walk on the day of discovery, that mysterious, elusive, galvanizing event that had driven everyone into frenzied mania. Tookie knew she shouldn't be surprised. Her parents had talked of little else all year. On the chalkboard in the corner of the kitchen was a training schedule listing of times and dates that Miracle's walking, posing, facial expression, pouting, and phonics classes. Trophies from Miracle's dance competitions victories crowded the mantle of the den. 8 crowns hung from hooks in the wall in Miracle and Tookie's shared bedroom, each saying the mover of Metopia in glittery letters across the front. Miracle had won the mover of Metopia contest every year she'd competed. It had become so predictable that few in Metopia even bothered entering anymore. Well, that would kind of explain why she keeps winning.
Yeah.
But still, Tookie felt like this moment had snuck up on her. With the Smythe's help, Miracle was almost sure to go to Modelland, that misty, spooky, mysterious place atop the mountains. What actually happened there? So, I actually was supposed to hit happened. What actually happened there? So, listen up. On the day of discovery, we'll take Miracle to the city to Square very, very early in the morning to get her ready, Miss De La Crème was saying to the group. She started counting things off on her fingers. It will be me, your father, Tookie. Me? Tookie interrupted, so startled that she straightened her to her full 6 feet. Why do you need me? Yeah, why does she have to come? Miracle wrinkled her nose, looking slightly jealous. Suddenly, a tiny flutter of hope rose in Tookie's chest. Was it possible her parents wanted her to walk too? Mrs. De La Crème sank into one hip. Isn't it obvious? We need your baby fingers. God damn it. To fasten the buttons and zippers on Miracle's dress and to get my baby gherkins out of the jar for me while she's walking. You know, my gherkins calm me down when I'm nervous. Oh, Tookie said quietly, feeling a little ridiculous that she thought for a moment that they wanted her to walk on T-Dot. I suppose it will be funnier. Wait, it'll be funner if you're there, Dookie, Miracle said in a conciliatory tone. Tookie said, feeling a barb of anger. That's what I said, Miracle protested. You're right. Yeah, right, Tookie thought. She noticed Brian snickering behind his head. Behind his hand. I read that as hand, and I was like, what? As head, and I was like, what? Don't laugh at me, Miracle said, frustrated. I'm on my periodical right now. It makes me forgetful. That's not how this works. It's period, not periodical, Tookie growled. Miracle smirked. How do you know? You haven't even gotten yours yet. I've been told by chat that this is an important plot point about periods. I don't know why.
Okay.
Tookie turned away, her face flooded with heat. Miracle never resisted the urge to remind her that she had gotten her period already, even though she was 2 years younger. Then Miracle suddenly ran out of the room, perplexing everyone. She returned moments later, swirling and twirling and wearing an elaborate flouncy flamenco-style fuchsia costume. That was a mouthful. Here's my dress. I'm gonna wear, Creamy. It moves like a chow-chow dancer when I do my model dance. It's cha-cha, girl, not chow-chow. Brian stifled a snicker. And it's walk, not dance. Mrs. De La Cruz sounded like she was going to burst a blood vessel. Besides, the dress is hideous and has nothing to do with couture. Take the thing off. Congratulations, Tookie. That dress is now yours. Great, Tookie thought. Another that dresses revolting will look marvelous on Tookie. Hand me up. Now, as for a day of discovery dress for Miracle, Mrs. De La Creme continued, Miracle, Tookie, and I are going to Ladorno tomorrow, and we will find a dress that is fit for fashion, not flamenco. But, Miracle whined, me? Tookie said again. Mrs. De La Creme looked annoyed with both of them. My decision is final. One of you will be trying on lots of dresses, and the other will be busy picking them up. Everyone marched out of the kitchen. Well, Miracle danced. Only after they had all dispersed did Tookie realize she'd forgotten to tell her mother about the piece of roof slate that had nearly sliced her head open on her way in. Tookie dejectedly walked to her room, sadly realizing that the forget-a-girl had actually forgotten about her own forgettable self.
Yay! I made a dinosaur.
That feels very much like men writing women, right? When it's like, my period makes me forgetful.
Or it's like, oh, you're getting emotional. It's because you're on your period. And it's just like,
Well, the chapters are getting shorter. That's good.
Oh, okay.
Can I take a look at your phone real quick? I think I figured out how to get chat, because it shouldn't be something that we're struggling with. I don't know why I'm struggling with it.
It's all good. Okay, here.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Please don't judge me if you see anything on there that's unsightly.
Oh. You should see my recommendeds after all of the work I've done on this channel. They're just crazy. It's like, hey, Avery, you want to see this really random TV show from 1970 something? And I'm sure people who, if you went into my YouTube recommendeds, you'd be like, what? What you doing?
And there was someone who popped in earlier that was who wanted to say hi or something. I thought that.
Oh, I'll read it back.
Or someone was asking, this is super random, but I was about to leave a comment on your most recent video and saw you were on live. Have you heard of the movie Cowbells or Twitches? Weirdness. Oh, yes. Cowbells. Oh, the two girls who had to work on the milk farm in Twitches, the twin witches with Tia and Tamara Mooring.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
I remember that.
Oh, that's lovely.
I love those movies. So yes, if you're asking for video reasons, yes, we'll get videos going of those.
And Paolo was just stopping by to say hi and to say that they're alive, and that all seems to rhyme. Hope everyone enjoys the stream.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
Oh, yeah, thank you for thanking me, Darcidius. I'm sorry I wasn't more descriptive, but yeah, Tookie found the smize in the sink while making Creamy some tea that she didn't like, and then Miracle claimed it, and there was some back and forth, and Creamy and Mr. De La Creme don't seem to like each other at all, and Creamy's very wasteful, and Mr. De La Creme just wants to be autistic and danceful and all that jazz.
I just have so many questions.
Oh, and apparently the chapters get longer eventually.
Oh, nothing else is consistent in this book. Not the tone, so definitely not the chapter length.
I'm just happy I just get to say Theophilus again. Theophilus again.
It is a fun word to say.
Even though it's Theophilus.
Theophilus does sound better.
Sorry for sorry Darth Sidious for saying it wrong, even though you corrected me earlier.
It's fine. We're like, nope, that's his name now. That's just his name.
So much nothing happens, but I know the outline and plot points of this book. Yeah, I think, I wonder if Tyra was like, okay, I remember Les Mis, the author got paid per word, so I'm wondering if Tyra is like, we need to fill all these words so I can get paid more.
The author got paid for word by word.
That's why Les Mis is like really really thick.
Oh, that makes sense.
And then they like shortened it down.
That
But
makes sense.
from what I remember in college, that this is all alleged. So I like how you say it, Gabe. Oh, thank you, Darth Sidious. That's how like a parody of Professor Snape would say it. Theophilus. Yeah, there are a million. No, just want to sit, just watching a video, sitting tired down, and be like, how do we say this word? How do we say this?
According to the back jacket, she spent 5 years developing this.
Oh, invested 5 years of. Oh gosh, and she's feverishly working on the second one. Or that just reminds me of how the most recent Song of Ice and Fire books, Winds of Winter, aka Game of Thrones, the most recent book came out in 2011, and there's still 2 more. Winds of Winter and Songs of Spring are the last 2, and can't remember the one before that, but apparently I don't think George R.R. Martin wants to finish them because the show kind of butchered the ending.
Yeah, I mean, it would be his. If it was me, I'd want to basically get a chance to write a fix-it fic on my own thing. But you know,
yeah,
yay for. I can't figure. I was like looking, and I found the live button in a different place on my phone, but it's still not there on your phone, which is strange. Do you have the? Maybe you opened it on the app. Maybe that's why. Do they not want you to live chat if you're not on the app?
Oh, I don't have the app.
Oh.
But it's fine.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to be helpful.
Oh no, you're good. You're the technology expert. Or
Yeah,
it probably would have worked if I was on the app, but I'm just like, I have so much space. Oh gosh, making videos takes up a lot of space on my phone.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Also, plugging Fun Finds in Jurassic Park. I'm not as excitable I'm not as like fun talking. I'm just more like, this is what happened on there. But I'm gonna get better, I swear.
I'm gonna pin your channel name in the comments because I meant to do that and I forgot. So I'm gonna do that while you're reading this chapter.
Thank you. It takes like 10 years to get to Modelland. I hope the editor is okay.
Can you imagine? Because this is after revisions. Can you imagine the manuscript that was sent to an editor who professionally does this for books all of the time?
And this is over 500 pages. And this is like a redraft.
I hope they got paid well for this job, is what I.
If anyone wants to find the editor so we can all send messages of like, are you okay? Are you okay? You did as best as you could. We're so sorry. Well, we'll send this money to them. And the editing didn't help either.
You hit 400 subscribers, Gabe.
Yay. I need more. I need 1,000 to start getting monetized.
Did you know that you got to 400 though?
I don't think so.
Yay!
Yay! Thanks for those who followed me.
We need to get our boy monetized.
Please, thank you. I don't know what kind of America. Maybe I'll take an excerpt from the live and put that in there.
Oh, when we eventually cover the Modelland episode of America's Next Top Model, I feel like we're just gonna need to start covering cycles. You know what I mean? And when we get to Modelland, we're just gonna need to be like putting in clips, being like, "Yeah, we know Modelland."
Yeah, this is talked about in the book. We know all this. Oh gosh, starting from the beginning or just skip to each cycle, because I think it was cycle 17, and there's usually 12, 13 episodes per cycle. 10, I think like 10 earlier on, but then it expanded. Won't be able to chat for a while, but I'm listening. Oh. Well, thank you for listening, Milo. We appreciate you.
We appreciate you being here, Milo. Also, by the way, everybody's profile pictures, very nice. Rusted Ursa, how much have I missed? We're about to start chapter 5.
Smacking into mirrors.
You have not, plot relevance-wise, you have not missed much. We have not gotten to Modelland yet.
Yeah. We've gotten some build-up. We gotten some, like, backstory that means nothing. I made a dinosaur. Theropod dinosaur.
It can be friends with that dinosaur.
Yay, friend dinosaur.
I kept the dinosaur that you made during the Beyond Belief one, and it's just kind of chilling up there.
Yay. Once we do the Jurassic Park video, we can bring him out.
We'll name them all after characters from this book.
Oh, God. Which one's Tookie and which one's Miracle? Or it should be Tookie and Creamy.
First. It should be Tookie and Creamy, yeah. We've got Tookie, we've got Creamy. If you make more, we'll line them up and we'll give them each respective name.
Oh, gosh.
Salt Mountain says congrats on 400 subscribers.
Oh, thank you, Darth Sidious, for being the comic relief.
There's literally no way to pronounce the words. The words are made up. I know all words are made up, but there is no, like, I would dare Tyra Banks to be like, actually, it's Theophilus. It's not Theophilus.
And I'll be like, well, do people enjoy, well, or how many copies have you sold of this book, Tyra?
You didn't even technically sell us this copy because I bought it secondhand because I refused to give Tyra Banks more money.
You don't even have our, but, and then you look at my profile picture and there's a giant photo of Tyra Banks and it's, I'm like, I've given Tyra Banks money. But yeah, well, my sister bought it for me, so that the dog is cute. Oh, does Tookie have a dog that's cute, or is there a dog in here? I'm confused.
Did they mean the dinosaur?
Oh, opinion on Ollie's dog is in the photo. Okay, sorry, I was confused.
I was also confused. Sorry.
Hopefully you didn't pay much attention for this trash glorious book. Oh, hopefully you didn't pay much for this trash glorious book.
No, it was $4 because we were talking almost jokingly about like we should read Modelland, and then I looked it up and I found out on third books for $4, and I was like, and I actually got an excuse because it was like, if you spend $20, get free shipping. So I was like, oh no, I'm gonna have to buy these other books that I actually do want.
Free shipping.
No, we did not pay a lot for this book. I think it was $4 after tax. I think it was like 3 something.
Oh.
It was you can't pay people to buy these books is what I've learned. You can find them very cheap.
Well, I know on Amazon someone's trying to sell one for $28, and I'm just like, this book was sold for $17.99 in the US. Oh, and no, there's no dog in this book. Well, then I quit. No. Or
no redeeming qualities.
No redeeming. No dog. How dare you? Oh yeah, never mind if there was a dog. Tyra might have just traumatized everybody. No, this this book is for teenagers. We can't have anything bad happen to a dog.
We can have bad things happen to people.
Exactly. We could, yeah, I'm not gonna repeat anything because I'm just like, oh. But yeah, Lizzie, who never shows up again apparently in this 500+ book. Or I think someone was saying Lizzie never shows up again.
Or we never find out what happened to her.
Oh, yeah, we never. So maybe she's mentioned. Leave the dogs out of this. Or no.
Fair point.
Or when a content warning is happening, we're just a video of like adorable dogs playing is happening to try to.
Well, we'll have to go code level kitten if that's what happens, because when we read sad or intense books, we go code level kitten, which is I pull up one of the live streams of like 24-hour watch our kittens from like some shelter.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because then we get to shut them out and bring attention to the shelter. But also, we get kittens so that we don't have to feel sad as much.
I thought you meant you were literally going to go out and grab one of your cats and bring him in. We're like, oh, pretty kitty, pretty kitty.
Perry, if you noticed, this is how crazy the book is. Perry came in and was sitting on my lap during the first chapter, and like no one even noticed, I don't think, because everybody was just so much like, what is this book? But Perry, like, I think she could tell that she's like, I sense that there's trauma happening.
Oh.
I'm going to go be the emotional support cat.
Oh. Such a good cat, Perry.
Yeah.
Lizzie is mentioned, but she's not important to Tookie, even though she is her best friend.
Of course.
I want a code level kitten just because I like cats.
We have to save it for when it's really important, but we might get to it in this book. Honestly,
gosh,
this book might get us there. We'll have to see.
If maybe our Darth Sidious could be like, oh, we need code level kitten. So he'd be like, wait, pull up the stream, and then just be like,
Let's see if we can at least get to, like, if we end up deciding to do, like, another stream, like, after dinner, we'll see if we can at least get through this stream without going code level kitten.
Right. Okay. Oh, this chapter is only, like, 8 pages.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, gosh. Chapter 5, Smacking into Mirrors. A few minutes later, Tookie stood in her doorway of the bedroom she shared with Miracle. She was trying to enter the room, but a pile of leotards blocked her way, as well as a pair of toe shoes, 2 pairs of jazz shoes, and 1 stray sandal. A long piece of duct tape bisected the room, separating Tookie's side from Miracle's, but it made no difference. Miracle's mess had invaded every corner in the same way mildew grew on tub tiles. Dirty clothes were piled on the floor, makeup trays and brushes and used cotton balls, and a pair of dirty socks lay strewn about Tookie's otherwise neatly organized dresser. There was a sweat-stained leotard on Tookie's pillow. Ample cupped bras that certainly didn't belong to Tookie were draped across Tookie's carefully made bed. and torn pages from Modelland magazines were scattered across the floor like leaves that had fallen from a fashion tree. Tookie tossed the bras, 3 pairs of dance shoes, and a variety of necklaces, bracelets, and leg warmers off her bed and onto Miracle's side of the floor. Every evening, Tookie flung Miracle's junk to her side, and every afternoon, when she came home, it had all migrated back to Tookie's side once more. Tookie slumped down on her bed. Miracle is walking on the day of discovery with the Smiles, she thought once more. She wasn't sure why it bothered her so much. Everyone in her class was walking. Abigail, Zarpessa. The image of Zarpessa and Theophilus kissing in the hall flashed in her mind. She closed her eyes and clenched her fist. If only Zarpessa didn't come up when Tookie and Theophilus were having their moment. Had Theophilus really spoken to her? Would she ever get a moment like that again? She closed her fingers around the newly defective Tookie button. This piece of Theophilus fit perfectly in the heart of her palm. The metal pin cold against her dry skin. She gazed at its lacquered message. Tookie, Theophilus, oh Theophilus. Tookie swooned. She closed her eyes and licked her lips. Your salted caramel eyes, Theophilus. She imagined Theophilus right in front of her. She leaned towards him, her eyes closed, her lips caressing the air. We can call our boy Tookaphilius or our girl Thooty. She puckered her lip. She puckered and her lips connected with a solid cold surface. Theophilus, she thought. Oh yes, baby. I'm so happy you're giving me my very first kiss. What are you doing? Tookie opened her eyes. She was face to face with herself. Her lips were in contact with Miracle's full-length mirror. There on the reflective glass was the blurry outline of her broad, puffy lips. Tookie whirled around. Miracle stood in the doorway with one hand on her hip. Miracle's eyes glimmered. Are you making in with yourself? Tookie ducked her head. Miracle pirouetted to Tookie's perfectly made bed and flopped down on the mattress. Who do you want to kiss? Tookie turned around, clamping her mouth shut. Brian Quincy, Miracle teased. Ugh, no. Who then? It doesn't matter. Don't feel bad about not doing kissing yet, Miracle said in a teasing way. It feels like a little wormy man is crawling in your mouth anyways. A wave of humiliation rushed through Tookie. Who says I haven't kissed anyone? Okay, so maybe it's true, but is it written all over my face? Miracle sniffed. Come on. But it's okay. Doing kissing with yourself is better than no kissing at all, Dookie. She giggled a little as she left the room, managing to drop a cardigan sweater, a tap shoe, and several gum wrappers on Tookie's side as she left. Tookie's eyes popped open. Cold, chipped tile pressed against the bottoms of her feet. Icy wind gushed around her flannel hand-me-up pajamas. She wasn't in bed, as she was supposed to be, but standing in the doorway between the kitchen and living room. How did I get here? She couldn't remember, turning the knob of her bedroom door, walking down the stairs, or padding through the hall. She then looked into the dark room in front of her and gasped. Balanced on one hand in the center of the living room's tattered carpet was her father, clad in a colorful unitard. His waist twisted in the air. His legs were bent at an አንgle. His muscles strained and shook. An empty bottle of tater mash, a colorless distilled beverage imported from Kremlingrad, lay tipped over on the floor. Next to it was a faded picture of the incredible Chris Creme Crobat, otherwise known as Christopher De La Crème. In the photo, Tookie's father still possessed both of his green eyes, and he didn't have the couch potato paunch. Tookie ducked behind the wall. When she was much younger, she assisted her father during many of his acrobatic practices. He'd even told her lovingly that they made a good team, and she had attended many of her father's performances with the Circo du Soleil troupe before his tragic accident. She could still remember the day in almost perfect detail, the sparkling gold cover of the programs, the plush red velvet seats, the set your mouth on fire taste of the bag of Gouda and habanero flavored popcorn, and the sharp 5-foot swords that pointed skyward all along the perimeter of the stage. 3 tumblers juggling fire with their tongues while jumping on humongous translucent trampolines suspended over the audience had been the first act. Next was a group of 10-year-old girls, contortionists who had backflipped into deep, hot, pink-dyed swimming pools full of crocodiles. And then the lights had dimmed, and mysterious music filled the air. A single spotlight shone down on Tookie's ripple-bodied father, the headlining star of Circo du Soleil. Tookie had swelled with pride as her father looped and danced and climbed a dental floss thin wire. Her father, the mighty Chris Creme Crobat, was going to execute a new move that evening. Circo du Soleil had billed it as the first time any human had ever attempted such a feat. Miss De La Crème was full of pride that evening, too. However, right as Tookie's father had reached the 7th story landing on the stage, Miss De La Crème pulled out her mirror to add a bink of wrinkle redux to her tan and hideously lined face. I want to look my best when the cameras all turn to me after his feat is done, she murmured. But the mirror caught a beam of light that shone right into Chris Creme Crobat's eyes, momentarily blinding him. In a panic, he lost his footing and fell 7 stories. Most acrobats would have had extensive injuries or even died, but not Tookie's nimble father. He tucked his body and landed smoothly on his upper back, propelling himself forward into a smooth tumble. The audience erupted into cheers. Chris Creme Crobat then arched upward to stand from his back bend and face his adoring, applauding, whistling, and screaming fans. Ever the devoted showman, he thrust himself forward into a deep bow, impaling his eye on one of the 5-foot swords at the perimeter of the stage.
Ugh.
Tookie had wrestled past the security barricade and run to the stage. Pools of her father's blood splattered the stage floor, along with pieces of flesh. And there, staring up at her, was her father's eye, disembodied, lifeless on the stage floor, gazing at Tookie accusingly, as if asking, why? In the days that followed, Tookie was afraid her father would die, but when they'd gotten word that the blade had caused no brain or nerve damage, she rejoiced, which angered her mother. Don't you see, she cried in Tookie's ear. This is the end for him. He only has one dawn eye. He's damaged, defective, done. Her mother had then calmed down and took Tookie's shoulders. It was a freak accident, okay? You and I do not have any idea where the beam of light came from that made him fall. Tookie had been only 8 years old, but she fully understood what her mother was telling her. Forget what happened. Tell no one. Tookie let out a loud sniff, caught in the memory. Mr. De La Crème's head shot up. His good eyes squinted in the darkness. Who's there? Tookie bit down her bottom lip and didn't move. I said, who's there? Tookie slowly padded into the hall and showed her face. Mr. De La Crème ran over to the couch, tore open the packaging of the new chenille blanket, and quickly covered himself with it. What the? I'm sorry, Daddy, Tookie said. I was sleepwalking again. You scared the heck out of me, girl. He slurred. Tookie... I forgot his voice. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That's not why I was laughing.
Yeah. She pointed at a photo on the floor. You're doing your old routine? You're still really good. Mr. De La Crème. In some quadrants, spying on people is punishable by death. But as he ducked his head, Tookie saw a tiny smile flash across his face. You want me to spot you? Tookie asked. Mr. De La Crème considered the offer for a long moment. Like when you were a wee little thing. Tookie grinned. This was the first time since the tragic incident he agreed to let her help him. Mr. De La Crème got on his hands and knees once more and spread his palms wide. All I need you to do is watch. For 2 things. 1, if it looks like I'm going to fall, you gotta warn me before I do, so I can right myself. 2, watch out for the mean mother of yours. Understood? Absolutely, Daddy. She watched as her father pressed into the handstand again, the veins of his arms bulging, his paunch shaking, sweat pouring down his face. Tookie stared at her father's flabby stomach and glass eye. Her mother obviously loved him less, or had fallen out of love completely, now that he was defective.
Oh my gosh.
In a way, it only made Tookie connect with her father more. There were 2 defectives in the world that was obsessed with perfection. Suddenly, her father let out a groan and tipped over. Tookie jumped out of the way to avoid his heavy falling legs, which nicked the coffee table. What the heck, girl? He roared. His face had flushed as red as a spit-polished apple, and his hair was streaked with sweat. Why weren't you paying attention? Why didn't you tell me I was out of position? I'm sorry, Tookie cried, instantly regretting her daydreaming. I promise it won't happen again. Her father stared at her for a moment, carefully examined her. A startled, disgusted expression flashed across his face, as if light had flipped on inside his head. It was a look Tookie had seen before, but one he'd never explained. Just go. For all of us, he said, waving her away. Tookie's feeling of being needed was replaced by an emptiness that now burned deep inside her. She resisted the urge to plead with her father and instead turned away and went back to bed.
God, that was...
Oh, why couldn't there have been like a happy moment there?
They got close. It's like, this is why I empathize with my father. And it's like, okay, at least they're having a daddy-daughter bonding moment. But then it was just like, ugh.
and being paunchy and having one eye does not mean you're defective.
No,
you're perfect
Jesus.
as you are.
To be generous to the narration, I guess we're supposed to know that Mrs. De La Crème is bad.
Yeah.
But like, still, Mrs. De La Crème, why?
Or creamy.
Chicago will be fun.
Oh, like the name on everyone. Oh gosh, Cell Block. I remember I did. I was a prop runner for Chicago in college,
Nice.
and I would be off to the side imitating the "When You're Good to Mama" choreography. But and Cell Block Tango is one of my favorite songs. What I would do when I was at the gym in college, I know the gym. I would gym's not bad. I'm just being facetious. I would run, and I would try to run a mile before the song ended, and that would mean I would do it in less than 8. Or I would do it. Yeah, I would do it in less than 8 minutes. I could when I was in college, but now I can't because I don't run anymore. Good day.
Laser.
Good day, Avery, Gabe, and Chip. How's it going? I wasn't expecting a stream early this morning, lol.
Yep, we're doing Modelland, so we're like, we gotta just get right into it. It's a very big book, and there's a lot of what moments.
Oh, side note to Patrick, Pop, Sick, Squish, Cicero, Lipschitz.
Nice.
Side note, I can repeat the Hungarian part. We can save that for the end of the chapter where I can do the Hungarian part. I'm very proud of myself for knowing that.
You can do it now if you want to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Meet, Kereshikel, most Mayaka Medical Shlokamic Domipieren, Emiglesh Domipieren, Denemagost, and Nardet Lambayok, Nertedon, Mermayankos Demkok Indentan, Reboto, Erendeshege Memoraznik, Tenametatek Mer. Yeah, but did you do it? Not guilty. And that basically
Beautiful.
Thank you. And that basically translates to I was having an affair. My husband found out, unalived the guy I was having an affair with. I went to the police, but they couldn't understand me because I thought Uncle Sam would help me. But my husband told them that I did it, and so now I'm locked up.
Romanian is Hungarian is such a pretty language, isn't it?
Yes.
Romanian is also pretty, but
And apparently the actress is Russian. So apparently when she was singing it, or when she was saying the Hungarian part, people who spoke Hungarian were having trouble understanding because of her accent.
Natty, I'm back. What is going on? Oh, Gabe was demonstrating how he knows the whole Hungarian part of Block Tango.
Yes, and before that, Tookie was almost relating to her dad, but then he fell and blames her and is like, go away.
Yes.
And her mom is the reason why her dad lost an eye.
It's very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
All right.
If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it. Well, I hope you wouldn't have done the same.
All right, chapter 6. The chapter name is 3 lines long. Excuse me, so you know it's gonna be good. Thank you. The chapter 6 is titled "Stunning, Statuesque, Strobetronic Stars with Stupefying Stratospheric Struts." That is the name of the chapter. Now it's time to dish about Ladorno, darlings, the most desirable quadrant of all of Metopia. I don't know who's saying this when there are these chime-ins. Sunny skies, pleasant 78-degree temperatures at all times, except on the beaches, where it's a wonderful 85. Warm, sweet-smelling seawater, low humidity, without a cloud for miles, and when you breathe in, you inhale only fresh, crisp, unpolluted air. You want to live in this place, right? You and the rest of the world, darling. See, bliss comes with a price in Ladorno. Only the richest and most successful Metopians get to live in there. But how do you qualify to reside in Ladorno? Well, the Quadrant's Council puts you through a series of privacy-invading tests to prove your worth. Oh, they'll scour your bank accounts, examine every purchase, they'll interview your friends, your family, your employer, even the gentleman at the newspaper stand from whom you buy your moneyed Metopian magazine. Every week, they'll visit your house and check the labels on all your belongings. If they discover a knockoff handbag, stamp a big red denied on your Ladorno residency application. If they notice that your prized Pekingese doesn't have the perfect pedigree, stamp denied. One thing to know, though, is that there is a sect of people that does not have to be subjected to Ladorno's sadistic entrance challenges in order to be allowed to live within the quadrant's guarded gate. And who might that be? I'm sure you've guessed it by now, but let me clue you in. The names of these sacred souls begin with I and end with Ella. And guess what? We're just about to sneak a peek at a few of them. 7 of them, to be exact. The fact that 7 has a 7 in front of it is catching me up.
Oh yeah, 7-7.
The following morning, Tookie slumped in the back of the family car as her mother pulled into a space at the Sapphire Esplanade, Ladorno's premier mall. As she walked to the entrance with her mother and sister, Tookie was sure everyone was staring at unusual De La Crème trio. One of them was a stunning blonde girl who was so beautiful it was difficult to look at her for too long. Another was a woman with tan skin, nubile?
Yeah, nubile.
Body, but the face of a pretty monster. And the third was a gangly girl, gargantuan hair and goggly, mismatched eyes. Tookie often noticed how people stared at them, perhaps wondering whether they could possibly be related. It was as if when her parents' DNA replicated at conception, all the subpar defective strands had fused together to make Tookie. The Esplanade contained every high, medium, and low fashion store imaginable, as well as a butterfly sanctuary and an entire wing dedicated to beauty products. Today, it was brimming with shoppers, many of them dressed in a T-Dot themed gear. T-Dot posters covered every available surface. An enormous screen on an exterior wall showed days of discovery from years past, with thousands of girls walking frantically into Ladorno Square. "Come on," Mrs. De La Crème said, dragging Miracle and Tookie through a set of automatic doors. Tookie inhaled deeply. One of her favorite parts of the Esplanade was the smell, a jumble of perfumes and eau de toilette fountain, chlorine.
Eau de toilette.
Eau de toilette, sorry.
Oh no, you're good.
Fountain of chlorine and a variety of ethnic cuisines from the 106 restaurants scattered among the stores. If she had her way, she'd sample barbecue sauces from the food court while her mother and Miracle haggled over the perfect T-Dot dress. T-Dot, pandemonium, assaulted them immediately. Hundreds of mothers and daughters pawed frantically through the mall, their foreheads beaded with sweat, the bags heavy under their eyes, and on their arms. These lower floors of the mall near the main entrance consisted of bargain basement seconds and clearance outlets. That's where I would be. I'd be like, ooh, a bargain.
Did someone say discount?
I'm there. Mrs. De La Crème pulled Miracle and Tookie up 6 escalators past the mid-fashion floor to the top level, straight to the Jerk flagship store, which carried couture frocks designed by Jeremy Jerk, the most lauded clothing artiste in the world. He refused to design any apparel but dresses. The store was packed to the gills. Everyone spoke at once, their high-pitched voices mixing in the air and sounding like a squawking flag of wild geese. Dresses lay helter-skelter over the racks of the counters, and on every inch of floor space, feathered dresses, sequin dresses, tiered, bustled, and ruffled dresses with sweetheart necklines, dresses with one shoulder off the shoulder, strapless and open-backed dresses, halters, A-lines, and asymmetrical dresses, sundresses and cocktail dresses, prom dresses, ombres, metallics. A few girls ran around the department with 3 dresses on their bodies at the same time for fear their final pick would get snagged by someone else. I was so glad that she spent the whole paragraph listing types of dresses.
Yeah, we need to pad the word count. How do we do it?
This is the perfect one, the girl shrieked, holding the pale lavender frock in her hands. The girl's mother pushed a ruched red dress into her hands. "Look, Genevieve, I know What's best for you the day of discovery? I was Miss Metopia 26 years ago. Hello, I know fashion. Amid all the noise and the tussling, Tookie felt a pang of longing. Normal mothers helping their normal single-colored eye daughters. Tookie thirsted for a drink of it. Mrs. De La Crème and Miracle pawed through the dresses, clearly on the hunt. Miracle pulled out a short green fringe frock. Too flapper, Mrs. De La Crème deemed, wrinkling her nose. Next, Miracle held out a crushed velvet dress with black sequins and a tuxedo-like white front with ruby buttons dotted down the center. Mrs. De La Crème shook her head. Are these dresses for the day of discovery or the cabaret? What kind of dress are you looking for? Tookie ventured, trying to be helpful. The rack let out an ear-splitting screech as Mrs. De La Crème threw a score of hangers to the floor. Something very specific. I'll know it when I see it. Miracle must wear the original, and it must not clash with the Smize. What about the pants? Tookie suggested. Now that would be original. Pants? Mrs. De La Crème stared at her in horror. Pants are not majestic. Pants are not majestic.
What?
Then Mrs. De La Crème's gaze clapped on something across the store. I thought it said clasp, and I read it wrong, but it's clapped. There, she said, moving toward a nude-colored strapless gown with tons of tulle. She pulled it off the rack. Though it had a jerk label on it, there was another label that said vintage. Tookie knew Mrs. De La Crème would drop it immediately. A vintage dress was as bad as a ripe banana, an object way past its expiration date. But instead, she pressed the dress to Miracle's body. Yes, Miracle, this is it. I can feel it in my gut. After Mrs. De La Crème had paid for the dress, they left the esplanade and exited onto a street teeming with vendors hawking Day of Discovery souvenirs. One cart was dedicated to the t-shirts, hats, and variety of trinkets bearing the Where the Hell is CL slogan Tookie had seen on the sidewalks on her walk home. Tookie paused, staring longingly at the Intoxibellas face on the cheap t-shirt, beguiled by her hypnotizing, matching green eyes. CL was the only Intoxibella in history to grace the cover of Modelland magazine 12 times in a row, every month for an entire year. There were 6 top cosmetic brands in the world, and CL had contracts with all of them simultaneously. Interesting. Okay. One season, all of the designers during L'Adorno Fashion Week had decried to have CL be their only model. CL starred solo on 82 runways that season. This feels like when I was 8 and I was like playing Play Pretend, and I was just like, all of the things happen to me. I am the main character. Like, I get everything. So where had she gone? The shady vendor eyed Tookie. Hey there, funny-looking girl. Want to buy a piece of CL?
Oh my god.
Tookie
Look at the
turned away nervously. Then she noticed someone familiar sitting on a bench only a few feet away from the mall's entrance. A man she'd seen on her walks home from school. He had broad football player shoulders, but today he was so drooped over that his body made a shrimp shape. Ooh, I feel that in my scoliosis.
We're all like, oh, is he supposed to be a bad guy because he's hunched over?
On the bench. His skin was faintly on the bench. He's hunched over on the bench. They want us to know. His skin was faintly wrinkled, and his root beer brown eyes looked sad. He mumbled softly to himself, just like he always did, and held onto the laces of an enormous battered wingtip shoe slung over his shoulder. That shoe was why Tookie had given him a secret nickname, Wingtip. Wingtip's head shot up. His eyes met hers for a brief second, suddenly clearing. Tookie froze. She wasn't used to being seen. A disgusted snort sounded to her right. Ugh, what riffraff they allow into L'Adorno, Mrs. De La Crème scoffed, sneering at Wingtip. She pinched Tookie's arm. What have I told you about making eye contact with the demented? Turn away, he's dangerous. Tookie shrugged. Wingtip didn't seem so dangerous to her, though the fact that he spoke to himself did frighten her a bit. Uh-oh. This feels like we're stereotyping people in a bad way.
Oh no.
Lizzie spoke to herself too, but only during her episodes. The moments when she went far, far away to a scary place in her mind that Tookie couldn't enter. She snuck a glance back at Wingtip, at his threadbare suit, his crusty clogs, and his sad smile. The single shoe slung over his shoulder, he was still looking at her too. You all right? He asked. Tookie's jaw dropped. Now he was speaking to her. But before she could say anything, a boom sounded, echoing off the tall buildings. A brisk wind stirred, whipping Tookie's hair into super expando mode and fluttering her skin. Tookie peered into the sky. It had suddenly darkened as if a storm was coming. The clouds weren't black, though. They were golden. Of course they were. Oh my God, Tookie whispered. Golden clouds could mean only one thing. Everyone turned and gaped at the mountain in the center of town. All at once, huge waves of the mountain's golden fog began to vanish, and beams of golden light that transformed the golden shadows cascaded down the ridge and swept over every street. Tookie heard a soft, alluring giggle in her ear. She felt a swipe of satin brush up against her arm. The smell of blood oranges filled the air. It's happening, a woman yelled, rushing out of the mall. The shadows, cried a man who'd been washing windows on a high platform. The fog on the mountain had completely evaporated, revealing the top of the mountain, which glowed like a metropolis at dusk. Hovering above the mountain was an illuminated eye with its smiles, flourishes made up of millions of birds from a myriad of species. Tookie had seen the phenomenon before, but never this close. A sleek yet enormous hand of smoke looped around the entire mountaintop and proceeded to spell a word with its white plumes of smoke. The smoke. She used smoke twice in the same sentence. Modelland. Everyone spilled out onto the sidewalk to watch the spectacle. Cars stopped in the middle of the street, the drivers gawking at their sunroofs, and an elevated train halted in its tracks. They can do that? All the passengers stared out a window, their mouths open. I see I have your attention, boomed a familiar Gaudian accented voice. It seems to be coming from the sky itself. Lightning bolts shot from letter cloud to letter cloud, turning them from white to red to blue to green to yellow. This is the belladonna speaking, the voice continued. Everyone oohed and awed. The belladonna was a grand dame of the land on the mountain and the final decision maker about all candidates. The day of discovery is less than one sunset away, the belladonna went on, and so the time has come to present to you this year's newly minted 7. This is a glimpse at what your future might be if you are so lucky, if you are so divine, if you are one of the most special girls in the world. Each and every girl on the planet has a chance to be one of the enlightened. Could it be you? Yes, Miracle screamed, jumping up and down in the parking lot. Clouds swirled in the sky, lightning bolts danced and snapped. In a moment, you will lay your eyes upon this year's graduating class of Modelland, the grand voice explained. As you all know, only 7 girls can graduate from Modelland each year, and those talented 7 join the ranks of the only famous people known throughout the world. The Intoxibellas. The Intoxibellas, the word sent an uncomfortable shiver up Tookie's spine. They were so dazzling, so enchanting, so beautiful, so influential and magical that they were simply, well, intoxicating. The voice grew louder and louder. Without further ado, I present the stunning, statuesque, strobetronic stars with stupefying stratospheric struts. That's the name of this chapter. The 7, please worship them as the Intoxibellas they have now become. A swirl of smoke and blue fire swept around the bottom of the mountain and spiraled to the top. As it traveled, the swirl revealed a translucent, three-dimensional image of a copper-haired girl with copper-colored eyes. Around her waist flapped her centura, the belt made of shimmering gold fabric that all the Intoxibellas wore. According to Modelland lore, oh, we're getting lore now. Centuras allowed Intoxibellas to activate their inherent power. Young girls from all over the world wore replicas of them as part of costumes and dress-up games. Even Tookie had when she was 10 years old. Feast your eyes upon Evangelinda, the belladonna said over the cheering crowd. The image of Evangelinda expanded from the fiery bottom of the mountain in the misty top. The luminescent eye hovered above her head like a golden crown. Evangelinda's power? Chameleon. It's chameleon, but with a thing. The belladonna explained, and the Evangelinda's and then Evangelinda's appearance changed a dozen times over the course of a few seconds. Long hair, short hair, copper-colored, blonde, brunette, almond-shaped eyes, and then doe eyes, plump lips, bow-shaped. Her physique morphed too, from a thin frame kissed by an hourglass to one of defined musculature. Then Evangeline shook like a dog, removing water from its coat, and her copper hair and eyes returned, as did her original frame. If I had her, I'd have a different girl every night, a man next to Tookie cried. I could stop cheating. I took my breath. I want to be just like all of her, a girl exclaimed. The belladonna's voice filled the air again. Next, meet Simone. The image of Evangelinda shrank, and the swirl of smoke and blue fire climbed up the mountain again, revealing another newly minted Intoxibella. This girl's hair was slicked into a chic chignon. I don't know how to say this word. Chignon. And her eyes were piercing ink black. Simone's power? Multiplicity. Simone raised her arms and swept them gracefully through the air. Two identical Simones slid out from either side of her body, sending a chorus of oohs through the crowd. Not ahs, though, just the oohs. Each Simone made a unique pose before being sucked back into the original Simone. The spectators applauded thunderously, overcome with excitement. Tears of joy rolled down some of their cheeks. Tears of joy. Okay.
They're just so pretty.
Tookie felt a shiver. This was the first time she had ever seen the Intoxibellas ceremony in person, and it was even more magical than she'd ever imagined. Our third Intoxibella, Bev Joe, the belladonna roared. A raven-haired Intoxibella with sky-high cheekbones and sharp jawline appeared above the crowd. Bev Joe's powers? 30 never. When Bev Joe ages to 29, she will begin her next year looking again like she is 17 until she reaches 29 again. That cycle will continue until she perishes. So she's immortal unless she messes something up, I guess. She's not going to die of old age.
Yeah, that's not how not aging works.
Yeah.
Unless she just looks younger and it's like, oh, the inside of your body is 78.
A gray-haired woman on the ground made a face. She's so beautiful, she doesn't need it. Give me that power. It's wasted on her. Tell me about it, Mrs. De La Crème muttered, clutching the side of her precarious face. Our fourth Intoxibella, Lamora, the Smoky Mountain swirl revealed a dark-haired Intoxibella with seductive, narrow eyes. Her power? Excite to buy, the ability to sell. Lamora made an inverted V with her hands, and then thrust the point towards the spectators. Tookie touched her hair, acutely conscious of how wild it was. Chivomal, Tookie suddenly said aloud, feeling like an alien invader had taken over her thoughts. I need it, now! Beside her, Mrs. De La Crème patted her face. I should pick up some more wrinkle redux. And similarly, everyone around them murmured other names of skin products, clothing brands, and diet soft drinks that they suddenly craved. Gentlemen, get ready for our 5th Intoxibella. Meet Cindici. The swirl unveiled a platinum blonde with hazel eyes whose body swayed in a hypnotic dance. Cindici's smile was blinding and her centura undulated toward the crowd in a come-hither fashion. How old are these characters? I'm a little concerned.
The Intoxibellas?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Hopefully
Old enough.
Yeah, I'm sure they're 18 or older, or they might have been Intoxibellas for a while, hopefully.
Yeah.
I don't know. Unless it's like the graduating class. All we know is that they're 13 plus, allegedly.
Her power, the Belladonna teased, seduction, as that's how it's spelled, seduction. As Cindici's hair blew in the wind, all the men in the crowd stared. I'm ready to sin with Cindici, right here, right now, one of them yelled. Our 6th Intoxibella, Katucha.
Katucha. Oh, God.
Katucha is her name. Said the Belladonna. A cocoa-skinned, large-eyed beauty with close-cropped hair spun in the air. Unlike the other Intoxibellas who wore the most fashionable couture, this Intoxibella wore an outrageously mismatched, tattered blouse and skirt combination. Her power is Sixsensa, spelled Sixxsensa for those playing along at home. Sixsensa, a remarkable supernatural sixth sense. Katucha can see into the future of fashion, which means this unusual outfit will be on your body next year. Oh, and did I mention that Katucha has enhanced sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell? Wow, Tookie muttered. She wouldn't have minded having all those powers. As Katucha faced back into the atmosphere, the Belladonnas cleared her throat. Unfortunately, once again this year, Modelland has not produced the ultimate Intoxibella, a 777, a girl possessing all 7 powers. While this is disappointing, it by no means should dull the adoration you give our last newly ordained Intoxibella of the evening. Completing our presentation of this year's Modelland graduates is a girl who possesses the power of teleporting. She couldn't just call it teleporting. An Intoxibella with a pixie haircut and aqua eyes whirled into view. Her name is quite fitting, the Belladonna narrated. Exodus! Tookie shot up. Exodus? Was that a sign? The sprightly Intoxibella fell backwards into an immense hole that formed behind her and disappeared. Creamy, she vanished right before our eyes. Miracle covered her mouth with both hands. Then something rumbled a few feet away from Tookie. The ground split, making a jagged Z across the sidewalk. It widened and widened, making the earth rumble. Like in Toy Story 2, where Zurg's thing opens up into a Z shape, is what I'm picturing.
Oh.
Look out, a woman to Tookie's right yelled, earthquake! The hole grew larger and larger. Everyone stepped away from it, fearing for their lives. Everyone except Tookie, who tiptoed closer to the edge. Out popped a human-sized Exodus. The glorious creature posed triumphantly, then whipped her head around and locked eyes with Tookie and smiled. Hi there, what's your name? She asked. Tookie stared at her, tongue-tied as usual. Miracle pushed in front of Tookie. Miracle De La Crème, she screamed, assuming the Intoxibella was talking to her. You're so pretty. Then Exodus rose in the sky and flew back to the top of the mountain, reappearing seconds later in immense translucent form. The Belladonna's voice boomed through the sky once more. Every girl in the world has the power within her to become a 7. 7 is it you. Oh, they've separated 7-7. Is it 7-7? Maybe it's 7-7. All of those had periods in between them. That's why I read it like that. Fireworks burst around the Intoxibellas. The crowd cheered wildly, and several people fainted. Of course they did. Tookie suddenly caught a glimpse of blue behind a bench, and it was 2 feet clad in doctor's booties. She drew a breath. Lizzie? Tookie scampered over worriedly, not even bothering to tell her mother or Miracle where she was going, since they were transfixed by the spectacle in the sky. Lizzie was half hiding behind a bush, twitching wildly. Her eyes were rolling back in her head. Lizzie, Tookie cried, taking her friend's hand. What are you doing here? Normally, Lizzie didn't dare show her face in places so public or crowded. Lizzie just stared ahead into nothingness, not at all unlike Wingtip. Then she spoke in a drone Tookie had never heard from her, as if she was a medium at a seance. They took her last night. By her feet, the burning continued throughout the night. They cut open her blisters and poured liquid metal into her veins. Sorry, that's what it says. I don't like
I
it
know.
more
I'm
than
just
anybody else.
it's more at Tyra.
It's Tyra, why? Lizzie then raised the cuffs of her pants, which were dragging on the ground, revealing feet that looked like they had been dipped in battery acid, with open sores that oozed pus. The areas near her arches had 100 little cuts, ranged in straight lines. Ranged in straight lines as if they were soldiers ready for battle. Lizzie, Tookie cried. She looked around frantically, hoping someone could help her. We have to get you to a hospital. Lizzie shook her head violently. No, I don't need a hospital. They'll kill me, but I do need you, Tookie. Tookie clutched it. I'm still not over the fact that her name is Tookie. Tookie clutched Lizzie's hands. Need me for what? But Tookie knew what Lizzie meant. Exodus, Lizzie whispered oh so faintly. Tookie widened her eyes. A shiver went through her. What? When? Tomorrow, please. Tookie! Tookie turned to the sound of her mother's voice. Mrs. De La Crème was standing near the parked cars, looking annoyed. Tookie swallowed hard, then turned back to Lizzie, but she was nowhere to be seen. Oh my God, Tookie whispered, running her hand down the length of her face. Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. Lizzie had braved the crowded part of Metopia to find Tookie. Whatever was happening to her must have been even scarier than her burns and scars themselves. It was dire, a life or painful death situation. Exodus. Lizzie was leaving, had to leave, and she needed Tookie to come with her. You all right? It was Wingtip. He stood behind Tookie, his face crumpled with sadness, the shoe slung over his shoulder. Oh, Tookie exclaimed. She tried to wipe away her tears. I'm fine. Then she looked away, feeling awkward. It was so rare for her to speak to strangers. Usually they didn't notice her. And her mother's warning rang in her head. What if there was something wrong with Wingtip? What if he was truly a dangerous man? What got you so sad, little lady? Wingtip asked. I don't like that he said little lady. Tookie shrugged. It's nothing, really. I'm not supposed to look at you. Let alone speak with you.
Well, at least she's being honest.
He chuckled. Nothing I'm not used to. Aw, that's sad.
Oh.
Why do you talk to yourself? Tookie blurted out.
At least she's being honest.
Then clapped her hand over her mouth, fearing she'd been rude. She knew that was rude, but the I can't look at you or talk to you. She was fine with it. She didn't second guess that one. But Wingtip didn't look bothered. Little lady, I'm gonna give him a cowboy voice. Little lady, when your world has been ripped right from under you, you tend not to trust much of what anybody says. Anybody but yourself, that is. And I do a good job of keeping myself company. Okay, confession time, Tookie said. Sometimes I speak to myself too, since nobody else does. This is a stranger. She's just telling them this. It'll stop you from going crazy, Wingtip chuckled. Crazy. Ha! My mother says you're crazy. Oh, does she now? Well, maybe you should listen to your mother. Nah, I think you're more sad than crazy. Oof. A smart little lady you are, the man fiddled with the laces of the shoe flung over his shoulder. I know why I'm a sad sap of a man, but why are you crying? Because it hurts. What hurts? Everything. I can relate to that. Tookie pulled her bottom lip into her mouth and bit down hard to keep from exploding into more tears. Wingtip leaned forward and pointed at her. You've got more important things to do than hurt, little lady. You've got a beautiful light that only a few people can see, shining brightly inside of you. Oh. A light, Tookie repeated, hardly believing her ears. Perhaps he'd said a plight instead, or a blight. Wingtip leaned closer, offering a genuine smile. Go for your destiny, girl. Dream big. Take it from a sad and crazy man who talks to himself. Everyone's entitled to dream, you know, even you. Tookie looked away. Dreaming is dangerous, though. It just sets you up for disappointment. He gave her a shocked look. What gave you that idea? I mean, you're the one who said I talk to myself because I trust no one. What is this optimism, pessimism mix? Tookie ran her tongue over her teeth. My parents, she almost said. As more fireworks exploded in the sky, Wingtip sighed. Little lady, if you don't dream, you'll wind up just talking to yourself. But answering your own questions, wearing last week's clothes, and walking around with a shoe over your shoulder. This gives the energy of Jughead being like, I wear this hat. I'm kind of a weird guy on Riverdale. It's just like, so why? You can put it down if you don't want it.
You gotta commit to the bit.
And gave her a nod. I'll be seeing you. And then he slipped through the crowd, the old wingtip shoe bouncing against his back. Tookie watched him for a moment, awestruck. How dare you abandon us? Tookie turned around and saw her mother standing behind her, Miracle's jerk garment bag on her arms. You dropped Miracle's dress on the ground, and the crowd traipsed all over it. What were you doing all the way over here? Tookie quickly scooped the bag from her mother's arms. I'm sorry, Creamy. It's so sad, but her name is Creamy. She gestured at the fervor around them, searching for an excuse. It's just, hard to get caught up, not to get caught up in this. Mrs. De La Crème blinked hard at her. A cruel smile spread across her face. What does all this matter to a girl like you, Tookie? Tookie swallowed. Normally, she would have wilted, turned away to not, and told Creamy she was right, but it suddenly felt like she'd just been put on a steely coat of armor. Exodus, she thought. Everyone's entitled to dream, you know, even you. You'd be surprised, Tookie said, emboldened, and then she turned away. My God, that chapter was like the never-ending chapter.
Oh my, yeah, I know. I just gotta describe all the Intoxibellas, and I think, or I put it in chat, but I think that a lot of the Intoxibellas are named after like supermodels, like Linda Evangelista and Beverly Johnson.
Okay.
With Bev Joe and Evangelinda or whichever, and it's just like, well, okay. You know, I guess it's enough to where Linda Evangelista can't be like, I'm suing you for $10,000 a day.
I guess a day.
Well, apparently that was Linda Evangelista's thing, where she was like, I don't want to get up for more than 10,000, or I won't get up for less than $10,000 a day. I'm surprised there's no mention of Naomi Campbell, unless she's like, yeah, because Tyra does not like
unless
Naomi
she's
Campbell.
a bad guy. She didn't want to give her like superpowers.
Exactly.
And the nonsense words Tyra has invented. Hi, Texas. French, because English isn't hard enough, right?
Yeah. She's like, I went to France that one time when I was younger, and now I'm going to include French. Très jolie. And it's just like, thanks, Tyra, I guess.
Give him the old razzle-dazzle. I think Avery just had a stroke while reading the chapter. I'm struggling so hard with the way that this book is written is a lot. Gabe is, I don't know how you're doing so phenomenally well.
Oh, I'm not, but the voices, they distract everybody. And people were talking about how are we supposed to relate to Tookie? And it's just like, well, and someone was saying she's weird, so.
Yes, Texas, I did see Miss Ukraine's angel costume.
Oh, yeah, I looked it up while the chat was going, so I was like, oh, she's really pretty, or she is really pretty, yeah. But the outfit is also really pretty.
And somehow Miss USA won. I don't know. No shade against her, but her angel costume was by far the least compelling out of all of them. Is it
like what, or I can't remember what it was called, but it was like the men's pageant or whatever, and all the other countries are dressed as kind of traditional warriors, and then the guy from America was dressed up in like a cheap Superman outfit.
Yeah, kind of like that. It was, again, the girl beautiful, but the outfit that they put her in was like it was just red, white, and blue and all sparkly and whatever, and it's like, okay, that's whatever, but like, yeah. The one girl had retractable wings. How did she not, how did all of these other costumes that are like elaborate and showcase culture and stuff lose out to this?
Because America, that's why.
I'm seeing nothing likable about these characters. Darth Sidious said, was it also Darth Sidious who said, I cannot imagine relating to Tookie?
I think
I
so.
agree with whoever said that. I think Tyra thinks having 2 different colored eyes makes Tookie a minority.
Oh no.
Yeah, and that makes this protagonist relatable. Not that having characters like that can't work. Tyra just doesn't know how to write good. Yeah. I can't imagine. Well, there was also a ghostwriter. Let's not forget to share some of the blame between the 2 of them.
Yeah, mainly Tyra, but there was a ghostwriter. Unless they were given nothing to work with.
But she also said that she spent 5 years creating this story. So I don't know. I don't know how that translates to ghostwriter. I don't know. Like maybe she developed the concept and like all the worlds and characters and things, and then gave it to the ghostwriter to write. And it's his fault that there's so many run-on sentences.
Everything must run on and on and on and on.
Jeremy Jerk, I think I have a new favorite name, Darth Sidious says. I walked away for a tiny bit, but did I miss anything Unhinged? You missed a lot of Unhinged, but nothing really important, Salt Mountain. Yeah, you've missed everything. No. So basically, standard Modelland. Keeps going on about this issue. No one cares about your eyes. I think Tyra thinks having 2 different colored eyes makes her a minority. Can't imagine relating to Tookie. Salt Mountain said that. I cannot imagine relating to Tookie either. Another pointless character.
Which one?
He actually comes back later. I think Shoe Guy. I think
Wingtip, yes.
I want to be able to do the cowboy voice again. I don't think we ever learn why he carries around a giant shoe, though.
Oh.
Nope. Run now, Tookie. Salt Mountain goes, piss cloud.
Oh, Patrick said next stream you go to the Modelland theme park.
If they build a Modelland theme park, Gabe and I will be on the first flight out. I promise. But I doubt that that's going to happen.
If Sour Punch Straws, if you want to see us go to Modelland, then please sponsor these videos if it's ever built. Please and thank you.
This book is basically Tyra going, anyone can be beautiful except for old people and women with body hair and a bunch of other stuff.
and men can't be beautiful. They're not even in the equation.
How dare men think that they could stand on the same level as our womanly beauty? I think that's roughly what she means.
It is. I thought it wasn't built. Oh, wait, it was built, but then didn't it get shut down because of the COVID or something? Or Patrick was saying it's already a thing.
Oh, okay. We'll have to do some digging into that.
It's in Santa Monica.
We'll have to do some digging. I need to know more about Modelland. Yeah, I thought the same thing, Milo. A model wearing a certain outfit is going to influence whether it becomes fashionable, so she's like, yes, I can see the future of fashion. I am going to wear this. And then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because, of course, then it's going to be fashionable.
Plot twist, she doesn't have any power. She just says she does.
There are so many made-up words, Darth Sidious.
Like the 7-7. It's like, how do you say is it 7-7? Letter 7 written out 7? Or is a number 7 spelled out 7? Is it 7-7 or just 7? What does it mean?
She separated when they were all in periods. 7, period 7.
Oh, okay, so it is 7-7.
I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in. Yeah, it's giving the Jughead Jones. Like, I'm so weird and quirky. I wear this hat. Like, you cannot, though. Like, you don't have to, Jughead.
Well, and then, it's Cole Sprouse plays Jughead, so it's like, oh, I don't fit in. It's like Andrew Garfield playing Spider-Man. He's supposed to be like the nerdy guy that people don't like, but it's like, who looks at Andrew Garfield and is like, I want to bully him,
right?
Unless they're really jealous,
which I guess is possible. But like, yeah, Andrew Garfield, I'm glad he's getting his little renaissance though, because everybody just dunked on his Spider-Man.
Oh, the Amazing Spider-Man.
And I'm glad now that people are like, give him another Spider-Man movie.
Oh yeah, apparently, I don't know if it was real, but an interviewer was like, oh, how do you feel about people really liking Amazing Spider-Man now? And he's like, where were you 7 years ago?
Yeah. Darth Sidious says it's 7-7.
Okay, thank you, Darth Sidious. I'm sure Darth Sidious is like yelling at their computer like, no, it's this, hear my words.
Sorry, Darth Sidious and the rest of chat. It's basically just a photo studio, Milo says. I believe that entirely. I'm going to do some research while you're reading this chapter, though.
Oh, okay.
I'll busy myself.
Oh, and I made Miracle.
All right.
The Miracle the dinosaur. Everyone in chat saw them, but yeah.
I like how they're in a little dinosaur conga line.
Da, 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 da. Yep.
Like at con with the big inflatable dinosaurs that always are in the conga line.
Yes. Oh, it's either them or Deadpool. I
Yep.
saw both his Spider-Man movies in theaters. I did not. I saw them briefly.
I saw them, but not in theaters.
So yeah, thank you, or Andrew Garfield. Someone going, "Thank you, Milo." Not in that accent because he's British, but still.
Thank you, Milo. I can't really do Andrew Garfield's very specific voice. He's got a very specific accent.
I can do Australian, Irish, and Scottish. That's all I can do. And like Cockney, but I have to swallow my bottom lip to do it, right? So it's just like, oh, it's only $1,495 to go to Modelland.
Oh my god.
Oh,
What?
oh gosh. I I want to see it, but I don't want to see it that badly. I'll take someone vlogging it.
Yeah, we can watch some videos.
Salt Mountain. You can do accents if you really want to, Salt Mountain. You just gotta believe. I listened to Gerard Butler, and that's how I got my Scottish accent.
You should have been here when we were reading Star Trek Corona and I was doing the voice for Scotty.
All right, I'm giving her all she's got, Captain.
Yeah.
I'm not even American, but my accent is permanently stuck in American. Where are you from, Salt Mountain? That just went Candy Mountain, Charlie. Or I remember. Oh, sorry, you were looking at me, and I thought I.
Oh no! Sorry, I was staring off into the middle distance because I was just trying to process something about Modelland.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you were. Everyone's looking at me like this.
Sorry, I wasn't looking. I was just kind of looking into the void, just kind of rethinking all of our life choices that got us to this. Just kidding.
No, this is fun. We'll make so much. We'll make so many. I'll get so many subscribers on my YouTube channel after that. LOL, I asked Avery if she was having a panic attack when she attempted Scotty. I learned Glaswegian accent from Brian Lemond, aka Lemmy from the Lemmy Show. Limey. I'm from a country on the other hemisphere.
Fair enough.
Okay.
We support people not doxing themselves or giving away too much information on the internet. That's good internet safety.
Yes.
Apparently, Modelland opened in September, like this past September.
Oh my gosh. Source of the steel is heavier than feather sketch. Oh, I remember seeing some video where it's like, what's heavier, 1,000 pounds of feathers or 1,000 pounds of steel? And it's like 1,000 pounds of steel, and it's like, no, they weigh the same, but steel is heavier. No, but it's 1,000, and it was kind of going like that for several minutes. It was just like,
No, I'm listening to you. I'm just looking at I just saw this picture.
Oh, is that the Smize cream? Or...
Yes, the Smize cream. If chat wants to see, it's quite a turn back. It's just a lot. It's just a very strange picture. Sorry, I won't interrupt you while you read the next chapter.
Okay.
I will save my comments about it for after.
Okay, chapter 7, X02, or is it XO2? Darn it, woman, where were you? Tookie's head, that's not Mr. De La Crème's voice. I need to find it again. Tookie's head jerked up from her pillow with a start. She'd been exhausted after the shopping trip and had gone straight to bed. How long have I been asleep? You came home an hour later than you said you would, Mr. De La Crème continued with an acidic rage Tookie had never heard before. Then there was a sound of liquid sloshing from a jug, followed by a sharp, sour smell of tater mash. Miss De La Crème said, "You're drunk, Christopher. For the last time, we were at the mall buying a dress for your daughter and stopped to watch the 7/7 ceremony." Woman, whether you disappear for an hour or days at a time, Mr. De La Crème scoffed, you always have some clever excuse. Tookie peeked around the corner into her mother's office, which was next to the kitchen. Miss De La Crème was dressed in an ivory satin nightgown with a matching robe that cinched her waist so tightly, Tookie thought it might have left permanent indentations. Creamy sat in a lambskin chair at her massive desk. Brand new books with shiny covers lined the shelves. Sitting on the long, backless couch and the window sills and in custom displays all around the room was her doll collection, which she started years before Tookie was even born. There were swaddled babies, dolls with eyes that opened and closed, dolls that wet themselves and digested food and spoke. Each was positioned just so, an arm curled here, a leg crossed there, their heads pointed straight at Tookie's mother, as though she were conducting a meeting with all of them. Tookie wished she could close every single pair of glass eyes. Maybe if they didn't stare so adoringly at her mother, Miss De La Crème could resist their charms and would share some of her love with Tookie.
Oh, that's depressing.
Yeah. Mr. De La Crème stood in front of his wife, his hands balled in a fist at his hips. Oh, I know you stopped to watch the 7-7, but I also know you can see that darn show from anywhere in the world. Heck, I saw it right here from our front porch. You couldn't have watched it here with me, but no, you wanted to watch it with your man friend, didn't you? I know people, Creamy, and I trust what they tell me. Miss De La Crème tossed her. So now your desperate, flabby behind is spying on me? She laughed cruelly. Oh, Christopher, you have reached an all-time low. I pity you. Spare me, Mr. De La Crème growled. The only thing you should pity is that disastrous, petrifying mug of yours. Miss De La Crème instinctively touched her face. Oh, so the one-eyed, unemployed monster has the nerve to talk about my face. Have you looked in the mirror lately, dear? Mr. De La Crème slammed his jug of tater mash onto his wife's desk. That's what all this is about, isn't it? You think I'm damaged goods. He grabbed Bellissima from Miss De La Crème's arms. Tookie's mother groped for the doll. Christopher, don't you dare hurt her. Her? He waved the doll in the air. You say that like she's a human being, like she's more important than me. Where do I fit in your life? Sometimes I think you wish the sword had killed me, so that you could continue life with her father. What? Miss De La Crème asked, her eyes focused on Bellissima. Whose father? Your daughter's father, Creamy. Don't play dumb. Miss De La Crème blinked confusedly. Miracle's father? Mr. De La Crème laughed heartily. Oh, you wish I was talking about Miracle. You wish it were Miracle. I had doubts about. That would make her all yours. But no, Creamy, she belongs to both of us, and we will both reap her rewards. You can't push me out that easily, he pointed at her. You know who I mean, the other one. Tookie widened her eyes. Mr. De La Crème prowled around the room. Every time I look into that child's mismatched eyes, I see, or shall I say, I don't see it. Miss De La Crème paled. But Christopher, you have one green eye, just like hers. Mr. De La Crème glowered. There is nothing about me that lives within that girl, that circus freak. She is uncoordinated, unattractive, and unmemorable. You don't know what you're talking about. You're the only man I have ever been with. Tookie waited for her to say more, to deny that she thought Tookie was uncoordinated, unattractive, and unmemorable. But she didn't. It was the equivalent of saying she didn't love her. Tookie bit down hard on her inner cheek. I do too know what I'm talking about, Mr. De La Crème said calmly. She's not mine, Creamy. I even felt like she was mine from the second she hit puberty. She went from adorable to atrocious almost overnight. What? Tookie whispered, pressing her spine against the back wall. She felt dizzy. What? Was this a nightmare? Creamy, let's be real, Mr. De La Crème continued. As soon as you got pregnant with her, you had to go off to some special medical facility to deal with all the complications you said you were having. Scary things that could have made you lose the baby. I was on the road and couldn't go with you, remember? I had to keep working to make sure we could put food on the table for our growing family. Then, 9 months later, you had her, thousands of miles away from here. You refused to let me be with you to see her take her first breath. My first child, Creamy. You denied me that right. How could you have never let me talk to the doctors who delivered her? Was there another man in the room while you gave birth? Her real father? Was that why you called me only after it was over? You don't know what you don't know what you're talking about.
I like it.
You don't know what you're talking about, Miss De La Crème. Sorry, here. I'm trying.
Oh, you're good. It's not you. It's the book.
Or I'm trying to get the voices right. But Mr. De La Crème barreled on. You told me they didn't know if you or the baby would live. And after that, you said you couldn't have any more children. Your insides were ruined. But 2 years later, a miracle came. Thank God, a real miracle. The spitting image of her father. Tookie's mouth dropped open. Did he really believe that? Was the child's life worth more the more they resembled their parents? Miss De La Crème scoffed. You've lost your mind. That sword must have sliced your sanity. but she sounded less resolute than usual. Her face was pale, her wrinkled lips pursed. Mr. De La Crème shut his one good eye. Woman, I cannot take your lies anymore. Just stop it. He turned his face to the wall, and suddenly, crack, he pummeled his fist through the flimsy plaster. A cloud of dust billowed everywhere. Tookie shot back and ducked behind the curtain across the hall. Tookie's mother was one. Christopher, you have gone crazy. Mr. De La Crème's skin flushed puce. Well, Creamy, if I'm crazy, you sure are breaking your number one rule, because you're making a heck of a lot of eye contact with a crazy person right now, aren't you? Tookie's mother shot to her feet, grabbing Bellissima from her husband. I'll say it again. Not one bit of your ridiculous accusations is remotely true. Oh, but it is, Creamy, and you know it, and I'm going to tell everyone I know after I prove my gut instinct to be a scientific fact. He removed a yellow toothbrush, its bristles worn and bent, from his pocket and waved it in front of his wife's face. Tookie squinted and realized it was hers. She had brushed her teeth with it earlier that night. Miss De La Crème lunged for her husband and pinned him against the ruined wall. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, yes, I will, Mr. De La Crème cried, trying to push her aside. Right after Miracle gets chosen tomorrow, I have an appointment at the DNA paternity lab. This very toothbrush of your daughter's will prove she's not mine. And once I find that out, I'm sending Tookie away. I don't want her in my house anymore. I'm sending her to the factories. To the factories? Tookie's eyes goggled, but that would mean she'd become a factory dependent. She closed her eyes and thought of the shaved-head, dull-eyed, miserable, penniless children trudging through the factory doors. That would be her life forever. Did her father really want that for her? Miss De La Crème shook her head slowly, but she said nothing. Once again, she didn't defend Tookie. Nor did she debate his decision to send Tookie away. Maybe she wants to get rid of me, too. Tookie couldn't help it. She let out a squeak. Her mother didn't hear it, but her father, or whoever he was, turned in the direction of the sound and locked eyes with Tookie. At first, he looked surprised, even panicked. And then he stood up to his full height, possibly relieved. Just go, he said gruffly, staring at her with his one good eye. For all of us. Tookie gripped the rough curtain fabric. She wheeled backward out of the house, leaving the front door wide open. The words vibrated in her brain like a clapper in a bell. There is nothing about me that lives in that girl, that circus freak. I'm sending her to the factories. Just go, for all of us. Her chest seared. It felt like her father's words were squeezing all the air out of her body. She staggered down the porch steps into the evening's heat. Her bare feet skidded over the dead grass. The pain was so deep. Tears did not even streak her face. I have to get out of here, somewhere far away, but where? And then she realized, of course she knew where. Exodus. The zipper of Tookie's bag made a loud screech as she tried to pull it closed. She winced, looking around to make sure no one heard, slipped her T-mail jail into the left pocket of her cargo pants and the Tookie button into her right, and tiptoed out of the clothes-strewn bedroom. She paused in the doorway to glance at Miracle, who was sleeping soundly, letting out a giggle snore here and there. This might be the last time Tookie would ever see her sister, ever. Tookie wondered how she'd be able to fall asleep when she was separated from Miracle. Miracle's signature giggle snore had sort of become Tookie's sound machine, lulling her to sleep every night. I know you'll get in, Tookie whispered. I hope Modelland is everything you and Creamy always wanted, and more. Dawn was breaking as she crept down the stairs. Tookie had stayed awake all night, plotting and planning. She now knew for certain that this was her only option. This was what Wingtip was talking about. This was her dreaming big. Last night, after hearing her parents' conversation, she'd painted XO2 on the front door of her home, her secret signal to Lizzie. Less than 2 hours later, Tookie had heard a soft shriek outside her bedroom window. She looked out and saw a barren tree trunk bearing the same signal, XO2. It was accompanied by a smiley face and the number 7, the time in the morning when they would meet. Tookie was escaping Peppertown forever, escaping her parents, escaping with Lizzie to the place of their dreams and being in total control of their destinies. She would start her whole life over and become a remember girl. 2 more steps. 1, Tookie curled her finger around the doorknob. She could taste the freedom. Where do you think you're going? Tookie jumped and spun around. Her mother stood behind her. She wore tight-fitting, iridescent, bone-colored jeans with a matching one-shouldered top made of silk jersey that read, Modelland needs a miracle. Her cheeks shone with the wrinkle redux. Bellissima, whom she tucked under her arm, wore the exact same ensemble, minus the face cream. For a moment, Tookie couldn't move. This was the first time she'd faced her mother since overhearing the dreadful conversation the night before. Instantly, all the feelings of shame and betrayal and rejection rushed back to her. Well, Miss Della Crème repeated, her gaze shifting from Tookie to the bag. Her face brightened. Oh, Tookie, what a good sister you are. You've already packed extra supplies for Miracle for today. That's very thoughtful of you. Tookie's heart pounded. How could her mother act like last night hadn't happened? Creamy had all but agreed that Tookie should be sent off to work in one of Metopia's horrible factories. Tookie swiveled her head back to the narrow window of the side of the front door. The sun was over the tree line. I just wanted to go outside for a minute. There's no time for anybody but the Miracle today, Tookie. Miss Della Crème turned to the stairs. And here she is now. Miracle bounded down the stairs and did a full body wave when she reached the last step. The smize rested gently in her palm. It glittered and hummed. A small case was in her other hand. Da-ta! She cried. Time to go. Miss Della Crème walked to the front door. No, Tookie dug in her heels. I'm not going. Miss Della Crème stopped short of the foyer, swung around, and stared at Tookie. Have you lost your mind? Of course you're going. The door gaped open. Mr. Della Crème stood by the car, Brian Quincy at his side. Mr. Della Crème wore his old Chris Creme Crobat costume, the exact costume he'd lost his eye in. He'd cut out the Modelland Needs a Miracle portion of his t-shirt and sewn it to the abdomen. There were even old brown spots on the fabric, evidence of the bright red blood that had stained the costume the other day, on the day his life had changed forever. We gotta go now, and we gotta go now, Mr. Della Crème yelled. I'm not missing the countdown and the opportunity to change our sad excuse for lives. Plus, he added, I have an important appointment to get to after Miracle is chosen. He tapped his hip. Tookie could see the outline of the toothbrush underneath the pocket of his costume. Miss Della Crème seized Tookie hard by the neck and walked toward the car. No, Tookie cried, desperately trying to wrench free. She swung her neck to the side of the house and saw the XO2 written on the tree. All she could think about was how desperate and scared Lizzie had seemed in Ladorno the day before. They're going to kill me, she said. What if Lizzie was telling the truth? Tookie's gut told her that if they didn't escape today, something dreadful would happen to her one and only friend. Mr. Della Crème bounded over. Look, girl, he growled, grabbing Tookie roughly by the shoulders. You need to get in the car and help your sister win the most... You need to get in the car and help your sister with the most important day of our lives. He walked Tookie toward the vehicle and shoved her into the back of the car as one might shove a pan of bread into the oven. In you go. Tookie was surrounded by garment bags, shoe boxes, makeup cases, hairsprays, and hair straightening apparatuses. Hold this, Miracle said bossily, shoving the surprise into Tookie's lap while she buckled her seatbelt. The smize rattled inside its case as if it were trying to escape. It was a feeling that Tookie understood far too well. Tookie pressed her hands to the back window. As Mr. Della Crème started the car, Tookie's ache for Lizzie cut so deep, she envisioned Lizzie standing just beyond the tree line, her flame-red hair wild around her face. Then she sat up straighter. This wasn't a vision. Oh my God, she screamed. Lizzie! Miracle swiveled around and followed Tookie's gaze. Creamy, there's a dirty girl in our yard. Ugh, Brian looked too. She looks like roadkill. Lizzie took a few steps toward the car as if she was considering chasing after it. Her shoulders drooped. Her mouth hung open. Her arms were heavy at her sides. She looked so small standing there, so helpless. If Peppertown ever had even the tiniest wisp of a breeze, it could have blown her away. Roadkill? Miss Della Crème's eyes arched. Where? She swirled around to look at Lizzie too. Her eyes narrowed darkly. Lizzie's eyes popped wide, as if she'd just seen something that terrified her. She took a couple of wheeling backward steps, her hands trembling, and then Lizzie let out a shrill, window-shattering, eardrum-piercing scream, a sound that sent tremors through Tookie's limb, and a sound Tookie would never forget as long as she lived. I'm so sorry, Tookie called. Lizzie's screaming was intensifying as Tookie moved away from her. Lizzie, I'll be back for you tonight, I promise. The car made a sweeping left turn onto the street, moving farther and farther away from the small red-headed girl. Lizzie's screams persisted. Tookie could hear those loud, shrill, betrayed wails for blocks and blocks, reverberating over and over as the Della Crèmes drove down the wide avenue full of cars, all on their way to the day of discovery.
Oh my God. That was something.
Yep.
I got a
It's
text from somebody, and I was just like, oh no. Being like, hey, are you available? And I'm like, no, I got some Modelland things.
Oh my gosh, this book.
It's so much.
At least we're almost at page 100. Only 13 more pages. 23 more pages. Yeah, 13 more pages to go. Math, everyone.
Yeah, we were discussing if we were still below the 500 pages left mark, and I think we've broken that now. I think it's down like 480.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Oh, and it was Brian that called Lizzie roadkill, or in the chat. Someone was saying
Okay.
But yeah, we have less than 500 pages to go, everyone. We have 480 pages to go, and this live has been 4 hours long. I think we're doing really well.
I think we're doing really well. How are we feeling? Do we want to come? Do we want to do more of this after dinner, or do we want to not? I'll leave that up to you. That's.
Oh gosh, me.
Well, I'm down for anything, but I don't want you to be like, Avery's holding me hostage in the closet and making me read this terrible book. Oh no.
Actually very much enjoying this.
Me too.
I'm just like, I really don't want to watch this back and see me like being like the rain and dang it, the rain and just not being able to read. Oh, you're doing
great. If you're not comfortable reading, I can just read.
Oh no, I'm
you're doing great. Everybody loves your reading.
I just need to get the voices down because they switch so much back and forth. And it's mainly just Mr. and Mrs. De La Crème, where Mrs. De La Crème talks like this, and then Mr. De La Crème talks like this. But it's just higher and lower voice. But I somehow, Darcidia says continue.
Everybody's like, keep going. Well, we're still going to keep going for now. We're just talking about at some point we're going to go and eat food. And the question is, do we return, or do we evaporate into the mist? All right, chapter 8. Feels like it should be more than 8 chapters already, don't you think?
It should.
I mean, it's been almost 100 pages, but only 8 chapters. Everybody knows that I hate when chapters are too long, and this book is very much that, pretty much most of the time. I only have a 10-page chapter, though, so I shouldn't complain that much. This time I have a 10-page chapter.
I had 8, so I'm like, oh, I shouldn't complain for a while.
Well, it's starting to bring me back to, like, reading Harry Potter as a kid and being like, this is a 45-page chapter. Why?
Luckily, we're not doing one of those where it's just like, why is it 45 pages?
Yikes. All right, welcome to T-Dot. And we're back to the ambiguous narrator, who I genuinely don't know who's supposed to be speaking. But we're back to that for like a page and a half. Can you smell it, feel it, taste it? Oh, I can. And it tastes, ooh, so sweet. And the sound, deafening. Think about the loudest, most riotous crowd you've ever been in and quadruple it. Then multiply that by a power of 10. That is the day of discovery. And yes, my darling, that delightful day has arrived. The whole world was flooding to Metopia to see the delectable spectacle unfold. It takes place all over the planet, of course, on the sexy beaches of Terra Bossa Nova, on the strip of Strip Town, round the Taj Gardens and Chakra, but there's nowhere like Metopia for all the most authentic experiences. Modelland is right there, after all, at the top of Metopia's highest peak. Everyone wants to see the scouts' first descent from the mountain and their final flight back into the land. Their capacious carriages full of new recruits. She really likes when things start with the same letter, Tyra.
Oh, gosh.
But some visitors don't trek from their corner of the globe just to see the scouts' initial descent. Some come to experience something else. The aftermath. Aftermath is capitalized. The madness that affects the forsaken, the rejected, the unchosen of the denied once all the discovery after parties have ended. There are always some rejected candidates who just cannot accept Modelland's decision. They are so sure they deserve a spot in the new class, so convinced that there has been a terrible mistake, that they embark on a pilgrimage up the diabolical divide in hopes that Modelland will see firsthand the grave oversight that has been committed. These intrepid females, I don't like that they said females, the pilgrims, as they are called, have tunnel vision so laser focused that no one can convince them they're mistaken. People call this debilitating illness the plague. The first telltale symptoms are profuse sweating, massive headaches, and bulging veins. This plague is worse than the one you might already be familiar with, the B1. Bubonic, that is. The B1.
Darth Sidious was like, there's a bad joke coming up. And was that it? Please tell me that was the bad joke.
The plague induces seizures, fevers, chills, gland swelling, the upchucking of blood, and of decomposition of skin while one still is alive. But I will take the bubonic plague any day, for if it is caught in time, it can be ousted from the body with a simple swallow of one of the two mycins, Genta or Strepto. The pilgrim plague, however, is terminal, darling, and I am not referring to an airline departure lounge. Years off my life. None who have journeyed up the mountains have ever made it to Modelland, and none have returned to Metopia alive. Now, doesn't that send shivers all the way down your sky-high stilettos? By the time the De La Crème car pulled into downtown Ladorno, people had already spilled out onto the streets. Tourists lined the curb, gawking at every car that passed. An unnaturally bleached, blonde, orange-tanned, middle-aged man sold pink, purple, turquoise cotton candy in the shape of Intoxibella hairdos from the latest Modelland magazine fashion edition editorial. And sugary asymmetrical bob, a mess of candy curls and flossy nests of sharp-looking spikes. Everyone wore something Modelland related. T-shirts with a photo of the mystifying mountain on the front. Hats with the eye logo, and dresses, shoes, and hats bearing pictures of CL, the ravishing Intoxibella's intoxicating eyes entranced Tookie, pulling her in. Once again, the merchandise was adorned with the slogan, "Where the hell is CL?" Tookie's stomach lurched when she saw the shoulder bags a man was selling with photos of Exodus, the new teleporting 7-7 on them. Exodus, Lizzie. She shut her eyes tight, Lizzie's screaming echoing in her mind. Protesters also lined the sidewalks, holding up signs that said, "Women, don't walk, it's all a sham. T-dots, a crock, a phony exam." Overpowering all the spectators were the thousands upon thousands of candidates making their way to Ladorno Square. Homely girls, riveting girls, short and tall girls, droopy-eyed and doe-eyed girls, shapely, hipped and pigeon-toed and slew and flat-footed girls, twig-limbed and ample-figured and athletic girls, all of them marched into the square with confidence. Tookie had forgotten that not all the participants were exactly Intoxibella quality. Oof. She stared at them as they passed, envious of their guts and determination. Plus, none of them had to stand around helping their younger sisters realize her destiny. As the De La Crème vehicle rolled toward a parking lot, Tookie's mother leaned over to apply a puff of bronzer to Miracle's cheeks. "Now, Miracle, you know that you must run away. You must runway walk the whole 15 minutes the music is playing, right? No chassés, jetés, or pas de bourrées." I hope I'm saying that somewhat right.
Yeah.
You hear me? "I know, Creamy." Miracle opened her eyes wide to allow Mrs. De La Crème to apply mascara to her bottom lashes. "And when the scout chooses you, be gracious," Mrs. De La Crème went on. "They appreciate good manners. Your mother has been preparing for this day since before you were born," Mr. De La Crème said. He pulled into a handicapped parking spot, beating another car to the spot. "Success," he murmured, pumping his fist. The De La Crèmes and Brian clambered out of the car and into the street. Mr. De La Crème held the encased smize under his arm like a football. Mrs. De La Crème shoved Tookie's large Exodus/accessories bag into Tookie's arms. We have lots of work to do, she held tight to Tookie's wrist, pulling Tookie toward the town square, which was paved in bleached marble as far as the eye could see. Three sides of the square pulsated with throngs of spectators, jockeying for position and participants preparing for the event. The fourth slide offered a perfect view of the mysterious mountain, almost butting up against it. 6 glittering fountains decorated the square, spewing effervescent plumes of water that sent wilting tourists scurrying for cover. An enormous, exquisitely carved 8-story clock stood in the north side of the screen's flanked perimeter, many projecting images of the approximately 1,000 other cities hosting chaotic Day of Discovery events all over the town of Pallinian. All over the world, sorry. One screen showed the girl standing atop a frozen lake in the town of Pallinian. Others displayed candidates milling excitedly in a cleared-out sugarcane field in Quito. Pelt-wearing tribal leaders danced ceremonially around them. A third depicted a massive crowd of young ladies gathering around an auto racetrack in the city of 500. There was an opening that offered a panoramic view on the Modelland mountain. 3 obelisks stood at the base, pointing straight up into the sky. One sparkling ivory, one golden, one bisque that was covered with spots. No one knew who had built them. They'd appeared overnight 6 months ago, but the obscure obelisks, as they'd come to be called, attracted their own gathering of spectators, many carrying religious icons, who believed that the structures were significant to them. Others posed, allowing friends to take pictures of them with the obelisks in the background. Those damn ugly-ass obelisks, Mrs. De La Crème muttered as she walked. They block the view of the mountain. I don't think they're ugly, Tookie gazed up with wonder. I think they're architecturally interesting, unique, a mystery. De La Crème family continued through the square. Tourists, television cameramen, and reporters, horse-mounted riot police, and Modelland hopefuls jammed the space. More girls were getting prepared in the tent areas around the perimeter of the square. Perimeter of the square called Walker's Village. You're dragging your feet, Tookie, Mrs. De La Crème snapped. Finally, they arrived in Walker's Village. They found a clear patch of grass and dropped their bags of gear. Most of the girls were changing in the open, their body parts exposed to the world to see. Ugh. Not my miracle, Mr. De La Crème boomed as he pulled a brand new blow-up tent from his large duffel he was carrying. He pressed the automatic inflation button and a white and cream striped tent, white and cream striped. So almost not striped at all.
Yeah.
Tent staked itself to the ground. Mrs. De La Crème and Brian surrounded Miracle, opening makeup cases and pulling out needles and threads and pins and scissors. Brian, open the duffel that Tookie brought, Mrs. De La Crème commanded. Brian unzipped the bag and crammed it with Tookie's escape gear. What the hell is this? In each hand, he held a flashlight and a pillow. His eyes settled on Tookie. Oh, honey, good thinking, Mrs. De La Crème said, running to the bag. Brian, bind these 2 flashlights to the tent's ceilings for extra light. The pillows are perfect for Bellissima to nap on. And green bananas. Tookie, you didn't. Yeah, you're right, I didn't, Tookie thought bitterly. Those green bananas were supposed to last for a week for her and Lizzie. Mr. De La Crème and Brian, every time they say somebody's fancy name and Brian, I have to laugh, waited outside the tent while Miracle put on the gauzy, strapless vintage dress that was the exact color of her skin. Oof, she sounds a little too young for that. The skirt fanned out nearly 3 feet from her slim hips, and the folds settled in such a way that the dress looked like the surface of an elegantly rippling ocean. Tookie crouched down beside her sister and began fastening the row of hundreds of tiny buttons on the bodice, her small fingers expertly sliding each button through its loop. Mrs. De La Crème grabbed a stack of bobby pins and began to fix Miracle's hair. Tookie moved closer to her mother, thinking this might be a good time to talk. Creamy, she said softly. After Miracle is chosen, nothing has to change, right? You're not going to send me away to become a factory dependent, are you? Tookie, your father has made some hard decisions, but he is my husband and I have to honor them. Their marriage gets more toxic by the minute. Mrs. De La Crème murmured absently, applying gloss to Miracle's lips. I should imagine things will change quite a bit. Tookie gasped. So does that mean? But Mrs. De La Crème had already turned away. Tookie's mouth hung open so that was it. They really were sending her away. Tears prickled in her eyes. Finally, when Miracle was finished, Mrs. De La Crème opened the case holding the smize. She slowly lifted the lid and a glow spilled out, bathing the tent's interior with the multi-golden luminescent. She moaned in ecstasy. Ugh. Come here, baby, Mrs. De La Crème breathed. Come to Creamy. Oh, I'm so sorry you had to hear that with your ears, Gabe.
It's there's a reference that came to mind that I'll say after you're done.
Tookie wasn't sure if her mother was speaking to the smize or to Miracle, but as if on cue, Miracle glided in as if in a trance toward her mother and placed her chin right into her mother's cupped hands. The smize sucked onto Miracle's face, wiggling itself into place and rested above her eyes, its undulating colors creating the most magnificent eyeshadow effect Tookie had ever seen. Tookie resisted the overwhelming urge to reach out and stroke the smize. A gasp rippled through the crowd. As soon as they saw Miracle and her smize, one girl who was biting her nails began to cry, and another looked as if she was about to pummel Miracle because she made eye contact with Mr. De La Crème and backed off. Ooh, Brian cooed, scuttling over to admire Miracle's gold, 3-dimensional eyeshadow. Gorgeous, baby, Mr. De La Crème seconded, lacing his fingers together. Just gorgeous. With or without that thing. Tookie had to agree. Miracle was a stunning girl, but the smize made her beauty otherworldly. A smidgen more stunning than the 7/7s Tookie had seen the night before. You're pretty, Miracle, but like with the smize, you're like extra pretty. Yeah. You don't need it, but you need it, is what she just said.
Oh, gosh. Everyone needs to smize more.
Smize. I hate that it's called smize. They're called smizes.
Smiling with your eyes.
Riot police began to move the crowd behind the barricades, clearing the square. A shrieking whistle filled the air, and all eyes turned skyward. A bowling ball-shaped man with a full white beard and mustache, twinkling little eyes, and a jutting chin, wearing a white top hat, swept straight down into the now empty square. Supported by a harness, Tookie recognized him as Devin Rump VI, the mayor of Metopia.
Oh, gosh. Why is he called that?
Greetings, Mayor Rump said. His voice echoed off the hard marble surfaces. Eatings. Members of the Quadrant Councils of Peppertown, Pitter Patter, Shivera, and Ladorno, and their spouses stood on the stage. I thought he was announcing that. I read it wrong. It's just listing off. On the side stage. Each council member's wife was decked out in the products his Quadrant's factories were famous for. I have the great honor of welcoming all of you from around the globe to the fashion capital of the world, Metopia. Mr. Rump boomed into a microphone headset. Today is the day you have all waited 364 days for. The day of discovery, or T-Dot, as you young folk have come to call it. I want to wish all of you competing for Modelland admission the best of luck. Metopia has long-standing track record of producing many Intoxibellas, which is why so many of you trek here from your faraway homelands each year. And today we hope to send so many more of you to that special place on the mountain. Cheers erupted in the crowd. What will be the look of the season? The mayor asked to no one in particular. Is it the year of the blondes, the brunettes? Perhaps it's a ginger season. Ginger season!
Ginger! Ginger!
Ginger, yes, the strawberry blonde in a pink gown cried a few feet away. They never picked Ginger.
I feel so seen.
I feel so seen. They never picked Ginger. Will it be tan skin or rosy epidermises? Rump went on. Blue irises, cognac ones, emerald, or hazel. Tookie used to watch the mayor in every year on television and the day of discovery, wishing, hoping he'd utter, will it be girls with one brown eye and one green eye? Jesus Christ, stop doing it. It doesn't matter. But it had never happened. Will it be slim-limbed, the slightly curved, and athletically built? The mayor continued, his words echoing through the massive square. Will it be you? More cheers, and if you are not chosen, don't fret. Metopia has many wonderful jobs manufacturing clothes, accessories, and beauty products. Holding a job in a factory is just as worthy of esteem as being an Intoxibella. The mayor paused for cheers. He was met with dead silence. Suddenly, a hand slipped into Tookie's and squeezed. It was Miracle's. Her wide eyes flitted back and forth nervously. Do I look okay? Tookie looked at her sister, suddenly feeling a protective and loving rush. It wasn't Miracle's fault. Their parents were horrible people. Miracle might not have been the best sibling, but she was all Tookie had. You look absolutely beautiful, she said. Breathtaking, really. Now remember, Miracle, dance in your spirit, but not with your body, okay? What a depressing motto. I know, you sound like Creamy. Miracle playfully groaned. Tookie had a sudden revelation. This might be it, the last time she would see Miracle. All day of discovery candidates, are you ready? Mayor Rump called. A resounding, excited yes filled the air, so loud that it made the mayor and the quadrant council members clamp their hands over their ears. Cowbells clanged again. Little bit more cowbell. The crowd clapped in slow unison. Mr. De La Crème crouched down to Miracle and held the sides of her face. Dance in your spirit, but not with your body. You want this, baby, right? Miracle sucked on her bottom lip, eating off the lip gloss, and then stared blankly into her father's eyes. Come on now, baby, wake up. This is our destiny. Stage parents are truly the worst sometimes, aren't they?
Oh gosh, toddlers and tiaras, no.
Getting flashbacks. Miracle nodded, shaking out the tension in her arms. Her legs exactly like she did before her Maven of Moment competitions. The time has come, Mayor Rump said. Mayor Rump picked up a long striped tube and lit it with a match. Sparks began to fly. The tube shivered and bucked. Lives are about to magically change forever. The candidates get ready. Rump let the sparking tube go. It shot into the sky and exploded into the clouds, creating a gigantic burst of blues and pinks and golds, visible even in the daylight. Tookie gawked at it. Her hand to her mouth. When she looked back at Mayor Rump, his harness had yanked him up into the sky once more. Fireworks continued to explode around him. And then, from his dangling perch, the mayor uttered the very word everyone had waited for all year. Begin. The next chapter is just called That's it. That's the chapter name.
Oh, and Darth Sidious was asking how many chapters are in the book, and I was gonna check that now. But I'm trying to I can't remember what instance, but there's an anime called Kill la Kill, and I feel like Creamy is kind of there's a mom character in there, and she reminds you of Creamy and Kill la Kill, and it's a very weird relate. 47, I think. But yeah, it's a very weird like mother-daughter relationship.
Don't call her baby yet.
But
Yeah, parents calling their kids baby is normal. It's the way somehow these characters make it strange, but it's a normal thing. Like
yeah.
Milo says, "Oh my god, very obscure comparison, but yeah." They appreciate that you knew that.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh, Kill la Kill. Yeah, the mom and that is Creamy is not as bad as that mom, which is saying something, but she's still a bad mom. Oh, and it feels like 70 it feels like 74. Oh, that reminds me of or it's like if it was cold, how would you keep me warm? I'd walk over, or I'd get up and I'd walk sensually over to the thermostat, and then I'd turn the thermostat to a sensible 74. That's an All-Star RuPaul's Drag Race All-Star 6 reference, or All-Stars 5 reference, if anyone.
What?
Oh, Creamy gets worse. Oh, that's great.
Oh, good.
Does she end up like the mom in Kill la Kill? I hope not.
A week of just bananas? Yeah, Milo, we all know how I feel about bananas, so I definitely wouldn't like that. But yeah, it feels like you need more than bananas to survive off of.
Or maybe, or they're just like, we're just gonna starve, and then once these bananas are ripened, we'll eat them. But
I hate bananas, LOL. Yeah, I do too, Milo.
oh, fun fact: the banana flavor, or from what I remember reading, apparently the taste of banana flavored products, apparently that doesn't taste like bananas because it's from like a strain of bananas that's now since extinct, and I guess
I've
they
read
just
that
never
too.
changed it. Okay, I'm glad that someone else has known that, and everyone's like, what are you talking about?
No, I've read that for sure. Because I remember just being like, ugh. Like,
Yeah, well, you're like, neither are good. And I'm just like, can I have your banana Laffy Taffies?
Creamy is the absolute worst character in this book, so I hope you're ready for that. I mean, I think I'm as ready as I'll ever be. I don't know if one can be ready. I'm gonna quietly try to crunch some chips
Go for it.
in the back. Well, I'm gonna take the Dorito. One of the Doritos.
Go for it. But
Um,
or I'm just like, if anyone's seen Kill la Kill and read the book, does Creamy end up like the mom? I think her name starts like Ringo Kitsuragi. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up, everybody. Bear with me.
that is a lot of seasoning.
Oh, oh, you should have shown chat.
I hold it up. I don't know if you see it.
Oh, and there was another thing I was gonna say, but I can't remember. All right, it might have been America's Next Top Model related, but oh, they were talking about like she talks about being loving unnatural beauties, but then they changed their hair so much during the makeovers. And I was just saying how there was one girl who they bleached her hair. It should have taken 6 hours, but they did it in 3.
Uh-oh.
And they did it so quickly that the bleach kind of burned her scalp and it got infected, and she got impetigo on her face.
No.
Yep. And so it's just like, oh, that's not good. And then there was a lot of times where they would put weave in the girl's hair, but then not tell them how to maintain it or take it out.
You were telling me this, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's just like, what? And just the level of drama having to take it all out. Why would it say the name of the mom? Ugh.
Did you just Google name of show and name of mom?
Raggio Kiriuin is her name. I wonder it's weird. It's like a parody of like, oh, these outfits give its powers, but it's like the revealing outfits, and you have to embrace your body, and once you do, you'll be able to fight better. And so it's just kind of like, it's one of those, and then it's just clothes have it's an interesting show. I will just say that. So if you ever watch it, just be prepared for the weirdness.
Interesting. I'm used to weird after 2.5 years of this channel. Missing.
But but do you know about anime weird?
I'm just starting to finally get like, I feel like I've gotten past dipping my toes into anime, and now I'm like standing in 6 inches of anime water.
Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of like a really obscure, crazy. Oh god. Oh, here's a quote from an abridged version that kind of gives a hint of how crazy it could be. I love you like a brother, a normal brother or an anime brother. An anime brother. Ew, yuck, gross.
Oh.
So.
Oh no.
Oh, and yeah, Milo, there was one scene in the recap episode of cycle 11 of America's Next Top Model where they showed Sheena actually losing her hair. They were treating it and she's just like pulling out her hair, and so they had to change it at the last minute, but we're trying to like hide it and stuff, and it's just like and I think there were some models that were talking about how like when they got the hair, or they got the weave and stuff removed, there were like patches of hair that still haven't grown back.
That sucks.
Yeah, and I'm just like, if I would ever have gone on America's Next Top Model, I would have grown out my fro. So they'll be like, well, just shave your hair. And I'll be like, oh.
Oh, God.
Okay, so chapter 9. Okay, so it's about 10 pages, and it takes us past page 100.
This is a milestone.
Yes, we're almost a fifth of the way through the book, and we're like, oh, we're so tired. When I was 15, I had who was 20. Oh gosh.
Oh
gosh, there's an anime called Boku no Pico that is like one that everyone stays away from. It's funny because one of my coworkers, when I coach swim team, was just like, Boku no Pico, and I'm like, don't mention that in front of the kids. They have Google, they'll know things.
No.
I don't know what happens, but I'm just like, because there are some anime where, I remember I was at Dragon Con. My sister took me a panel called Dub Your Own Hentai.
Oh.
And that stuff is weird. Never look it up. Never watch any of that stuff. It is traumatizing. What about Boku no Hero Academia? Or don't watch an anime titled Boku. It's like, what about Boku no Hero Academia? Huh? Well, that it's starting to get sad now. But anyway. Oh, it's straight up like CP.
Oh God.
What is CP?
Child.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, there is some anime like that where they're just. I remember on Fairy Tail there was a moment, and I was just like, why? Don't look at it.
My eyes. Oh God.
Yeah, I'm just like, why are you showing me this? Why can't you say they're 18? Where's the male objectification in anime?
I'm gonna say balance the plate. No, don't.
We need make them 18 and more male objectification. That's all they need to do. Age them up. That's all they need to do.
Yep.
Oh, and or I've told Avery this, but going to Reddit, looking at the Made in Abyss Reddit, it's pretty much every other comment is, when is the maker of this going to jail? Because of just some of the subject matter.
Oh God.
Twisted Lunchbox uploading nothing but Round the Twist shorts.
Monday I'll have to show Gabe an episode of Round the Twist. It's an Australian kid show. It's wild.
Oh gosh. Or it's like, you need to watch either Kill la Kill or Made in Abyss, and I'll watch Twisted Lunchbox or Round the Twist.
Deal.
Oh gosh. But we still have to get through Digimon. Oh, there was a video where a guy is ranting about how his friend gave him a disc with a single file titled Boku, and it was Boku no. Oh, don't watch anything titled Boku. Oh, he doesn't know the full title. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh gosh.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I don't even know the content that happens, but I'm just like, stay away from Boku no Pico. Yeah, some of the things that it's just like. Yeah, like they have to censor Kiss and Yuri on Ice, but like they had to censor that, but all this other stuff is like out in the world, and it's like, oh, why?
Why did we do this? We had this conversation when we were on one of the Kingdom Hearts streams, where it's like, why is it that in anime you can't tell a character's age at all from the way that because there's some characters that are drawn to look like adults, but then it's like they're 14. But then it like happens where it's like they're drawn to look like a child, but they're 32. And it's just like, why is that a thing?
Yeah, I don't. There's someone had an idea in their head, and they're like, people are gonna like this, or they're just like, oh yes, they look like an 18-year-old, but we'll say they're 14 because they're inappropriate people, so they can feel better about themselves. I don't know. People are weird, and it's just.
Yeah. It's like, why can't we have nice things?
That's why anime needs to be more popular, but like the nicer anime, not the weird stuff. Nearly 10 chapters, and we still have no Modelland.
We have not.
Oh gosh, Maybe it's like in the recent Halloween movie where it takes 45 minutes for them to have Michael in there.
That sounds...
Oh gosh, I'm so glad I watched the first or the Halloween 2018 and not the other ones, because apparently they're not very good and they make people really mad. And I'm just like, good, because a lot of these horror movies make me annoyed because they get rid of people I like. And it's just like, oh, and I remember in the Rob Zombie Halloween 2, there was a kind of a scene where it's just kind of like this person really just hated the audience and just wanted to make them sad. Where there's a character that survived in the first Rob Zombie Halloween, but then they got unalived in the second one, and it was just like and they just like spent a lot of time focusing on one of the characters' reactions, and it's just like, this is just torture. They just want to see the world burn. We watch Naruto as a family right now. Tokyo Mew Mew? I've never heard that.
I've heard of it only because I've scrolled past it looking for Sailor Moon manga on eBay. Sometimes you get like, here's a lot of anime, random manga / discs of anime that I'm just selling in a big lot, and sometimes it's in there and I'm just like, I don't know what that is.
Oh gosh, there are so many things where I'm like, should I look this up, or should I just let chat explain? Oh, H2O just to add water. Oh, fun fact, Phoebe Tonkin and Claire Holt were both in the originals, and then Phoebe Tonkin and the other blonde, I can't remember her name, were in a movie called Bait 3D, which is a shark movie, but the two characters never had any dialogue. But I wonder if they're like, oh my god, it's been so long since we've seen each other. How are you since H2O? As I nearly knock over the tea.
You're good.
Spill the tea.
Spill the tea. It's I've done one episode of H2O, Just Add Water, one video where we did episodes 1 and 2. I feel like you and I need to do H2O, Just Add Water now.
We need to add that to the list. We need to do Digimon, H2O. We need to do Jurassic Park.
Legally Blonde.
Oh, and I just found during a scene in The Lost World Jurassic Park, you can see the camera crew in a reflection in a window. So I wanted to point that out. Character we all thought was a girl turned out to be a boy. Oh, that reminds you of Sailor Moon, where the one character where they changed they kept him as female for the dub, the one you were talking about, the one with the long blue hair. But I think they were talking about long
blue hair. The one with the long blonde hair is changed from male to female because in the original he's gay for another male character.
Oh yeah.
And so they changed him into a female so that they wouldn't have to. They could do no homo. And then in the last season, in season 5, there's the stars. I think the sailor stars. Is that what they're called? Where they're gender non-binary. And they just straight up didn't dub the last season in America because of that. Because America censors in the 90s were like, no.
It's like, oh, they could be so progressive, but not really.
Well, the creator of Sailor Moon was very progressive, and then America was just like, no.
Why? And then the Japanese are like, no gay men. We can have lesbians, but no gay men. It's just like, okay.
That's strange.
I see what you're doing here. There are also waitresses at a cafe because it's cute.
Oh.
Australian media is very wild and obscure. Why are all Australians so beautiful? The constant threat of danger keeps them so thin. Okay, I better start reading this chapter before I'm getting too distracted. I'm sorry.
You're good. I get so distracted.
Chapter 9. Thousands of girls stampeded to the square all at once. Heels clacked, dresses swished, hairdos wobbled. The T-Dod theme song boomed a pulsating beat. There was one rule and one rule only. A girl must be walking in order to be chosen. Other than that, there were no prearranged runway on which the girls could walk. So everyone created invisible ones wherever they were standing. Violence was not encouraged, nor was it condemned, and some girls' parents insisted on adding martial arts training to their walking lessons in preparation for the big day. T-Dod Square was an every man for himself, or precisely, an every girl for herself event. Scores of girls marched down their own stretches of the square, posed for the cameras, real and imaginary, and then turned around. Trains of walking girls intersected the others. One area behind Tookie was so crammed with street vendors it bottlenecked into a slow shuffling line. Some walkers had only enough space to take a few steps before they had to stop and turn. Tookie's heart went out to a young girl in a ruffled pink dress who seemed way below the unofficial 13-year-old age requirement. She marched in place as if she were on a drill team. Rip! A girl stepped on the train of a walker a few feet from Tookie and tore the fabric right off the dress. Both girls fell forward into a heap. The walkers behind them stepped over their bodies and continued. Crash! The De La Crème white and cream blow-up tent went down as two brawling girls entered it. Oof! A girl who looked as if she had never walked in heels before stumbled, breaking the tips of both stilettos. Two girls got into a fight at the end of their makeshift catwalk, rolling on the ground. Kenya, use the Gyakuzuki move, her mother screamed. Reverse punch the hairy hag. But watch your hair, sweetie. Tookie wheeled around. The hairy hag was Abigail Good, sideburns in full glory, faint mustache over her upper lip, unshaven leg hair coating her calves, underarm hair swaying in the wind, and a down with razors picket sign still in her hands.
You know what? Good for her.
Yeah, women can grow hair. Society. But yeah. The girl she was fighting with tried out a karate move on her, but Abigail expertly evaded her blow. Tookie's jealousy meter skyrocketed. Even Abigail was competing. She looked around some more. Actually, not only were eligible girls walking, but lots of other people were too. An elderly man on a power scooter shot a gap-toothed smile to the crowd as he steered his vehicle with his hands on his hips. You go, dude. Two down-on-their-luck women dressed in trash bag dresses and beat-up sweatsuits walked while pushing everything they owned in shopping carts, heckling every girl who passed. Honey, you wish you had the look I do. Get back, sping chickens. Age before beauty, ladies. Tookie chuckled when she noticed that even some of the protesters ditched their runaway, don't walk signs and sashayed energetically while chanting, Women, let's walk. Smiles for the cam. T-Dot, it rocks. Crank the music, let's jam. A few drunken boys from outside the gates got into the action, strutting next to the girls in exaggerated long leg lops. One guy snaked an arm around a girl's waist, but she swatted him away. The photographers and cameramen scrambled to catch every moment, projecting various images onto the screens next to the stage. Thump, thump, thump. The music beat on. The largest screen showed the remaining time left for walking. 12 minutes, 20 seconds. Go, Miracle, go! Miss De La Crème shouted. Miracle had staggered a few feet away from the fallen tent and was standing there staring at the melee, eyes bugged, frozen in place. Don't freeze up. Wake up, baby. You have to do this. Yeah, Miracle. Yeah, Miracle, you can do this. Come on, Tookie urged, holding her sister by her arms and staring into her eyes, trying to spark a connection. Dance in your spirit, but not with your body, she repeated over and over again. Then she turned Miracle around and placed Miracle's hands on her hips and whispered in her ear, left, then right, then left, then right. Miracle suddenly broke out of her trance and began to follow Tookie's instruction. Tookie jumped out of the way to watch her sister. Halfway down her imaginary runway, Miracle began to wiggle her hips and shake her shoulders to the infectious music that swelled over the sounds of the crowd. Don't dance, Miss De La Crème bellowed, giving Miracle a pinch. If you sway one more time, you'll get way worse than a little pinch. If you have to beat the last pas de bourrée, if I have to beat the last pas de bourrée out of you, I will. Now walk, walk, walk like an Intoxibellas. Miracle snapped back to focus. Her arms swung gently. She thrust her hips forward, as she learned to do in hours upon hours of walking class. She reached the end of her catwalk and came face to face with Abigail Good. Both girls vied for the same spot to pose. Miracle stuck out her pointy elbows, bumped her hip, and shoved Abigail hard out of the space. Abigail teetered over in her high heels, hit her head on the footrest of the old man's motorized scooter, and passed out cold. Almost immediately, a siren sounded, and Tookie heard someone yell, Girl down! Girl down! Miracle posed for a long 3 seconds, then raised a shoulder and swirled back around. There was a don't mess with me, girl, unless you want to get hurt expression on her face as she strutted back towards Tookie and her family. That's my Miracle! Miss De La Crème jumped up and down and clapped. Claim what is yours, baby. Ugh, I know, right? Tookie turned and nearly jumped out of her skin. Standing next to her was Theophilus Lovelaces. His eyes glistened in the Ladorno sun. He was seeing her, actually seeing her. His eyes focused right on her. His words were meant for her. Tookie tried to smile, but she but she had a feeling her mouth made more of a grimace. You're not participating? Theophilus asked, gesturing to the crowd. Tookie opened her mouth but couldn't speak. She was dying to say, really? Me? Have you lost your mind? But instead, a cross between a yelp, a sneeze, and a burp came out. Good for you. Theophilus indicated the candidates in the square. This is a little crazy. They both turned to Zarapessa Zirano, who strutted confidently right over an open manhole that three girls had just fallen into. Her long, straight auburn hair streamed behind her. Her skin glistened in the sun. She wore a bright yellow dress that seemed electrified with matching yellow shoes. Tookie assumed it was an ensemble Lizzie had mentioned the other day, the one she and Zarpessa had fought over at the clothing dump. She even makes trash look beautiful, Tookie murmured. Theophilus glanced at her in surprise. Oh, nothing. It pained her that her very first conversation with Theophilus was about Zarpessa. She considered telling Theophilus about Zarpessa's dumpster digging, but then she clamped her mouth shut. No matter how much she envied Zarpessa, exposing something that awful was just too mean. What's your name, anyway? Theophilus asked, looking at Tookie again. Tookie gaped at him. He wanted to know her name? Nani? Her mouth tried to form words. She felt Theophilus's Tookie button in her hip pocket. Suddenly, a piercing voice rose above the din. Theophilus! Zarpessa's voice. I'd better go. Theophilus tipped an imaginary hat to Tookie. Then he whirled around and marched towards his beloved. 7 minutes left, may a rump bellowed. A blinding neon yellow flash filled the sky. The clouds vanished. The sun disappeared. Someone screamed. Everyone shaded their eyes or ducked their heads. Even the walkers paused for a moment and squinted upwards.
No, the walkers. Sorry.
The walkers. What about the man in the electric scooter that was strutting his stuff with his hands on his hips? Another whoosh boomed through the air. The scouts, a voice bellowed. They're here. Scouts? Where? Tookie stood on her tiptoes, her heart beating like mad. People stepped back from a nearby lamppost that had started to vibrate, staring at it with a mix of wonder and terror. The lamppost began to lengthen like a long telescoping pole. Snap! It broke apart and reassembled as a slender, mysterious-looking woman in a black metallic jump. It resembled as a slender, mysterious-looking woman in a black metallic jumpsuit. Her head glowed as if it contained a light bulb. A scout, Tookie whispered. But there's an exclamation point. A scout!
A scout!
A scout! Tookie went, there we go. She'd never seen one in person before. The scout's head began to blink. The scout's head began to blink, as if warning people that something amazing was about to happen. Then the woman marched to a thin girl with cheekbones so sharp she could slice a melon in half and tapped her arm. The girl clutched her chest in disbelief. The scout took her hand, and the bright light of her cranium flashed like lightning, and then poof, they were gone. And the lamppost was back to where it had always been. Oh, my baby! The girl's mother cried, running up to the lamppost, hugging it tightly and covering it with kisses. My baby, my baby, my baby, first draft pick. More gasps and screams rose in the crowd as the huge clock in the square ticked past the 6-minute mark. Suddenly, scouts from Modelland were everywhere. An asteroid rocketed to Earth, throwing up chunks of marble all around the square and causing nearby runway walkers to flee in hysterics. A stunning scout emerged from the rubble, with skin that seemed to be made of rough stone. She wore a bathing suit ensemble that appeared to be made of rocks. She tapped a tall, long-haired girl in a plain, dingy cotton dress. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
You're good.
Excuse me.
How dare you?
I'm sorry.
How could you?
I'm not going to be casted for Modelland now. The dress wasn't nearly as fancy as most of the outfits the other girls were wearing, and its front was wet with tears. When the girl looked up and saw the scout, her jaw dropped. Are you sure you have to pick me? The girl whimpered incredulously. A pointy-chinned competitor in a poofy sleeve dress and studded boots pushed to the front. Pick me! She doesn't want it! The plainly dressed girl's mother tugged the scout's arm. No, my desperata does want it. Please take her. I don't have the money to feed her anymore.
Oh, God.
The scout nodded and grabbed the sobbing girl's hand, and they both disappeared into a hole in the ground. Immediately, all the broken marble flew into the sky, reassembled, and then dropped right back to exactly where it had been before the disruption. The clock edged past the 5-minute left mark. The shopping cart of one of the homeless women flew from her hands and rolled wildly around the square. Girls near the cart ran away screaming. The cart flipped forward, and old food and tattered clothes spilled to the ground. A scout in a dress with rips in all the right places materialed from beneath the decrepit belongings. She strutted to the middle of the square and stopped in front of a raven-haired girl who was wearing a dress with an enormous bustle. The girl's mother, who was clad in a muumuu, held out her own arm. You want me? With a slight tired, oh, how the old ones always do this, roll in her eyes, the scout touched the daughter's shoulder and said, oh, the mother squinted. Well, of course, of course. She enveloped her daughter in her arms and cooed how proud she was of her and then let her go. But as the scout and the daughter descended into the worn clothes and rotted food within the cart, there was the tiniest look of disappointment in the mother's face. 3 minutes, 50 seconds, Mayor Rump announced from his VIP perch. Miracle strutted on, posing and turning. Miss De La Crème bit her nails. Mr. De La Crème paced back and forth. Eruptions occurred all over the square. The reporters swiveled their cameras and microphones, trying to keep up with the mayhem. Walkers to the left, right, front, and back bumped into Miracle. She walked 2 steps, posed, turned, and walked again. Even Zarpessa was losing space, walking in a tight circle near the strange obelisk. Tookie, climb up here so your sister has more. Tookie, climb up here so your sister has more room to walk. Mr. De La Crème commanded her behind her. Tookie turned and saw her parents and Brian standing on the roof of the wildest car she had ever seen. A blinged out golden lowrider with the pave roof and hubcaps that spun in place. Even when the car wasn't moving, the gaudy and glam automobile was parked on a piece of marble that had a huge crack down the middle that looked strangely like a question mark. Tookie dutifully climbed onto the shiny bumper. Miss De La Crème anxiously compared the time on her watch to the time on the huge clock in the center of the square. Worry marred her wrinkled face. We still have time. A miracle will happen for the miracle. I just know it. More flashes filled the sky. More scouts appeared. The candidates walked hungrily. Dozens of fights broke out, and at least 6 girls lay on the marble ground nursing their wounds. As Tookie made her way up to the trunk of the car, a strange vibrating sensation tickled her feet. Bzz. What was that? 1 minute left. 1 minute left, Mayor Rump called. Hundreds of people began to count down. 59, 58. Bzz, bzz. Tookie looked down and gasped. A strip of the diamond-encrusted roof of the car had transformed into a thick layer of brilliant fabric. As she watched, even more of the roof disappeared and reappeared as cloth. The fabric looked as if it were spontaneously woven by a giant loom. Whoa, she whispered. Miss De La Crème noticed the fabric too. She kneeled down and within an inch of a strange material and then bounced back up. It's a scout! She jumped off the roof. Miracle, it's a scout! Brian was right behind her. He shook Miracle by the shoulders. It's a scout, doofus! Where? Miracle halted mid-pose. On the roof of the car. Miracle pushed past the girls in her way and scuttled over to the vehicle. Thousands of crowd members were now counting down the seconds. 45, 44. Another row of fabric emerged, then another. Miracle shrieked, "A scout! Creamy! A scout!" Mr. De La Crème grabbed Miracle from the square and pulled her towards the car. Everything we strive for. It's all coming true, baby. 39, 38. Tons of girls ran for the guarded car, clamoring for the attention of the soon-to-appear scout. Tookie surveyed the crowd, noticing how many people were watching the De La Crème family on the roof. Jealous girls, rabid mothers. Even Theophilus was in the back of the crowd looking amused, but strangely he wasn't staring at Miracle as most of the mob was. His eyes were locked on Tookie. Her stomach flipped over. Tookie! Miss De La Crème grabbed Tookie's ankle. Get down from the hood. Miracle needs her space. This is her moment. Tookie stared at the ground. The area around the car teemed with so many girls now. She was kind of trapped. Furthermore, Miracle wasn't able to climb atop the car to greet the scout properly. This is Miracle's moment, Tookie thought. She had to help her. Come on, Miracle, Tookie called. She reached out her hand for Miracle to grab. It took all of Tookie's strength to pull Miracle in her 20-pound dress onto the hood. When she was up, Miracle pushed Tookie out of the way, nearly knocking her to the ground. I'm here, Miracle cried. She stood at the center of the hood, hands in the air, her chin thrust high. Da-ta! Tookie, for the love of God, get off the roof, Miss De La Crème screeched. Give Miracle room. But Tookie didn't want to move. She wanted to see this happen to Miracle firsthand. The roof had finished its diamond-to-fabric transformation. There was a slight pause. Tookie felt the world around her go silent, and then the whole roof began to tremble. Suddenly, the fabric split violently in the center, knocking Miracle off the roof. She fell to the ground, almost as if in slow motion. No! Miss De La Crème wailed. Tookie's father pushed Brian out of the way to catch his daughter. Tears of tulle billowed into his face. Miracle's legs kicked into the air. Get back up there, Miracle! Mr. De La Crème screamed, shoving a shoe back onto Miracle's bare foot. He pushed her up the hood. 15, 14, 13. The tear in the fabric grew wider until a human-sized hole appeared, and then a nearly unclothed woman emerged from the center of the tear and rose into the sky. She had long limbs and a golden skin and wore shiny necklaces strategically placed over her chest and lower half. A gem-encrusted veil covered her face. Tookie gasped. The scout's hair blew in its own wind. Her arms stretched wide. Her fingers gripped the very ends of the piece of fabric that had materialized on the roof of the car. It seemed as though the fabric had grown from her fingers, an extension of her body itself. Wow, Miracle whispered. Tookie couldn't agree more. Fireworks began to explode into the sky, and sparkles showing the number as they counted down. 6, 5, 4. The scout looked at the De La Crèmes and nodded majestically, looking both strong and feminine at the same time. Please take her, Miss De La Crème gushed. We would be honored, Mr. De La Crème cried. 3, 2. And then the scout reached out her long, slender, radiantly decorated hand and beckoned to Tookie.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
Oh my god. I just want to say we're 105 pages in?
108.
108. We have not gotten to Modelland. We're just getting to the part where Tookie is the chosen one.
Exactly.
Oh my god. They have magic wind, Texas says?
Oh gosh, I believe it comes from Tyra when talking about when you're walking the runway, you have to walk and generate your own wind machine and have wind in the hair, and I think that's kind of what she was going for there. I remember
Who saw this twist coming, Darth Sidious said.
Darth Sidious knows everything. It's just like, oh, I can't wait to see how this turns out. Wait until you get to this. Who saw this? Yep. Tyra edit. You will not eat until you're done. Work, work, work. And she probably had a whip too.
Oh, speaking of eat, dinner is ready. Mom said whenever we feel like doing dinner things.
Oh gosh,
So,
dinner things.
Dinner things. So would you like to get off and eat dinner?
Sure.
We can come back and we can come back to this if we want to. We don't have to be done if you don't want to, but
Oh yeah, that's fine.
whatever you feel like is basically what I was saying.
Or, I'm okay with dinner now and then coming back to read, if
Yeah.
that's okay.
Yeah, no, that was my vote too.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, no, that
We're
was
on the
my
same
vote.
page.
We're on the same page. Yay!
Page 109 or page 109.
Oh, I found the actual bookmark.
Oh, yay.
Yay!
Yay.
All right, guys. So we've been reading for 5 hours. We haven't even gotten to Modelland. Oh my god. So we're gonna get off and eat food, and then we'll come back in a little bit, guys. Let everybody rest. Time out to reforming my brain cells.
Yes, I love
feel like
that.
this book is altering my brain chemistry.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna read an actually well-written book and be like, I don't know. I'm gonna I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a badly written book, but I can't really think of one off the top
Because
of my
you can't
head.
think of one worse than this.
Yeah, exactly.
You're trying to think of one worse than this.
Oh gosh, I try to read Shakespeare at Edgar Allan Poe, and I can't even talk. My brain would snap because it just doesn't understand.
You'll read Shakespeare and be like, I know that he invented the names Olivia and Miranda and all these names that are so popular to this day.
Patrick de Malchelier.
But did he invent Facilius and Tookie?
Oh gosh, but Stelios. All right. What was Oh, Theophilios. Yeah. Oh, editor, please, Miss Banks, I'm so hungry. No, you will edit, even if it unalives you. Well, or speaking of, well, it just reminds you of hearing about how the models on America's Next Top Model talk about how they weren't given food most of the time, and so
terrible.
Oh, and I actually on The Resident, Nicole Page Brooks is an extra on that show as one of the nurses, and was talking about how the production would intentionally like not have them eat at certain times to like make them angry to fight and create drama. So
Ooh, that's bad. That's really bad.
It's like, oh yeah, they're intentionally like not beating them and making them mad and being like, oh, this person said this when they might not have said that. So
Yikes.
cuddle me, Avery Shivers.
Oh god.
Your
All right.
brain will feel like mush after this
It
book.
feels like mush now.
Oh my gosh. I'm not able to form proper sentences of simple words.
I'm having a lot of fun. I'm glad Gabe is here. I wouldn't want to do this without you, Gabe.
Oh gosh. I can't imagine someone having to read this on stream by themselves.
I mean, that's not even like why. I'm sure I'll end up reading similarly long books at some point on stream by myself, but this is just.
Oh gosh. Tyra, I got in a shoe fight with Miley Cyrus. You shall respect me.
Oh my god, that unlocked a memory.
Oh gosh, in the Hannah
movie.
Montana movie, Hello New York, and it's just like a random field, and then she reveals her identity at the end of the book. They're like, oh, we won't tell anyone, so that they could still continue the
So they
show.
could continue the show.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. No.
It's the climb. I'm still mad that Glee never actually did the climb. They had Rachel, like her voice wasn't doing so great, and she's like, it's the climb, and they never had her re-sing it. So it's just like, oh, that's rude.
It's rude. Well, we will take a breather and come back after we've had food and a chance to just kind of like hyperventilate into a bag and scream into the void and all that good stuff.
If you hear screaming in the distance, it's us. Ah. Scream into the void. Ah.
I am going to display this book on the shelf with pride once we finish it. Just be like, we did it. Thank God.
Where's the Kamala Harris? We did it, Joe.
After dinner, we actually see Modelland. Possibly. Hopefully we get to Modelland.
I look in. She's walking to Modelland. It seems like a distant dream. Oh, no, it's still going.
Well, in chat, they were saying this was supposed to be a trilogy. Which leads me to believe that it's a cliffhanger of some sort.
No.
Or at least in some factors are left unresolved if it's going to be if it was supposed to be a trilogy.
Oh gosh, and I just realized that Tyra must not like gingers because almost all the gingers that are named are because there's Lizzie, who is going through some stuff. There's Abigail Good, who she has hair all over her body, and then there's Arpessa, who pretends she's rich but is dumpster diving. So it's like, well, Tyra, did a ginger hurt you? Tyra, I know Naomi Campbell hurt you emotionally, but what did the gingers do? I mean, I know the Catholic Church hates gingers, but why do?
Oh, jeez.
Because we have no souls, ha ha ha. But it's just like, why does Tyra hate us?
Here's the joke: you don't see Modelland till midway through the second
Oh
book.
no!
Oh my god! Can you imagine?
What? That. I feel like that would be such bad story writing too, even if it was a masterpiece.
You know that this was bad because there's a lot of authors that are subpar and still got their entire trilogies made. One of these books came out and they said no to the other two books.
Oh gosh. Tyra pretended to be oh yeah, I remember on the Tyra show and the way she dressed in homeless clothes but was still pretty. And then there was the one time she went to prison and she's like, oh, and then in cycle 10 they were like, we're doing a homeless photo shoot because there was that one time I was homeless, and then we have these three homeless models that are photographing with us, and one of them turned out to be Isis. Oh, and then later on they were criticizing Isis's wardrobe or her outfit choices, and she's like, yeah, I literally came here from the shelter.
Oh my god.
Well, or she didn't say that on the show, but I think she revealed after that she was living in a shelter at the time, so she didn't have fancy clothes.
Oh my god.
And it's like on Drag Race when they're like, this outfit looks cheap, and it's like, you give us $2,000, or we have to use our own money in 2 weeks to pay for all this. What, or in a month? How do you think this is gonna turn out?
10-year-old is upset that we have chips. She wants chips. We would share them if we could. Sorry.
Oh, there's a camera right here. All right, hold on. Here's the hello, small 10-year-old. Here are the chips. Sorry.
Yeah, but we'll be back, guys. We'll take a breather. I have a suspicion that my daughter is hungry. Yeah, we're gonna go eat so that we're not hangry and reading.
Before we go, Saul Mountain, if you ever doubt your writing, just read Modelland.
It's true.
But I mean, Modelland still got published. So, if you think your writing is bad, keep going because Modelland was published. Just one, though.
Just the one, but still a 500-page and 60-something page one. So
Why? Feel like Nancy Kerrigan. Why?
All right, we'll see you guys in a little bit after we've all had a chance to, I don't know, adjust our auras or whatever needs to be done after the
Oh,
first
gosh.
100 pages. See you guys.